Southern gear out there. For yourselves, just make sure.
Okay, let's go find who you want to interview and set the scene with them.
Oh, set the scene with them.
Yeah, so let's maybe start with the line of everyone.
Okay.
Okay, so was it this
Yeah.
guy? So let's do.
We're gonna have the.
Yeah, let's get all the people.
Yeah.
So get in kind of tight. Yeah, there we go.
You ready?
A simple trail for me is an access to another dimension or a different world. I know it sounds cliched, but it is so important that people see the value of wild spaces, and trails are those access points into those wild spaces.
I'm gonna just dump my phone. I'll help the guys carry some stuff. See you again.
We started UTCT in 2014. In those days, we had 3 events with about 360 runners across all 3. The 100K had a 15-hour cutoff, and we only had 36 entrants, of which 17 finished in that first year. And yeah, we've grown a bit since then. There's always been a great network of trails on Table Mountain. Part of our mandate to ourselves was that we wanted to leave the park in a better state and help keep trails open and maintain them. The relationship with Friends of Table Mountain, that began a few years ago.
Let's just put it over here, maybe.
Friends of Table Mountain is a lobby group, and we basically are trying to make Table Mountain better. We realized that there were a lot of trails that needed to be fixed. There's a lot of alien vegetation that needs to be cleared, so we decided to roll up our sleeves and to get involved and actually to do some work on Table Mountain. The Honorary Rangers is a key partner for us. They enable the relationship with sandparks. They basically provide oversight. I mean, we don't want everybody running up to the mountain and cutting down the wrong trees or cutting new paths up the mountain. So Honorary Rangers plays a very important role with regards to that.
I love it in the mountains, and when a footpath starts to deteriorate, I just get this urge to clear it, fix it. We enjoy rehabilitating the footpaths.
They're working day in and day out, weeks after week. So I don't think people quite understand how difficult it really is. It's not just a case of, going up the mountain for a hike. You're going up the mountain to then work.
It's really nice to see the community come together to take care of Table Mountain. And obviously, big business forms part of that community. Stuart McConaughey said to us, look here, we've got a good sponsor, RMB. They actually offered to help us with this project.
It's critical that we appreciate people like the Friends of Table Mountain and the ongoing work that they do to maintain these trails. They work tirelessly throughout the year to make sure that runners, hikers, walkers, joggers, all alike can use these trails, and they're maintained in this pristine fashion.
Rand Merchant Bank have enabled the Friends of Table Mountain to put a considerable effort into fixing Suther Peak, which has really become known as one of the quintessential parts of the Ultra-trail Cape Town route. And it doesn't just affect the trail runner, every single mountain user will notice the difference.
You know, a big corporate sponsor like RMB makes a huge difference for us because it means that we can plan ahead and we can really make a big difference on Table Mountain.
Good morning and welcome to the class of 22 right here at the Rand Merchant Bank Ultra-trail Cape Town, the 8th running of this incredible event that goes and circumnavigates the beautiful peninsula of Cape Town. Obviously Table Mountain, one of the 7 wonders of the world, 1,910 athletes across 5 different races over the next 2.5 days. My name is Max Kleur. Good morning and welcome to the 8th edition of this incredible event. Joining me in studio, our trail running expert Corrine Malcolm from the United States of America out of Seattle. Corrine, good morning. Welcome to South Africa. Welcome to Ultra-trail Cape Town.
Yeah, so excited to be here for the first time ever. Little coffee on board, ready to talk about some running this weekend.
You've heard a lot about the race. Obviously your teammates here taking part, extensive showing from them here this weekend. What have you heard and what are you expecting?
I'm expecting fierce competition. I'm expecting to get to talk about not only my teammates here with Emily, but also a bunch of other phenomenal athletes covering 5 different distances. It's going to be so much excitement.
Fantastic. And then joining me on the right hand side, your 2018 winner of the Ultra-trail Cape Town over the 100 kilometer, Emily Hawgood from Zimbabwe. Ems, great to have you back, my little wing woman. We've got another one. I'm sort of the rose amongst the thorns here this morning, so looking quite forward to that. Definitely thorns, both of these two fiery and fierce in competition, but also in the studio. And we're looking forward to bringing you guys a really cool 3 different episodes, as it were, this year via the live stream. We go into the PT, the Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometers this morning, starting at 7 o'clock. And then, of course, we're going to the 100 miler, the signature new event. This is the Peninsula Traverse up on screen for you now. That is the 55 kilometer event, 2,706 meters of climbing over 55 kilometers, 4 aid stations, starting at Ladadna. We're finishing at the Gardens Rugby Club. It's got a 14-hour cutoff, and we're really looking forward to getting the party started. This is the first event of 5 of what is going to be a festival and just a culture of trail running over the next 48 hours. We're really excited to be here. We cannot wait to bring you all the action. We've got a fantastic team behind the scenes here, and the guys and girls have really been putting in a lot of work to bring you what we hope is going to be an entertaining and exciting coverage of this year's Rand Merchant Bank Ultra-trail Cape Town. So having a quick look at the course, Ladadna through to Rocket Road, up into Hout Bay, Constantia Glen into Alphen Trail, and then of course Nursery Ravine into the University of Cape Town, Dead Man's Tree, that signature last pin in the course, and then down to the fields at Gardens Tech Rugby Club in Cape Town. Let's talk quickly about that, Ems. It's 55 Ks. It's a new route. Remember, before we had the 65 kilometer, so this is a brand new route. You've seen some of the course. I know you've been out there a bit this week. What do you think of this course particularly? Just a quick rundown.
Yeah, so I've run this whole course over the 2 races, running the 65K and then the 100K. This is super cool that they're starting in a different location out at Ladadna Beach. It just kind of adds a little spice to the race. And there's a little bit of everything on this course, like fast running, super technical, climbing, hopping, rock hopping, sand. Yeah, and then that last 10K.
All right, look at this. We've got some images coming at you here from Ladadna. Now, a lot of the athletes making their way through to Ladadna Beach, just absolutely beautiful white beaches here in Cape Town. You'll see we're getting some live visuals here. Remember, this is a live stream, which means we're going to be picking up bits and pieces throughout the day. We're going to be adapting and making things work. We're obviously in South Africa where we've got a massive load shedding issue going on at the moment. We're expecting load shedding over the weekend as well. But you can see the guys getting ready. We've got a couple of visuals coming at you. Good luck to the athletes as they walk down that tar road onto the beach at Ladadna. Corrine, you've had a look at Ladadna. You've seen the beach. Obviously beautiful and a great place to start. Remember, these 2 events for the first time on A to B route. So it's a traverse to the finish at Gardens, and that's quite exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I ran basically the first 15K of this course earlier this week, and it's going to be a really fast start initially, and then they're going to go up a stellar climb. So it's going to be one of those things where if you overcook it early, it's going to be a really hard back half of the race, but it is absolutely beautiful. And the top of Suther Peak that they get to initially is going to be breathtaking, maybe literally out there, actually.
Well, super excited to see, and you can see the beautiful graphics in the background, the all-new corporate identity of the Rad Merchant Bank Ultra-trail Cape Town, Rad Merchant Bank RMB coming on board on an incredible deal. So good to have just a strong brand, a passionate brand, a brand of individuals that believe in the event and believe in the culture that is trail running. What we're doing here is having a look at some of the graphics of this Peninsula Traverse. You'll see the green lines there signifying the 55-kilometer route, and this just gives you an eyeball view of where we are on the Peninsula of Cape Town. You can see the City Bowl coming through there over Signal Hill and Lions Head, and just gives you a quick view of what that looks like. The topography here absolutely fantastic, weather conditions ideal, and we really are excited about taking you through this brand new event here on this incredible portfolio that has evolved here at the Ultra-trail Cape Town. We saw a little bit earlier what is happening, the projects that are happening on the market, on the mountain, what Rand Merchant Bank have been doing, and we're really excited about bringing you stories and telling stories to you over the next 48 hours of this incredible event.
Yeah, and as I say, speaking of stories, we've got Toni, McCann, local South African legend, down at the start line, ready to take some interviews down there.
2019.
All right, so going through Toni.
In the UTCT 65 kilometers. So again,
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Llandudno. We are here. We are ready. It's a little bit chilly this morning, but what perfect conditions it is for the 55-kilometer race this morning. My goodness. There's a lot of people out here this morning, a lot of supporters, but all the runners are here. They're getting ready. We're about 20 minutes to the start of the race, and wow, what an atmosphere. There's a lot of nervous energy, but a lot of excitement as well, and that is awesome to be a part of. We've got the beautiful sunrise behind us as the sun comes over Llandudno Ravine. The runners are heading out towards the beach and towards Suther Peak, which is awesome, and we're so excited to see them off this morning. I'm joined here by Mbuyisi, who's been driving for 2 days to get here. A little bit tired, but he seems ready. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. You can't complain about it. It's work, and work is work, so it has to be done. So I'm here doing what I love. I'm doing me now, so it's my time, so I'll make it count, you know.
And this is your first time on Cape Town Trails, you're seeing the route. Are you excited for what's in store?
Yeah, I'm excited. It's always the best way to find it when you don't know it, so you don't have much to think about it. You just go with the flow and how you feel and work with what you have, and it always comes out good, you know. Yeah, I really like it. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, I'm super excited to see how you go today. I know you're going to have a proper warm-up to warm up the legs. It's a little bit chilly out there this morning, but what perfect conditions, and I hope you have an amazing race. I'm very excited for you to fly out there. All right, we're going to head back to Max and Corrine in studio, and yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys out en route. We'll see you later.
Bit of audio to come through there for you. We got me. All right. We're back live, guys. Really cool to be chatting to Toni McCann down at Llandudno on the beach. You can see the wind blowing, weather conditions pretty good. Having a chat to some of the runners, Uglise there, coming out of the Eastern Cape near Addo Elephant in Port Elizabeth. Really good to see him. He'll be strong on that 55 kilometer today. So really excited to see the runners making their way through to the start line. We've got about 15 minutes until the start of the Peninsula Traverse 55, and we're going to try and get through to some of those visuals for you shortly. Remember, Llandudno is the start. They then go through into Rocket Road. Emily, maybe you can take us through a bit of what's going on over here. What's going through the athlete's mind right now as they're getting ready? 15 minutes to go, and they know they've got a proper day out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have a little bit of everything, excitement, nervousness. I know they definitely just wanted to start already. Yeah, they're all together, and it starts to feel real at this point. Obviously looking at Suther Peak right there. As Corrine knows it, Suther Peak. It's a good first climb.
we're seeing some obviously jackets and you can see the athletes just huddling up a bit. So obviously a little bit of a cold wind there this morning. We can see the sun coming up now, which is a good sign, and that's obviously going to warm them up. But we know that going off the beach, they've got a proper climb. So it's important to just stay humble early on, not get too ahead of yourself. Don't let the adrenaline take over, and just get out there and get a good start to your race.
That is the key to all of them, is starting smart, not getting in above your head, and then racing strong to the finish.
So super popular, the 55K. As we said, it is the first time this is happening. And we look at the distance and the altitude, 2,706 meters of vertical climbing. So that is going to be quite substantial over that 55 kilometer distance. A finishing time expected for them today. They should be coming through to the finish at around 12:30 this afternoon. So winning time expected of about 5 hours 35 minutes, 5 hours 45 minutes. So we're going to get down to Toni. Let's see if she's got someone for us to have a chat to down at the beachfront at Ladada.
I'm just going to speak to you. Just chat. We're just having a chat.
Oh, are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are back here with Craig Rodney. So we're here with Craig Rodney. We're at Llandudno again. We are at the start line of the 55 kilometer. How are you feeling? I know you've just come back from a 2-week-long fishing trip. Perfect preparation for a 55 kilometer. How are you feeling?
I'm nervous. Standing on a boat is not the best training, but my casting arm is really strong. So if that's required at all, I'll be good today.
Well, look, we are heading up Suther Peak, and I know that there is some scrambling up there, so that casting arm might come in really handy, and that core that's engaged when you're standing on a boat. How was your preparation before that? How is the days leading up to this? Are you feeling prepared, ready, other than being on a fishing boat?
Yeah, I feel like I'm ready. I'm excited. I think for me, running is always fun. This is an amazing route, an amazing event, and so as long as I'm having fun, then that's kind of all that matters. The body will hold up. I'm strong enough.
You are indeed. And this 55 kilometer route, it's a new route this year. How do you feel about it?
This is one of the best routes. I actually did most of this in the 100 last year, so this is the last 55. So it's nice to be able to do it without having had a marathon under your belt. But it's a spectacular route. I'm really glad they changed it up. I think the people who haven't done this are going to have their minds blown.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Good luck today, and I'm looking forward to supporting you.
Cheers.
Cool. We're going to be catching someone in line now. The coffee line has been shortening. And Sisanda! Hi!
Hello.
I'm going to pull you in for an interview if that's okay.
No, that's okay.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm super, actually. Excited.
Good. And have you seen any of the route? Have you been recceing the route? It's the first time?
Yes, I did the recce, the one that started in Llandudno to Alphen Trail. It was around 31 Ks. Yeah, and I felt good. So I'm looking forward to it.
Amazing. And what bit are you most excited about?
The finish. I can't wait to touch the finish and get my medal.
Good. That's always a great place to be. And good luck today. I'm really rooting for you. Hope you have a beautiful day.
Thank you so much.
Cool. Alrighty. We're gonna look for. We're gonna keep searching for people. Hakeem! This is Hakeem. You are running today under the Terex label.
Yep.
How are you feeling?
Nervous. First 55k. But yeah, I've trained hard and looking forward to the run.
Amazing. You ran Cape Town Marathon, the road marathon, not so long ago. Yeah. How has that training converted into the trails?
Yeah, it's obviously made me a bit strong, but needed a lot of elevation training. So I think I've done a bit. So I think I'm feeling confident. I don't know.
That's all you can feel. Have you done any recceing of the route? Do you know what's in store for you?
I've actually done the whole route, so I kind of know what to expect, where to give and where to hold back. But yeah, you never know.
Awesome. Well, good luck today. We're really excited to see you fly through this course. It's such a beautiful day. What perfect conditions. So rooting for you, and I'll see you at the finish line to give high fives. Awesome. Good luck. All right, I think we're going to be heading back into the studio. So thanks, guys, and over to you to Max and Corrine.
Thanks so much, Toni. Always good to see Toni smile and getting some great footage there from Ladadna. Let's cut across to a quick ad break. We'll be back with you shortly. Stay tuned.
You can have one or the other. It's not something that we at RMB like to say. So when faced with the conundrum of net profit or net zero, we say, why not both?
With the right people, it's possible. Commercial success or community success?
We like people who ask that question. Why not both?
Environment or investment? With our diverse talents, why not both?
In this changing business landscape, we find ourselves asking more and more how best to help our clients. Traditional values
or innovative ideas?
And the answer always is, why not both?
So there you have it, a big shout out and thank you to our incredible sponsors here at the Rand Merchant Bank Ultra-Trail Cape Town. Of course, the City of Cape Town, Sandparks, Salomon, Ford, the President Hotel, Sunto, Merton, Jack Black, and of course, GoPro, who have been incredible. They've come on board, and a lot of the visuals you're going to be seeing today from those packs and the visuals we're going to be bringing to you from the route are courtesy of the teams and the people at GoPro. So excited to have them on point and to have them joining us here in 2022. Let's quickly go and have a look at some more routes and give you some sort of idea of some of the trails as we push up to the next route. And this, of course, is the UT100 miler. So the 100 miler, you'll see significantly the different colors representing the different races. Red, of course, is for that 100 miler route, and it certainly is very spectacular. 7,516 meters of vertical ascent over 166 kilometers. We've got a 45-hour cutoff, which means 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon will be the final cutoff for the race, starting and finishing at Garden Tex Rugby Club. We've got 14 aid stations, and of course it's a 5 o'clock start this afternoon. So going to be a really, really exciting race. Just having a look at the start up to Signal Hill, Kloof Neck, Platteklip Gorge, into Table Mountain and Ladadna, and then obviously following a lot of the significant features which we've had in the past. But there are some changes to the route this year, which means that the record time is not going to be under threat. Speaking to some of the elite athletes, we're expecting the 100 miler route to be between 30 and 40 minutes longer. Next up is the 100 kilometer route, and this, of course, the UT100. Significant in purple. You'll see the colors there for you. We're looking at 98 kilometers, 4,972 meters of elevation. It's got a 24-hour cutoff. Remember, starting at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, which means that cutoff will be at 6 o'clock on Sunday morning. 9 aid stations, starting and finishing from Gardens Tech Rugby Club, and this is going to be a humdinger. Remember, this race is significant here at Ultra-trail Cape Town. It's been the signature event for many, many years. Obviously, this year we have that introduction of that 100-miler event, but certainly we're going to see a lot of action here. So very, very exciting. Cannot wait to see that unfold. So we're going to have a look quickly at the elite list of what is going on as we look at that beautiful shot coming of the beautiful Table Mountain. Remember, one of the 7 wonders of the world. Corrine, take us through this elite list on the 55-kilometer Peninsula Traverse.
We're going to have Robbie Simpson there at the top of the list. Is probably the most competitive man in the field, but he's going to be chased actually by 2 teammates of his, both running for Adidas Terex as well. Jeshurun Small of the U.S. and Macy running out of Germany. They'll, I think, be challenged a little bit potentially by another American, maybe fan favorite, maybe not local legend here, local legend in the U.S. for sure, particularly in that Boulder, Colorado community. Anton Krupicka dropped down from the 100K. He will be challenging here in the 55K as well. And then we're going to have Kimi Schreiber of Germany, another Adidas Terex athlete, will probably be at the front of the women's race. She'll be chased by the likes of Tessa Chesser, racing for Kraft out of the U.S. Ekaterina Rizovanova will likely be in that mix as well. And I think technically Landy Grayling is still on the start list. I know that she's been a little bit under the weather, but she, if she is healthy and if she is on the start line, you know, I would not bet against her to be off that podium as well. So maybe not the biggest elite field, but a really solid, fast race at the front.
Emily, what are you expecting there? We're going back to this beauty shot here. It looks like here's some visuals of the start. Maybe take us through the start line shots here, Ems.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's a as you said, it's a brand new race start. So we're really excited to see it all come together right there. I ran by that to court yesterday, and it's a fun part to start. You've got Suther Peak right in the back, there, and yeah, excited.
Yeah, I'm kind of laughed there for a second because while it's Suther with a TH, I like to call it, I think a lot of locals like to call it Suffer Peak, and truly it is a suffer fest for sure.
You can see the start line there, obviously a quick setup. Janham there, someone that's been integral in this race for so many years. Very important on the logistics side of the event for us. You can see the brand new UTCT branding up there as well, which is really exciting as the athletes get ready to launch themselves out onto this course. Last minute chaos on the finish line as always, with just 3.5 minutes to go now. You can imagine the fans, the families all there. I think we've got Tatum there and Ryan Scott on the commentating, Sims there as well on the live commentating as well, so they'll be getting those last minute messages out to the athletes checking their packs, making sure their hydration's working, making sure they've got that nutrition on board. And right now, what's going through your mind, Corrine? I mean, you're 3.5 minutes away. There's Landy Grayling is there. Yeah. So quickly, Corrine, what's going through your mind right now, 3 minutes to go?
It's last minute checks of everything, right? There's Anton Krupicka walking in there too, next to Macy and Robbie and Jesh, all on the front of the start line as well, grabbing a last minute photo before the start. But it's kind of your last minute exhale, right? You're like, are my shoes tied? Yes. Do I have my nutrition? Yes. You see everyone like kind of feel those hydration packs, making sure they've got their bottles there, even though you know they're there because you've already put them in there. You've already done your actual systems checks, but it's kind of like as you leave the house, right? And you're making sure you've got your wallet and your phone and your keys. Same sort of scenario. They're already on you, but you have to go through that kind of like 1, 2, 3, check, and all of a sudden, they close their eyes, big long exhale, and then the gun's going to go off, and these men and these women are going to erupt out of this start line. It's going to be a really fast start. Honestly, would not want to be the runner with the GoPro trying to chase these guys up Suther Peak because it is going to be brutal.
All right, so the whole race will be covered, of course, by these incredible GoPros and the team on the track. We've got multiple runners out there with these packs running behind the runners. We've got some incredible guys on the e-mountain bikes as well. We're going to have some amazing helicopter footage as well. But, significant today for this distance, 2,706 meters of climbing, over 55 kilometers. Looking at a winning time, we spoke about it earlier, of around 5.5 hours. Ems, this is, for a 55K, it's a brutal.
Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, it starts brutally with a big climb. It'll be fun because it'll narrow down pretty quickly, and so we'll see how it evens out right there. And then, as we said before, your hands and feet climbing up Suther Peak.
So the start.
Yeah, so there's the GoPro right there. Let's point that out. The guy in the green, that's our runner running with one of those packs. So he's carrying quite a bit of weight as well. I think someone say it was 6 kilos altogether.
6.5 kilos.
He better be warmed up, is what I want to know. And we've got details on all these runners that will be out there with GoPros today. It is going. They are incredible athletes.
It's amazing having a crew like that.
Absolutely. Each one of them obviously incredible trail runners in their own right, and just getting some graphics coming on there. Remember that first 7 kilometers take them along Ladadna up to Rocket Road, that at the 7 kilometer mark, and then from there Rocket Road they push up to the 16 kilometer mark at Hout Bay. There are the athletes locked and loaded. They've got literally 30 seconds to go to the start, and let me tell you, this is going to be one of the most exciting races of the weekend. Super competitive, not only in the elite men's but also in the elite women's race. So countdown is on. We got 20 seconds to go. Corrine, take us through the start.
Yep, I love the serious nature, but you'll see some high fives going amongst these athletes as they kind of, you see Robbie there turn to Jesh. He probably just said, good luck, Jesh. Good luck, Macy. Teammates ready to go, but under 10 seconds to the start. Here we go. Energy building at the start line.
Counting them down now, you'll see one go.
They're like I said, erupting out of the start line here.
So Lundy Crayling keeping us in suspense. Obviously, we just know her pedigree over this distance. She's going to be dangerous. She runs in these mountains all the time. There's Kane Reilly. You'll see him from Salomon, head of sports marketing at Salomon, and he's going to be up in the chopper for us later. What we're cutting across here to now is what is called the Pulse app. And Armand and his team have just been doing so much research and development around this incredible interface, which is literally going to revolutionize the way that we're able to view and see the race. And today, you'll see in the top left-hand side is that GoPro view of the camera. We're able to bring in the telemetry of the mapping as well, and that's going to give you guys some great visuals. Let's talk about those front runners right now, Corrine.
Yeah, so you've got the team, the trio of Adidas Terex athletes there at the front, and I actually believe that is the Turkish athlete likely with them, Mehmet Soyturk. We'll get confirmation on that, but right now we've got the Adidas Terex athletes kind of packing up at the front there, which I don't think is a surprise from everyone given their rankings coming into this race, and given that they're mostly 50K specialists in that group as well, so not dropping down at all. But we're back on, was that Landy there over the shoulder there for a second?
Yeah, that is Landy. Here we go back to the Pulse app now. You'll see the telemetry at the bottom. Gives you an idea of what's happening. There's the height above sea level on the right-hand side, 85, 86 meters. You can see the pace that they're running at, kilometers per hour, in the middle as well. And obviously the runner
Not
with
slow.
the pack is Rob Tweedle. So
Rob Tweedle running 3:23-minute kilometers right now. So not a slouch.
No, not a slouch at all. Also in the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see a QR code. As a viewer watching from anywhere in the world, you can click on that QR code with your phone or your mobile device or your iPad, whatever it is. Take a photo. That'll take you through to the Pulse app, and all of these Pulse images are available for you at any time during the weekend. So you can go and pull it off, do what you need to do, and really get the tracking in. So looking at the e-bike, you'll see on the left-hand side there, here's your leading female. It is Lundy Crayling, her signature high elbows, that ponytail bobbing in the wind. Ems, she's an incredible runner.
She is, yeah. We know that she's had some sickness this week, but really excited to see her starting out strong. I mean, everyone in that pack looks relaxed, but she looks very relaxed, and she knows these trails. This is home. So it'll be exciting to watch her race today. I'm so excited she's out there.
So the beautiful Atlantic Seaboard on the right-hand side as they move their way through Ladadna, and you can see now getting those visuals, getting that telemetry, the zoom in, the zoom outs coming on the right-hand side. Obviously, we're going to be bringing you all sorts of action from so many different devices, so many different channels throughout the weekend. Look at the overlays coming through, and this is just what Cape Town is all about. At this time of year, the weather is absolutely sublime. We saw earlier as well, the city of Cape Town really, really supportive of this event. We've got full support from the Road Traffic Department. The athletes running free on the roads here this morning. And Cape Town just known for its incredible trail network. We saw a little bit about that in the opening session this morning. Here's the downhill. Look at the guys leading, gives you some sort of idea. Kulisi there coming in from Port Elizabeth. He's got some significant victories. I think he's also done well in the 55 distance at the Addo Elephant, a previous winner there, but someone that's synonymous with UTCT. He's here every single year, and you can expect him to be fighting up at the front for sure. Em's dropping down to the beach. Now there's Lundy again, so back to your elite lady. You can see that little white tag on the back of her pack. Yep. And that's going to help us on the tracking and be aware of where she is in the route throughout the day. Like we said, just 7 kilometers to Rocket Road now, and trying to get into their stride. And you know, it's a long day. You know, we're expecting a winning time for the ladies, I would guess, on just around 6 hours. Significant, as we spoke about earlier, was the elevation on this route, 2,706 meters. That's some proper climbing over 55 k's.
It's definitely some proper climbing over 55 k's, and you think too, like over the first 7k or so, there's very, very little climbing. So all of a sudden it's like, okay, well that climbing is actually consolidated even further, right? So I think it's going to be a very punchy course. I think we're looking at having a really kind of a nice warm day as well, which I feel there's a 23k kind of going on later this morning. It's going to be hot for those athletes out there, but you know, they are flying on this section. They're gonna not like this. To me, is I call it like a gimme mile. Like it's like run the easy mile that you're in, because you've got harder miles coming down the road, and so it's kind of like you have to take what you give them. But I love this right now. We've got the 3 Adidas Terex athletes. Jesherin Smalls is on the far left-hand side of your screen. You've got Robbie Simpson in the center of your screen, and then the German athlete Macy Hoske on the right-hand side of your screen, just lined up there.
Just
in
chatting.
The classic striped kit of the Adidas Terex athletes. That is very cool to see. We're not biased in the studio at all, as you can tell.
Look, it certainly is amazing, and just taking a look at how
it's
they're
like
leaning
us
back.
right here.
Yes, yeah.
3 Adidas Terex athletes just
thorns,
lined up.
My studio thorns. Look at that speed bump as they get over there, but just having a look at the way that they're leaning back, taking those small steps. Here's Lundy coming into that section now as well. It gives you an idea of just how steep that descent is into Ladadna. It's pretty steep, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, definitely a quad burner if you were to take it out too strong. But they all look really controlled and super smart running here, so that makes it exciting for later on in the day. They're lucky that it's starting at this time because it's nice and cool. We've never seen Suther Peak climb in cool weather in the race so far, so this is going to be really exciting to see how fast they can get up that mountain.
Yeah, it's also cool, the juxtaposition, I think, between what they're running on right now and what they're about to run on. Yeah. I got to go up Suther Peak on Monday of race week here, and it's, you know, there are chains. There are, like, I was looking for the trail and I realized that it was above me, like literally straight up above me, because you're scrambling on the rock. So it's really a combination. It's not a road runner's race. It's not a scrambler's race. It's really, you have to be good at everything on there, which is something like I'm sure Robbie is kind of chuckling about, because I wouldn't consider Robbie maybe the scrambler, the technical runner out of that bunch in comparison to maybe Macy or Jesherin running alongside him. So it will be interesting to see kind of how that shakes up, but that I think is a distinct feature of trail running and trail racing in general, right, is that you can have fast road sections, you can have fast double track, you can have windy, flowy single track, you can have miserably slow, rocky downhill sections or uphill sections, and you get a little bit of all of that in all 5 races going on this weekend here in Cape Town.
Sure.
So having a look here, a lot of switching going on between the different technology, and this is what live broadcast is all about. And you can see now the split screen giving you an idea of exactly where the athletes are and what they're doing. And you know, Ladadna is just so beautiful at this time of year. We saw a little bit of wind on the course this morning at the start with Toni while she was doing those interviews, that wind really growing through their head. But here the runners make their way down, a little bit of building and development going on down there, a little scooter action there. But here is Lundy, and she's making her way down to the beach now. And certainly exciting to see the numbers. You know, this is sold out field, Ems. I mean, first year of the event, a sold out field. It's a popular distance for Ultra.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's kind of a nice distance. You're done mid-afternoon, you still have time for dinner.
Yeah, it's kind of nice when you're not out for 24 hours. And I think we should add, I think we have 483 starters total in this race, 333 men, 152 women. The field is 79% South African and 21% international. So a good mix in the field there. Lots of local runners, lots of runners that these are their home trails or in the area anyway. And then people who have made the jump, made the leap over here. Maybe another one of their friends or family members are racing the 100K tomorrow. But that's kind of the cool thing about these race weekends that do have, everything from a 23K to a 100 miler, is that all of a sudden there's something for everyone, right? Your crew can run the 23K today and then be out there with you on course tomorrow on the 100 miler. I think having that opportunity to kind of entry level, and not to say that this is a great entry level course, it's quite hard, but I do think that it's kind of, there's a distance for everyone. There's something for the whole family in a way, right? To get to come out and experience this weekend together.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, I mean, just the support. We can see the supporters already out this morning. Guys on the trail. You guys were both involved in Tuesday Trails, which has just become a synonymous, community, a sort of pack of runners that just get together every Tuesday afternoon, wherever it's allocated on the mountain, and just celebrating the trail running lifestyle that is Cape Town. You guys were both there on the weekend, Ems, on Tuesday. Ems, how was it? I mean, good to have that international feel and so many people there.
Yeah, actually, I wasn't here yet.
She missed it.
Correct.
On some plane somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere in Switzerland. You were there, right?
Corrine was there.
Yeah, I was. I was out at my first ever Tuesday Trails. It was really, really phenomenal. So we've had amazing footage thus far, of our 55K. But yeah, Tuesday Trails was a phenomenal event. I think there were something like 200 runners out there. I didn't sprint quite fast enough in the final kilometer to get a cold beverage at the end, it turned out. But it's amazing to walk into this community, to get to watch this kind of urban and wild space merge together so beautifully here too. I think getting to race in those in-betweens is just race and run in those in-betweens is so phenomenal. So if you haven't been here yet, this is your sign. Come join us in Cape Town in 2023.
There you have it, from the horse's mouth right there. So Corrine, really cool to have you both here. Let's have a look at some of the visuals from this morning. So 4:30 this morning, the athletes getting involved, making sure that the park and ride system is working with the city of Cape Town. There you can see the 55 kilometer bus. Difficult to pronounce sometimes.
Yeah, there's the Dutch names get me.
But guys, getting ready. This action coming to you from the packs as well, and getting onto the buses. Good morning, welcome. Let's get ready to get you down to that start line. Athletes there, a little bit nervous. Obviously, again, early morning. Now it's 4:30. They've got a 7 o'clock start, but you've got to understand they've probably been up for an hour because they've had to do their breakfast. They've had to make the trip to the pickup point, and then obviously it's the transfer across with the buses. Look at the nerves. The guys coming through. There's that Ultra-trail Cape Town shirt. The brand looking absolutely spectacular with the introduction of RMB this year. Significant is the colors and the design elements, which are just showcased throughout the event, which is absolutely fantastic. And there you go, the buses. So nice and early. Big shout out to the coordinators, logistics team behind the scenes making this all happen. There again, you can see the municipality with regards to the traffic police there as well. And they're making sure that it's a safe transfer through to the start at Llandudno. So guys and girls getting ready. There's a lot of stoke going on. There's a lot of guys and girls who are here for the first time, and I think we've got to remember that. Both of you coming from a pro background, racing all over the world, this has become second nature for you. But Corrine, maybe we can go back to that. Can you remember your first race? How was the stoke levels?
Oh, I mean, you're nervous, you're excited. I remember my first trail race in the U.S., but also my first trail race traveling for something. I think is also really special when you get the trip to go somewhere. I'm a big fan of a runcation. I'm a big fan of getting to be somewhere else a little bit, and really, and just being overwhelmed actually, because trail running in the U.S., a lot of our races are capped. They're quite smaller as far as total fields go. So I remember showing up in Europe for a race and just being totally baffled that there might be 1,000 people on the start line that weekend, and it's definitely intimidating. But at the same time, you speak the international language of trail running, right? It's really kind of cool now that I think I could show up anywhere in the world, and if I don't know someone, I know someone who knows someone, right? Mm-hmm. Someone is going to help bring me into their community, show me around. And I think as you mentioned, and I think Hillary Allen mentioned this yesterday in our elite athlete panel, she's running the 100 miler tonight, was that trail running is really cool because she thinks it's one of the best ways to get to see somewhere new. It's her first time in Cape Town. It's my first time in Cape Town, and my favorite part about this week has been getting to explore and experience South Africa on my feet. And And I think that that is what trail and ultra running is, and that's what, you know, all the locals, but all the international athletes or athletes from elsewhere in the world coming in this weekend are getting to experience. They're getting to experience a new place via the community on foot, and I think that that is so different than any other kind of tourism out there.
Absolutely right. And what better way to experience the city than on foot, but also in the My City buses. So these buses obviously available to the public as they come into the city of Cape Town. They're able to jump on, jump off, and go and explore this incredible city, which of course Table Mountain, one of the 7 wonders of the world, absolutely exquisite. And what is so significant, Ems, and maybe you can come in here, is that the weather patterns change so quickly in Cape Town that you can run a trail 7 times and have 7 different weather conditions on the mountain.
Yeah, well, I mean that, but even within just one run. Yesterday I started out, it was warm, sunny, nice, got up to top of Table Mountain or climbing up Platyclip Gorge. It's that usual fog, like airy feeling. It's super great. You pop over the top and it's back to warm sunshine, and today I'm sunburned. But it's so great seeing how that weather just changes, and we kind of really never know what the athletes are going to be in for.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it's just such a great place to be. You know, obviously winter here in Cape Town happens, you know, earlier on, you know, sort of the June, Julys,
Right.
and we're coming into that section now where the weather's just absolutely incredible. You know, people know how good it is, and they hear about how good it is, but you get here and you're like, wow, this is pretty rad. And just the culture, the food culture here, the wine culture here, all very, very cool, and you've experienced a bit of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's someone said, I think it was Tessa who said it was magical, and it truly is. Like, it is a magical place, and so I don't know. I'm excited to figure out what's going to happen this weekend with all the runners, but I'm here. It's contagious. I'm already making plans to come back for 2023. So
and ride in the helicopter.
Yep, and I'm watching in the helicopter next
Kane
year.
Reilly, watch out. All right, we're going to cut to an ad break. We'll be back with you shortly.
Sunto, adventure starts here.
Tomorrow is yours. To imagine. To dare. To fail. To succeed. To create. Salomon, tomorrow is yours.
Here on the course at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town, we're just on 18 minutes into the race start here of the PT Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer, brand new route in a to B format, and starting at, of course, Ladadna, making its way through to Gardens Tech Rugby Club, expecting around a 5.5 hour winning time for the elite men, around 6 10.65 for the elite women, and already we're into this brutal climb, Corrine. You've seen this, and it just gets steeper.
Yeah, so I got sunburnt on Monday, but yeah, you kind of it's a bit sandy here. It gets a bit blocky, and then actually it'll flatten out again. So they're going to come up this climb, and then they're going to hit kind of a double track is what we'd call it, at least in the States, kind of an old dirt road. They're going to take a left on that, and then they're going to be into really blocky, rocky, scrambling up to the top of Suther Peak proper. So this section does kick up a bit. Some of it down lower is a little bit more gradual. The footing, isn't smooth by any means. It's definitely hard to stay in a rhythm. It's not so steep in places, but because of what's underfoot, it's hard to run. Just because you're not getting good contact with the ground. There's little rocks. It's kind of brushy in places, but it's beautiful there. You're kind of out against the water. You've started. You run from town, you run through houses, and now you start to feel really, really remote out here as well, which is, once again, I think that really unique blend of that urban space right into these really wild kind of trail systems that skirt Table Mountain and everything around it.
You can see obviously the trail markers there as well. Remember, this course, part of the 100 miler, part of the 100 kilometer, and significant. You'll see some of those trail markers. You'll see that little yellow flag at the top. That obviously for reflective for nighttime for the athletes' headlights. We'll be seeing a bit of that later. Back to Pulse now. You'll see there on the screen the athletes moving on the right-hand side, top right. You'll see that little yellow circle, that isolating the pack of the athlete running behind these runners now. And you can see there, 27 meters above sea level. They're running at about a 5.5 kilometer per hour pace at the moment, which is not bad at all. Trying to see what we got. Pack 2 there at the moment. We'll bring in some of those runners a little bit later and introduce some of these superstars behind the coverage for you during the next 48 hours. But looking at the technicality here, beautiful sea on the right hand side, wind not up too much. You can't see any of those white horses on the ocean at the moment, but giving you a look at where they are on the peninsula right now. You can see Hout Bay, center, middle. They're in the top right hand side there. Sandy Bay is pretty much where they are at the moment as they make their way through that section and out onto the course. Remember that first 7 kilometers from Ladadna through to Rocket Road, and then from there up towards Hout Bay. So beautiful visuals here. Nice to give you a look and feel of the topography of this beautiful Cape Peninsula, and we're just going to be bringing images to you all the time, and the athletes obviously scrambling, moving. You can see that sun coming through as well. Signal obviously difficult at times. Remember, these packs rely heavily on signal, but the team is doing what they're doing. This is live broadcast, this is live TV. We're so excited and stoked just to be able to bring you these visuals, and these are visuals that you're not going to get anywhere else. GoPro just making it so possible for us. The technical team behind the scenes have been working months in advance to put this all together, and doing the testing and making sure the telemetrics and everything else is working. So good to see where they are at that moment. You can see now running along there, moving nice. You can see how the trail network sort of makes its way up the mountain there. Hout Bay Harbour just over the back, which is where they're working themselves to at the moment. So yeah, I mean, you were on the trails yesterday, as we spoke about it earlier. The weather's beautiful. The wind really does take its toll. How important is your nutrition and hydration going to be on this 55k today?
Make or break probably the race. You can run as strong as you want at the beginning and not eat anything, and you're not going to survive later on. You really need your legs, you need your body fueled and ready to roll when it gets a little more runnable than it is right now.
Yeah, and that's actually a question that we kind of I'm curious about. Obviously not so much for this race, but for the 100k tomorrow. Yeah. Is that new downhill is slower and more technical, and so we're wondering if it's actually going to save people's quads for the later sections of the race, because they don't have that fast downhill road section anymore, which I think is a really interesting issue. But then we had Mimi talking about how her goal for the weekend was to hydrate. Her advice to everyone was to hydrate, because the temperature is going to creep up today. It is going to creep up tomorrow. And if people don't stay on top of those types of things, that fueling, that drinking those electrolytes, that it's going to come back to bite them later in the day. And that's a real issue.
Yeah, and I know with Mimi, the first year she raced was 2018. And
hot.
It was really hot, and she tried to outrun the heat. And so hearing, her say, I really need to keep hydrated, is so cool to say she's come back with that experience of, she tried to outrun the heat. It really got to her later on. and she'll be the first to say she got behind.
With one of the leading ladies now as we make our way through the trail. You can see the technicality of the trail, rocky, rooty. We had a little bit of rain early on in the week, which has actually been quite nice. Get a little bit of that
dusty.
dust down, no dust, which is amazing for the athletes. But you can see the technicality of the running right now. Remember, winner's going to be doing that 5.5 to 6 hours today, but the cutoff is 14 hours, which means that they're going to be finishing tonight, that last cutoff at around 9 o'clock this evening at Gardens Tech Rugby Club. So having a look at that little contour right next to the water's edge now, giving you an idea of where the runners are on the route. Just 23 minutes into the running now, averaging around just over 5.5, 6 minutes a K at the moment. So moving slowly through the course, and just really good to be able to have a great day of weather. Cape Town, as we say, can be absolutely brutal. You can have a sunny day with lots of wind. The wind can come at you from any side. But today the weather condition is really, really good, and it's just going to be a great running experience for the athletes.
Yeah, it truly is. I was just kind of thinking about this. I think we're going to, of the 5 races this weekend, are we looking to set 4 new course records?
Yeah.
Given that this used to be a 65K, now we've got the 55K, we've got a new 23K, which is really exciting. The 100K has enough changes to it that I think we're going to consider it really a new course record. We're expecting it to be 30 to 40 minutes slower over the 100 kilometers, and then obviously the 100 miler. Brand new race here, inaugural edition of the event as well. And so we'll be establishing a whole slew of new course records.
Yep.
So really, I think that's very, very exciting as well.
Yeah, it's a cool step for Ultra-trail Cape Town, and I know Stu and Nick have put in huge work.
The whole team.
Sue, the whole team. Yeah, it's just amazing. It's so cool to see all the updates on the website and their rebranding. And as a little local girl from Zimbabwe, it's really just so cool and like soul-filling to see Ultra-trail Cape Town really take it up in the world.
So those of you tuning in from around the world, wherever you are, a very good morning and welcome to the 8th edition of the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. Right now we're looking at some visuals on the Peninsula Traverse 55K, a brand new route here at Ultra-trail Cape Town, taking over from the 65K, which has been a core and base of the race over the last 8 years. And this is really a traverse from A to B, Ladadna through to the Tech Gardens Rugby Club. And we're looking at visuals early on. Those of you tuning in, welcome. Super great to have you. Please share the love on social media. Send some messages through the YouTube. Ask us questions if you have them. Remember, everything that you need to know is on www.ultratrailcapetown.com.
Yeah, so we actually don't have, we will, I think we will tonight, and we will all day tomorrow for the 100K, but we had some issues getting the chat enabled for the YouTube channel. So traditionally, yes, you will be able to interact with us there. You will be able to send us your questions, let us know where you're listening from, but right now that chat feature, unfortunately, is not currently enabled on the live broadcast. But you can interact with the Ultra Trail Cape Town Twitter account. Let us know what you're finding out there. We're going to be following along with the live tracking, which will be coming up here in a little bit. I don't know that we're going to get a Rocket Road split, but we should get a split at Hout Bay at that aid station, I think, more than anything. So we'll get those updates as they come in. But yeah, we've got all sorts of fun, kind of technical glitches that we'll be working through this weekend. Load shedding, data coming in.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So on camera at the moment, Greg getting it done. There's his Instagram follow as well. 2022 debut 2 Oceans Ultra, a silver in 3:58. So that is just an incredible pedigree of running. You can see some of the times he's got across a half distance, across a 10K and across a 5K. He's running a 16:45 5K, a 34:40 10K. That's a proper pedigree athlete right there.
Yeah, and now he's making his way through this very, very bouldery section here. This is not an easy section of trail for these athletes. So I would say a 16:45 5K doesn't quite translate maybe to rock hopping, but it's, the footage that we're bringing to you this weekend would not happen without the athletes carrying those, once again, 6.5 kilo packs, running and on e-bikes all weekend. So I think it really is the team behind the team. We get to sit here in an air-conditioned studio. They're bringing us coffee. Our life is pretty cushy versus our guys out there trying to chase down these athletes with packs. So really cool footage to be coming through kind of, I think, the middle of the pack here in the 55K this weekend at UTCT.
Emily, take us through some of what's going on here. You know the section well. Obviously, you've got it on the 100K a lot later in the day, but this is early days. Concentration, critically important right now. They're fresh. It's going to be not as difficult as it would have been later on in the day after being on the legs for 5 to 8 hours.
Yes, definitely. And I mean, it's super nice that they're starting with fresh legs into this, and they have that extra concentration energy. Those rocks are not smooth. They're a little more sandpapery. So paying attention and not falling is going to help. It's an exciting point. You're right by the ocean right here. You're constantly looking around for the best rock to hop on. And it really just begins the whole race off with a bang. And then we start the climb, and completely changes again. So really cool to see this group of athletes moving through the rocks so smoothly.
I wanted to see Robbie come through here.
Yeah.
I think Robbie probably was cursing this section a little bit as I just watched a guy drop, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 feet down off of a boulder to continue his forward progress there. So, once again, a little bit for everyone. That really fast road section, a 3:15 kilometer there, cruising. No one's running a 3:15 kilometer through here.
No.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable as they pick their way through the puzzle that are these incredible rock formations along the beach, now making their way up and down these little hills, and each one of these is sapping energy. Each one of these are only going to be felt later on in the day, Ems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And our viewers, I've just opened up Instagram and seeing that there's people already like in America watching us. Anthony Lee gave us a shout out. And so we're really excited to show this part of South Africa to the world.
100% right. And what better place to do it than right here in the beautiful city of Cape Town. And on the right-hand side, you can see the beautiful blue water, the cold blue water of Cape Town, and the synonymous fynbos, which is obviously endemic to this area. High fives and fist pumps for the athletes as they come through. They're seeing the cameraman, interacting with the cameraman as they run through. Cameraman obviously has to be very aware of not to be holding up any of those runners, so making sure that they come through. This athlete here taking his pack off and maybe just readjusting what's going on. Corrine, maybe from your side, I mean, the technicality of trail running, and just the technology behind the equipment is just, it's incredible, isn't it? The way that progression
it's changing constantly. I was joking with someone recently about how the original 100-mile runners at a race like Western States were, I think, taping maple syrup bottles to their hands because they needed some way to carry water. So things have come a long way. You'll see all the runners here with these vests on, right? Most of them will have soft flasks, 500 milliliter hydration bottles basically in the front. They're soft, so they shrink as you drink from them. I think all races this weekend have a 1.5 liter you've got to have the capacity to carry that, so you'll have some athletes with bladders in the back of their pack, and then other athletes will have like an empty soft flask or a third soft flask for a longer, slower section where it gets hotter later in the day. I don't think we'll see anyone with poles out there right now, but shoes have gotten crazy. Packs have gotten crazy. There's a mandatory kit for all these distances, which is important to acknowledge. That's why you see I call them my Ninja Turtles. They've got, actually this athlete does have poles in his pack there. You can see he's got those lucky pole straps on as well. But, in those packs, they're going to have mandatory gear that include things like rain jackets, rain pants, an insulative layer, gloves, headlamps, a spare battery. So every single race has a bunch of that. And as you get longer, you require a little bit more. But they want you to have basic first aid, right? Like as you said, those rocks are sandpapery.
Yeah.
If you fall and you cut yourself on them, or you fall and you roll an ankle, having a bit of, I think they have to carry an elasticated bandage, some gauze, that kind of stuff. You want to be able to treat the basics because it's going to take you a while to get out to that next aid station or get to a place where help is going to be able to reach you. So while they do get to run to aid stations, places to refuel and get more hydration on board, carrying those kind of basics, those mandatory kind of in a way, life-saving things are really important. So you'll see that in each of these athletes' packs out there as well. Independent if they're running the 23K later today or the 100-mile that starts tonight, they will all have, the space blanket is all in each of their packs right now. So.
Sure. And seeing the differences in shoes. I mean, shoes is such a big choice in trail running, and we've talked about they're running on the road for the start and a few other sections coming up here too. And so they've got that, and then they're scrambling up Suther Peak, hands and feet, with ropes and stuff at chains. But so it's kind of exciting to notice what shoes are out there, and hopefully everyone listening and watching will get inspired with their shoe choices.
Absolutely. You can see a little bit of wind there on these visuals, and really good to get these visuals. And that wind you can see just sweeping over there. Obviously, athletes starting out early, a little bit cold. Some of them will be wearing those jackets. A lot of them you can see taking those shells off now, starting to get used to the day. I think what's also important is just safety and extraction. We've got this My SOS app, which every athlete has to sign up for. Every athlete on their race number has the emergency number. So if something does go wrong, or if an athlete comes across another athlete in distress, we've got an incredible protocol in place. Maybe take us through a bit about the My SOS app, how that works from your side as an athlete, how important that is to you as an athlete.
Yeah, I mean, as an athlete, I think our best part about having the SOS app is that we actually use it when we find someone else in trouble. I think on our own side, we're like, oh, I'll figure it out. But we really rely on our fellow athletes out there to pull out their phone, dial the number or hit the SOS button and say, we need help. There's an athlete in trouble.
Corrine, let's maybe talk about the poles. I mean, obviously, start with poles, finish with poles. You can't leave the poles in a drop bag and pick them up halfway. It's a necessary piece of equipment, but on a terrain like this, where there's a lot of scrambling,
the poles have to get put away. The poles have to get put away for scrambling. It's just, they're going to get in the way. But I was joking with Hillary that maybe it's, she might use them to fend off an animal tonight versus use them for moving through some of this terrain. There is a lot of climbing. This whole lower section where it's a bit sandy, it's not all rocks. Poles are definitely useful in that. Particularly as the races get longer. In a 55K, not quite as necessary, I think personally, but I think that's kind of the 100K. Oh, here are our lead men on Rocket Road. We did catch them. That is Robbie Simpson and Jeshrin Smalls. So we've got the UK and the US teammates side by side making quick work there, trying to get the pack scanned. Yep, so those are the little tickets there. This is going to cause a bit of a traffic jam actually as the pack comes through here, because that is one person that needs to scan all of that. But this is the leading men. This is Robbie Simpson off the front, followed very closely by his teammate Jeshrin Smalls of the US, two Adidas Terrex athletes. I'm so glad we caught them on Rocket Road there. That's really exciting. I was wondering when that split was going to come through. And we will have an official split on the live tracker as well. We'll keep our eye on that. That should start to come up here. So they scanned Robbie Simpson twice. So it looks like Robbie Simpson is in first and second with Jeshrin Small in third. So don't worry there. It is actually Robbie in first and Jeshrin in second. There is no twin out there. That'd be kind of scary if there were two of him. But looks like right now they are, they're running together. I think their technical timers are about 4 seconds apart at that scanner. But Robbie Simpson and Jeshrin Small running 1 and 2. I wouldn't call it side by side, I guess, on the single track, but with the elastic has not broken there, which actually is a great sign for Robbie, because Jeshrin, while Jeshrin does like non-technical stuff, he does spend a lot of time scrambling around Colorado, and so I think he's a little bit more comfortable on that terrain. But I've heard him complain a little bit about the rocks here, so maybe they're more similarly matched in that aspect than I thought.
So let's cut across to the cameraman that's with them at the moment, Kevin, right there. You can see there's his tag on Instagram. But again, look at the significance of just what a great runner he is. A 1 hour 19 for the 13 kilometer race, maxi. So really working quickly. He's got great skills. But interesting here, looking at Robbie and Jeshrin, 35 minutes through that first 7K. So averaging almost pretty much on 5 minutes a K at the moment. And that's a great time, especially considering that they've got to the top of Suther.
And there's a South African who is scanned in third there, Josh Chigome. How do I say his last name? Is that right, guys?
Chigome.
So South African in third right now. That's a good thing for us to see. So we'll be quickly getting updates, I think, from our top 10 men. I don't think the spread is going to be very big there, but right now 1, 2, and 3 have come through that Rocket Road aid station. And we did see that I don't think Robbie or Jesh stopped for anything there. They both still have water on board. They're not going to get any water again until they go to the Hout Bay aid station. And my guess is that they could probably have assistance there. So they'll probably have crew at Hout Bay to give them a hand to get them through that aid station expeditiously, which is a little bit quicker than when you've got to sit there and fumble with your bottles, which I definitely do at aid stations.
Yeah, I was interested to see them run through the aid station, not full up. I know it's not very far after the start, but in the 100K, when we've run this section before, it gets so hot and so many people run out. Like Ryan Sands had a really tough time in 2018 walking back down because he just ran out of water.
Walking back down the section would be horrible.
Yeah, he got almost to the top of Suther and turned around because he was like, I can't make it to Hout Bay, don't have water, I'm like feeling terrible. So super interesting. Hopefully it's cool enough out there and they don't lose water too early today. I'm hoping the back of the pack really focuses on getting that water in at the road.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're right. Like they're kind of halfway up this climb in a big way. It's not, the distance to the top isn't so far, but it's much steeper. So it's very slow going, and there's no wind really because you're not moving fast enough to create wind like you do on a bike, which has that cooling effect. There's no breeze necessarily to cool you down. You're going to get that direct sunlight. And then they've got kind of a nice downhill off the back, but it's not, they've got to kind of traverse that flat, have that sandy downhill, and then they're on the road a little ways actually before they can get to that aid station as well. So it's not, it's, hopefully they didn't drink much of their leader that they probably had on them to start, because they're going to need all of that leader to get to that next aid station.
For sure.
Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. So Robbie and Jeshen right there, 35 minutes. Third, Josh Chigome from South Africa. German runner Marcel Hosch is in fourth place. Philip Pakwago is there as well, a vet male from South Africa. From Denmark, Mads Loring coming through nicely in around 37 minutes as well. Etienne Skuman from South Africa. Tabang Madiba, the Salomon runner there as well. And Mvusi Nkogo from Port Elizabeth in the Eastern Cape. So that's what your top 9 looks like. Those are the first 9 athletes through. All of them in quite comfortably under that 40-minute mark. So good to see how well they're doing right now. Remember, it's still early days. They're only through that first 7 kilometers. Lots to be done. Getting back to the visuals on the screen here, you can see a pace here of the leaders, our runners with the packs, the GoPro packs, really following them nicely. They're moving up. We saw earlier 23 meters, 24 meters above sea level. Now all of a sudden they're up at 290. So they're really starting to get some altitude now, and they're starting to feel that.
And this is like the real art, creative part of Cape Town. I mean, you see those big rock formations in the background right there, and then the thick brush, which is just very significant on all 5 courses this weekend. So it's really cool to see, the Protea bushes there too. I know they're not in bloom right now, but the country flower there, and it's such a magnificent route. They really are in for a treat, and starting off like this is going to get them excited.
Having a look at the predictions here for the Peninsula Traverse on the 55k. Expected time at Rocket Road, 40 minutes. Remember, the guys now there in 35, running 5 minutes ahead of time, which is really, really good. That's going to give them a little bit in the bank. Remember, the time set today by both the men and the women will be a new course record, as it is a brand new route, a great addition to the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. 5 events coming your way over the weekend, over the next 48 hours. The last event, of course, the 35 kilometer on Sunday. And let's not forget probably what is the unofficial World Championships of kiddies trail running, and that is the shred race for the kids on Sunday morning.
I want to do commentary for that, but we will say, so those watching at home might be curious, particularly if you're tuning in from the States, although it's still Thanksgiving evening over there, so maybe you've hid from your family to have a snack, maybe watch the live stream. So Anton Krupicka made it to that aid station under that 40-minute mark in 39:55. He's in 13th. He is being chased by the leading lady. Kimi Schreiber is currently in first in the women's race, running in 14th based on the chip scanner. We'll kind of get confirmation of that as the race goes on, but right now it looks like Kimi, Adidas Terex athlete from Germany, is currently in first, running in 40:03. Wondering what the split was projected there for women, because I imagine that's probably about 5 or so minutes faster than anticipated. And then it looks like a runner from Norway is actually the second female through that zone. Shanga Ballandron looks to be the second female, 40:08, so 5 seconds apart. So 2 women really, really close together at the front of that race right there, followed by Landy Grayling in third in 41:07. So first 3 women only separated by a minute right now at the Rocket Road aid station.
All right, have a look at this, Ems. Take us through this. Look at the vert here. Look at the climbing. I mean, these visuals are as real as you can get them. Beautiful and green on the mountain, and really nice to see the sun coming through. But again, look at the wind. You can see the wind really just blowing over the tops there.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect for them. It's so nice. You're climbing right now, and having that breeze is just going to make it like cherry on top weather conditions of
Look at the
grace.
telemetry here on the right-hand side. You can see that cliff face is coming their way now. Remember, just now we were talking less than 5 minutes ago, they were at 260 meters. Now all of a sudden they're at 360 meters. They've climbed 100 meters of vert in the last 5 to 10 minutes. So these guys are really having to graft now. And look at that cliff face. You can see now, I think this is the section you spoke about, Corrine. Take us through just how technical this is.
I mean, it's technical. I would feel like I would not be able to move down it very quickly, but moving up it, it's technical in the sense that you're no longer running. It's not even that you're hiking anymore. You are literally like lifting yourself up onto the next rock above you. I joked that I wasn't sure where the trail was, and I looked up and it was directly above me. I was like, oh, that's the next rock I have to get up. And they've actually got some chains through that section as well. So interesting. I'm sure our guy with the GoPro is going to need both of his hands through that section. So I imagine the GoPro goes down for a second there, but it truly is, you come up kind of this rocky trail, and then you are just in that little cliff band making your way through it. It feels really secure, but no one's running through it by any means.
Yeah.
And you just look at how the pace has stopped. I mean,
Right.
You're looking at the times there, you're looking at 20 kilometers, 20, it's just exponentially changed to show just how slowly they're going at the moment.
At a certain point,
crazy.
GPS just assumes that you're not moving.
Yeah.
And that's like, it's not true. I feel that way like doing like skinning and backcountry skiing in the winter too, because you're making such little switchbacks.
Yeah.
GPS is like, you're not moving, obviously. And I'm like, I swear I'm moving. But because you're like literally moving straight up, all of a sudden it looks like you're not moving,
Absolutely.
basically.
I mean, the pace literally, 20 minutes per kilometer. I mean, that is just phenomenal. And here you can see the athlete with the pack now, obviously head down, focusing on where he's putting his feet, where he's putting his hands, probably losing touch, I would guess, with those front runners now who are much lighter, able to scramble up. He's obviously very aware of the athletes that are behind him, making sure that he's giving them the space. But really cool to be able to get these visuals, Emily.
Yeah, and big shout out to the parks group that has been working on these trails. I mean, they are very impressive. Seeing how well they've cut them out, that's super cool, and huge thank you to them for working on the trail this year.
Someone, one of my friends, because we don't have that YouTube chat up, unfortunately, right now, I got a message kind of from our free trail community that are definitely watching right now, and they said, it's steep when the camera makes it look steep. Yeah. Because truly, there have been so many races that I've been watching where we're like, you guys, this is way steeper than it looks. They're making it look really easy. No, it's when the camera makes it look steep, it really is nearly vertical. So I think that's a really good point to bring up there, that it is as steep as it looks right now as they make their way up to this cliff band, as you can kind of see through that Pulse app on the right-hand side as well. And the camera's going to go back down trail here in a little bit to try to pick up probably Kimmy and Landy and the Norwegian athlete making their way. Those top three women should be kind of not that far behind the guys making their way up this climb. So we should get some images of those women coming out of that Rocket Road aid station before they hit the cliff section here on their way up Suther Peak.
Absolutely. It'd be really cool to get some of the ambient noise coming from those cameras, which I know we can do, and we probably get that later on from our technical team, but the ambient noise of the athletes scrambling up the rock face, and you can guarantee there's a lot of huffing and puffing going on right there, Ems.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes it real, and we get to hear how hard everyone's working, and it is a race.
So here we go now. Remember, hit Rocket Road. They're now making their way towards Hout Bay. Hout Bay at the 16-kilometer mark. Obviously an aid station there for the athletes, which they'll be rocking and rolling on. And obviously support there allowed from their fans and support members who will be seeing them for the first time on the route as well at that 16-kilometer mark. So just amazing to see the colors coming through. The sun is up. Weather is good. Again, super important for the athletes to be aware that it is a long day, that there's lots going on. And again, you're always at the front of the pack, Ems. Yourself and Corrine, when you're running, you're right up at the front. A lot of the time, it's a lonely race. A lot of the time you're pacing yourself. You don't have that camaraderie on the trails because you're pushing forward. What is that camaraderie like halfway down the mountain? Now, we spoke about it earlier. They're going to get tagged in at the end of Rocket Road. They're going to have to scan. They're going to be together. It's so important to have that morale from fellow runners, and that really is what pushes you on. You've got someone behind you, you're like, I can't slow down. I've got to keep moving. And that in itself is a motivation, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And this whole community does a great job with that, just encouraging each other. I mean, we know we're going to go to the little trails and all narrow down and be condensed. And so having that patience and grace with each other to like ask when you need to go by, or just be patient and wait for the chance to take over them.
And that will become even more apparent tomorrow when we have the 100 milers and the 100K athletes overlapping on course, because we will, and based on timing, like the 100 miler women who start tonight at 5 p.m. might be finishing at around the exact same time as the 100K ladies tomorrow, so that might be interesting. I remember at Madeira Ultra-trail earlier this year, the 117K athletes, we started at midnight. We're kind of catching the 60K and the 80K athletes, and everyone was so kind, and that truly is a big part of the community, I think, where all of a sudden, if you ask to come by, they're there to cheer you on, right? They're not there to block the trail, to get in the way. And the same thing goes, like you're always trying to help someone out on the trail. If you see someone down, you stop to make sure that they're okay. That is, I think, the human thing to do, but it's definitely something that I think is very prominent in the trail running community. It's not so much about the I, it's about the we. And you'll see athletes really give each other a hand out there. But truly, these shots are amazing of how steep this section is right now. Lots of hands down.
Look at the sock game. He's got a good sock game. There's no doubt the sock game is good.
I am a fan of the sock game going on there. The animal print is great. It's a good fashion moment. But yeah, truly, this is why we'd say poles, like if you're carrying poles for this, you can't use poles in this section. It's too rocky. They're going to get in the way. You've got to store those in the pack if you're going to have them out here. The 100 milers, they're going to be going through that in the dark tonight, which I think that is like a interesting bit of it.
So back to the aid station at Inner Rocket Road. Look at the wind there, Emily. We spoke about it. Wind seems to be picking up quite a bit. Obviously, it's quite an exposed section. You can see in the background Signal Hill, Lions Head. The aid station's just incredible. I mean, in aid station, as a runner, how important is that for you, knowing you've got that aid station coming in, and not only that it's coming, but that it's well stocked, that you've got an incredible team there supporting you and making sure that you're getting what you need on board to continue with your journey?
Yeah, I mean, that's such a big part of what we do. We couldn't do these races on our own, and having those aid stations out there so formally set up, having cheery faces that are just so excited to see everyone. We know that, 70 or 80% of everyone out there this weekend are volunteers, and just the biggest thank you to them. Literally, we couldn't do this race without you, or any race, and it makes the biggest difference and just fills up.
So here we go, the beautiful Hout Bay. This is going to be the next stop, the next aid station for the runners. And you can see some visuals here setting the scene for the athletes. You can see how the sun has not yet come into this part of the peninsula as they traverse through. Remember, they're going up over the mountain, so the sun not yet high enough to put the light on that beach. But Hout Bay, obviously super, super popular. The Republic of Hout Bay. Ryan Sands lived there for many, many years. That's his trail running playground right there. And really good to see that part of the route which is coming. Here's one of the ladies now getting it done, having a little chat to the camera. I don't know if we're going to be able to get some ambient noise from those cameras at any stage. I know that we will be working on that with our team, and those packs can certainly bring some sound through to us, so we'll definitely look for that ambient noise for sure.
Yeah, and just a note, when the map comes up, we can see a few points for Hout Bay, but the athletes are running to Hout Bay Harbour, which is just a cool thing to know.
So there's your leaderboard. Take us through it, Corrine.
Yeah, so we got that leaderboard rolling on the bottom now. Robbie Simpson in first, Jeshrin Small in second. Josh, I'm going to keep saying Josh's last name wrong. I'm sorry to my South Africans in third. Macy in fourth. And then a slew, I think. Well, Mads is actually from Denmark, but I think the rest of the top 10 is entirely South African athletes. So really, we're going to see how many South Africans we can pack into the top 10 here today in the first ever 55K at UTCT. But that is that leaderboard that is scrolling along the bottom of your screen right now. There's a leaderboard at the 7K mark at Rocket Road. They're making their way to Hout Bay now, which is about the 16K mark or so into the race. Now we have the leading ladies on your screen. Kimi Schreiber of Germany in first, Shanga Belladron of Norway in second, Landy Grayling of South Africa in third, Kim Stronham, I'm assuming South Africa, in fourth, Tessa Chester in fifth. And I actually don't know where the rest of the athletes are from, but 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. We can kind of pull that up actually on my screen here. But that is what is rolling across the bottom of their screens now.
Absolutely. Okay, Katerina.
Actually, Turkish athlete in there.
Yes, absolutely. Katerina coming through, rounding out the top 10. So certainly a very much an international field in the ladies in this
Germany,
55.
Germany, Norway, South Africa, Turkey. A really great mix of athletes in that top 10 field right now in the women's race as well.
All right, so getting through to some of the visuals, you'll see we spoke about it earlier, but the trail maintenance that's been done on the trail, you can see the steps that have been put in. Obviously, erosion always a problem when you're working on trails. The trail's not only used by the athletes, the walkers, the hikers, the mountain bikers to a certain extent as well, but also the animals on the mountain. So
and
obviously a lot of erosion, absolutely, rain, weather,
yeah.
and certainly we do get the best of the weather here. The wind really pelting against that surface, the rain as well. You can see a bit of erosion coming through on the right-hand side. They're giving you an idea of just how bad it can get. But look at this trail network. Look at the steps that have been put in. The team working on the mountain tirelessly, week after week, month after month. Really, really proud of the work that they're doing and really making a massive difference. And getting people outdoors. The gateway to these incredible wild areas is through the trail network, as we heard from Stu McConaughey, the director, early on today. And just... I think sometimes do we take that for granted, Ems? Do you, as a trail runner, when you're running, do you think about, well, how did this trail get you?
Yeah, I think it is really cool running these long distances because you do have the opportunity to be with your own thoughts, and I hope that people do get the opportunity to think about that and take that in and say like, oh, this is really cool that people have taken the time to come out here and really clean up these trails and make it possible. A lot of us run in the middle of nowhere where there aren't trails and there's no trail maintenance, so that makes you a lot more grateful for smooth trails.
So in the top 10 in the men, we've got 5 nationalities. We've got Great Britain, United States of America, Germany, we've got Denmark, and of course South Africa. Siyabonga Nuka from South Africa. Siyabonga means thank you, so his first name means thank you, and
that's really cool.
Really good to see him in 10th place. Joshua Blackshaw 11, James Miller 12, Anton Krupicka sitting in that 13th spot. He'll be running a clever race. We know he's just come off a very successful 50k run less than a month ago in October where he got first place there, so he's going to be quite comfortable with this distance today.
Yeah, I think so. I think he traditionally races a lot longer than this, but I think he wasn't able to get the training. He said that last night at the Q&A, is that he wasn't able to get the training in that he was hoping to for the 100k distance, and so he dropped down to the 55k. So I don't know that it's necessarily that he thrives in this shorter distance. It's that he didn't feel ready to step up to the 100k right now. So I think that is that's thoughtful, that's smart. He wasn't going to come here and get hurt, but still make the trip over. So I think that was ultimately a good idea for him. But we know that he prefers to be out for 24 hours if he can, all day on the bike, all day on foot, bike, foot, etc., back and forth, maybe scramble in the middle there. So he'll be comfortable in this terrain, but I think the guys at the very front of this race are tuned up to race 55k, and I don't know that Anton has the same speed in his legs as those guys out there right now.
Luckily, the way this race is set up, if Anton can just keep moving forward, he could do really well and, possibly go into that top 10 slot.
All right, so super cool to see and super cool to see how these races unfold. Remember, 5 races coming your way over the next 48 hours right here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. What we're going to do now, and I think this is just such an important part of the race, is the route marking. It's such a critical part of marking the route right, making sure that the route arrows are in the right place, making sure the marker boards are in the right place. And we've got a little insert here on a feature for you on the route marking and just how important and critical it is, and just how much time goes into the thought process of putting together a successful route marking team. Have a look at this.
Yeah, I'm the route manager, Ultra-trail Cape Town. Got involved right in the beginning, 2014, as a front runner. Arrived at Cecilia, ran across. Only guy that arrived at the day and met Stuart up close to the blockhouse. And from there, ever since, been involved with marking the routes. So this year, we've got 9 teams going all over, and we're all volunteers. So it's great, guys, just giving back to the community of trail running here in Cape Town, South Africa. Yeah, originally I just wanted to get into the trail community, get to know the guys. They're such great people running trails. And I met Stuart and Sue and Nick, all the organizers. And since then we've just become a big family behind Ultra-trail Cape Town. So we're just doing it every year, going bigger and bigger.
I need a flag.
Yesterday we were out for about 12 hours. You get shorter sections, then you're lucky you can come out we start at 6 o'clock in the morning, you can come up 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's quite a long day out. So we must just load up, take enough stuff, take water, and we go all out, all day, 3 days, 100 miles.
Today we're doing a platter clip to Llandudno. At the moment we're going up Cliff Corner, the famous part of the route. First big uphill for most people. They're going to have a good time here. There's going to be lots of kios at the top there, people cheering and everything. It's really cool. Yeah.
My name's Tanya. I'm a back of the pack trail runner. Used to run road, but always was a hiker. So yeah, it's just really fun being part of the crew, you know, kind of giving back to the trail community. I think that's what's so special about being a runner in Cape Town, especially trail runner. You feel like you're part of this family, you know. So being part of the crew like this is almost as exciting as racing. So I'm not racing this year, I raced last year. This is a lot more fun. It's a lot slower, still sweating, but it's a lot easier. Yeah, looking forward to a long day out in the mountain today with these little goodies.
Well, we stick to the basics. Good old peanut butter and honey on, I think it's low GI bread even. So it's a long day out, so you must pace yourself out there. Should be water on the mountain, so that's fine. The rest you just load up with headlamp, jacket, everything. Come out at night if something goes wrong.
What an incredible job they do. That trail marking team doing such an incredible job. You'll see just how remote some of the access is to the route, and getting out there and doing what they do and the time that they put in to make it happen. I think they need to take a bow and we need to give them a big round of applause. You guys.
One go.
Let's cut across now to the breaking.
Like I said, erupting out of the start line here.
The RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. We're going to be keeping us in suspense of the
Yeah, so you've got the team, the trio.
Take us through the start here this morning, 7 o'clock out of Llandudno. Let's go.
I believe that is the Turkish athlete likely with them.
Soytur.
Well, we saw, 315 kilometers being dropped on that section. They then kind of scrambled along the rocks of the beach before heading up this bit of rocky, bushy trail before they took a left onto Rocket Road and made it to that aid station 7 kilometers into the race. Blazing fast times, 5 minutes ahead of predicted paces. Again, this is the first year for the 55K, so new times to be set. That was Robbie Simpson and Jeshurun Smalls 1 and 2 making their way through this checkpoint. They should be able to scan both their bibs and that tag on the back of their pack. Sometimes the bib chip won't read, so trying to get those scanned. And then you'll see that cliff band up there. That's where they're going. Quite steep climbing through that section. A good tight field from both the men's and women's racing right now. And they are on their way to Hout Bay, where we should have Cody Reed on the ground there eventually as well, which will be really cool to have him in field.
So there it is. I mean, so cool to be getting this breaking news insert. It's going to be coming your way every hour on the hour. So those of you tuning in from around the world, I know you guys are going about your day. I know it's Friday, wherever you are in the world, probably maybe even late Thursday or late Friday evening. But every hour on the hour, check your watches no matter where you are. We'll be bringing you a quick highlights reel. News from the race on the Peninsula Traverse 55K. Robbie Simpson in the lead for Great Britain. Jeshurun Small there as well, both for Adidas Terex. Josh Chagome of South Africa in the third spot, Marcel Huger of Germany in 4, and Philip Pakwago of South Africa in 5. They're making their way to Hout Bay at the moment. Remember, Hout Bay at the 15.9 kilometer mark. It's a section distance of around 8.9 k's from Rocket Road, and they'll get right down back to the beach again. We saw them climbing up, getting up Suther, getting it done. It's a very technical climb. Now they'll be making their way down to Hout Bay, getting on along the beach and getting into that second aid station. The aid station is obviously so important for the athletes, to be there, and certainly very, very exciting to see some of the action of the runners now 1 hour into the racing, and exciting to see the runners moving up.
So now we get breaking news for the woman, which is really exciting.
Ems, she's an incredible runner.
She is, yeah. We know that she's had some sickness this week. You're strong, controlled, and ready to take on the day. Our local South African leading out the pack. We have the first 3 ladies are currently through the 7K mark for Kimi Schreiber, Shanga, and Landys drop back to 3rd. We have a huge mix in the top 10 for the ladies. German, Norway, South Africa, American, French, and Turkish. So a lot of countries represented here. And this day is going, and it's nice to see the other ladies out here too, doing that climb up to Rocket Road at the start of the first year of the 55K.
Yeah, I think we unfortunately missed getting to see Kimmy come through that aid station as well as Tessa. So I think we missed a bunch of the top 3 through there, but we'll be able to pick them up again as they make their way to Hout Bay. Sure.
So back to some live visuals here for the athletes on the 55K, the Peninsula Traverse. Some of the flowers in bloom, really pretty part of the course here. I'm not sure the athletes are picking that up right now as they're bleeding through their eyeballs as they make their way up this climb. You can see very exposed on this section of the climb, the wind coming left to right at the moment, and you can see the saturation there in the shorts as well. It's very, very wet. The guys obviously trying to get water onto their bodies and trying to cool themselves down as well. Time check here in South Africa, just past 8 o'clock in the morning. If you're tuning on from anywhere in the world, welcome to the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. This is the live stream coming to you from our studios here, and really good to be bringing you this footage. We're going to be bringing you 3 different sets of broadcast over the next 48 hours, obviously going through to about 2:30 this afternoon with the PT55. We then come in live to you at around 4:30 this afternoon for the start of the very first Ultra-trail Cape Town 100 miler, which we're very, very excited about, and we'll give you some live visuals there through to about 8:30 this evening. And then of course tomorrow morning, the 6 o'clock start for the 100 kilometer, very, very competitive, and we'll be broadcasting pretty much 15 hours on the trot for you as we bring you the visuals and the excitement of this incredible ultra trail running experience, this festival of trail running, which has become a favorite for the end of year calendar for athletes from around the world. Ems.
Yes, for sure. I mean, it's what's to beat, like great weather, the ocean, the big mountains.
So having a look at the graphic here, looking at it, and this of course the UTCT, the 5 o'clock start this afternoon, the 100 miler event. You can see the graphics on this route, obviously starting at the Gardens Rugby Club in Cape Town, moving through to the 12 kilometer at Signal Hill, into Kloof Neck on the 20 kilometer, Platycup Gorge, Table Mountain, Ladudna. A lot of the stuff we've seen before here on the traditional 100k, but then we move through to some of the new places. Simonstown, we've got Klein Plus Dam, we've got Kommetjie, we've got Noordhoek, Constantia Glen, and then back onto the traditional course, Alphen Trail, Nursery Ravine, University, Dead Man's Tree, and back to Cape Town. So look at that, a proper traverse, a proper circumnavigation of the beautiful, beautiful Cape Peninsula, and we cannot wait to bring you the excitement, the visuals, and the drama that's going to unfold in the next 48 hours. Live pictures here from the route, giving you an idea of just how extreme and exposed these athletes are out on the route. Remember, winning time today expected on the PT55 is around 5.5 hours. So going to be interesting to see what time they do. Remember, these are predicted times. We did see earlier that the leading runners setting a very fast pace through that first checkpoint, Robbie Simpson and Jeshwin Small. But we'll see what that time looks like as they get down to Hout Bay. Tomorrow morning, obviously, we get into the start of the UT100. This, the race that has been significant. It's been the major focus of the event over the last 8 years. A couple of changes to the race this year, which are significant. It's going to be a lot more technical, and we're expecting a winning time to be quite a lot slower than it has been in the past with that new section. And maybe you can take us a bit through that new section and what you've experienced. You saw a bit of it yesterday, Ems.
Yeah, I saw the whole new section yesterday. Started at the start and ran all the way down to Llandudno. It's so cool. I kept thinking as I was running, oh, everyone who goes up Table Mountain should be required to go this way down. But it's really technical, and as much as we're seeing the climbing up on hands and feet and balancing yourself, now we have a huge section of that coming down to Llandudno, and that's exciting too, to see how, we get to use every part of our body and get off the mountain, but it's a lot of rock hopping, little rock hopping. It's going to slow the race down, potentially save the quads, because previously we've had that section be a lot of fast downhill running on tar, and so if the athletes can mentally stay strong and in that moment of, okay, I'm moving slowly now, but that allows me to open up later on in the race, that's going to be really exciting to see. And the views are just incredible. The 12 apostles are just right there, and you're constantly climbing up and down and up and down, and it's just gorgeous. You get to see Cape Town, see the ocean, see the white horses out there, and see views 360 degrees all around you. It's truly special, and I was so excited to get to the end, and congratulate Stu and Nick on it.
I remember seeing you at the race village yesterday. You were full of stoke, lots of smiles going into that athlete Q&A. Maybe let's talk about that athlete Q&A yesterday, getting involved with some of the elite women across the 100-miler, 100-kilometer, 55K, and then obviously the elite men as well. Good to hear and see so many new international athletes coming to take on the RMB UTCT.
Yeah, well, comically enough, I think of the 5 women we had on the panel, 4 of them had been here before, either to support other athletes or to run the 65K or the 100K before. So I think that was a really interesting component, is that people are drawn to come back here more than anything, but they all had different reasons to be back here, which I really appreciated hearing from them, and then also kind of understanding why they might come here for the first time ever. And I think that there's a lot of lure, there's a lot of magic on the trails out here, and that was clear, that was evident in both the men's panel and the women's panel, that yes, a competitive field draws people in, end of the season draws people in, kind of getting to escape to Southern Hemisphere summer draws people in.
Absolutely. Back to the beautiful green of the 55 kilometer, obviously the Peninsula Traverse, and having a look at what's going on. Obviously, we're going to be able to try and get you some visuals coming into Hout Bay. We're hoping Cody Reed, a past winner here in Ultra-trail Cape Town, out of the US, but pretty much spending too much time in South Africa, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he wants to be South African now.
I think it's been confirmed. He's basically moved here. So local Cody Reed will be at Hout Bay.
Right.
Cody Reed, flag, South Africa.
Yeah.
So Rocket Road, obviously, we expected the athletes there 40 minutes. They got there in 35. We do know how significant the climb was out of Rocket Road and over and down to Hout Bay. Expecting the leading athletes to be in Hout Bay, probably a 55-minute section there, just on 9 kilometers. kilometers. So expecting to be there at around 8:35 this morning. So probably in the next 20 to 25 minutes when they'll make their way through to Hout Bay. From Hout Bay, they make their way into what is called the Constantia Glen, which is really, really beautiful. Some magnificent views as they make their way through the mountain and through the suburbs. Let's have a look at some of the graphics here. You'll see the green line of the route here. This giving you some sort of idea of a fly-through of what the athletes will be going through, just to give you guys some sort of idea of the topography, of the location, and what it looks like with these area views. We're obviously looking for pictures coming to you from the route, going through quite an exposed section, quite a remote section of the route right now, the runners. So we'll have the runners picking them up and bringing them down into Hout Bay. As we said, Cody Reed should be waiting there for you. I'm quite excited to hear some of the banter coming from Cody. We know that his English is quite extraordinary, and I'm excited to hear what he comes up with today on the microphone.
I think we handed him a fake mic last time around, and now we've given him a real mic, and it's like we'll see what happens. He's not doing these interviews at the Banana anymore. So, but yeah. So what we're looking at specifically right now, though, on our screen is the start of the race. You can see where they were on the beach. We can see that road section, that little bit of a climb, and then that downhill, and then they had that gradual, not gradual, really, kind of that beach section up to Rocket Road aid station. You can see that checkpoint there, and they're going to head up the steep cliffs and then down a really sandy downhill actually off the backside of that. Like I was saying to someone earlier this week, it was actually quite an enjoyable downhill section. I wonder if anyone will be changing shoes quickly in Hout Bay, just because you will get so much sand in your shoes coming down off the top of that climb. It is a very, very sandy, soft, sandy downhill, which is it's nice. It's not technical in that sense. While the footing might be soft, it's forgiving, right? You're not navigating rocks or anything. You can actually move quite quickly through it because you can kind of fall down the hill, so to speak. So I think that, while getting up to Suther Peak is a challenge, coming down off of Suther Peak I think is actually quite quick moving, and they actually had a bit of tarmac again coming into Hout Bay. So I think that those guys could move really, really quickly there. It's possible that we could see athletes change shoes, I think, at the next aid station, just to get out of the sand, because I dumped, I don't know, a cup of sand out of my shoes, I think, by the time we got down there. So I think that will be interesting to see, because that will take a minute or two to make that happen. But, to run another 40K with that much sand in your shoes, can destroy the feet a bit. So I'm wondering to see kind of who will do that. Speaking of, This is the sand that we were just talking about.
Yeah, I changed my shoes both years, and it's night and day to do that. It helps so much. Yeah, your shoes are packed.
Yeah, because you can see this sandy downhill. They're making their way down right now. It's quick moving in that sense, and you can see that marking, really good marking out there. That left-hand turn sign was up for those athletes, but while the sand is soft, yeah, the other hand of that is the sand in the shoes. But there, yep. So we've got Cody getting set up down in Hout Bay as well. We'll be getting hopefully audio and visual from him as athletes come into that aid station. He'll be able to set the stage for us there, but that is where we're headed, towards the 16K mark, or just under 16K mark at Hout Bay. They'll be 15.9 kilometers in at that point.
All right, so yeah, it is. Look at this beautiful drone shot of Hout Bay taken earlier this morning, and you can see the waves rolling in. This is just such a great section, such an iconic section of the route, and the athletes will be coming into this section. Obviously, the aid station waiting there for them. They're going to have support there. There's medical there for them as well. Toilets there for them as well. First chance that they're going to be able to see their seconds, see their teams on the course as well. And this is really an important section. 16 kilometers into the racing now, and it's important for them to just consolidate, see where they are. As you spoke about, sand on those shoes. Remember, they're still going to go running on that beach out of Hout Bay as they make their way to the Constantia Glen. But giving you a good idea of the route there, you can see that green line waiting for those visuals to come through. And it's going to be exciting to see if they're on schedule or not. We know they were 5 minutes ahead at Rocket Road.
Yeah, what is their predicted time into
8:35, so 20 minutes. I think they might be ahead of it.
They're really quick, because they are just...
Yeah, there's your leader.
This is Jeshrin Smalls, the leader of the men's race, it looks like right now. So he did open up a gap, it looks like, over Robbie Simpson, if that's the case. We're going to probably have a little bit of some service issues on the backside of this road here. They've been on a pretty nice trail for a bit. They then get onto a very narrow little bit of steep sand. And I think that's where maybe all the sand comes into your
it
shoes.
is.
Actually, it's not that nicer
No.
upper section of the sand descent. It's this bottom section where it's quite steep and quite sandy. Like you're basically running down a sand dune at that point. And then they'll bop out onto a road, like a big road, and then they'll take a left-hand turn to run into the Hout Bay aid station. They'll have to go down the tarmac a ways to make that happen. But that looked like Jeshurun Smalls on our screen of the U.S., who would have been our leading man into it. But it should be moving quite fast. Let's see what's going on here on
So
the
just a
YouTube
little
channel.
side note for you guys there. I don't know how well you know Hout Bay, but as you come into Hout Bay, you've obviously got all the commercial side, the restaurants, etc., etc. But if you want the best fish and chips, you've got to make your way all the way through Hout Bay, right to the end of the road. And there's this fish and chip shop that is nothing short of spectacular. You've got to watch out for the seagulls because they come down and they'll take the chips out of your hand. But let me tell you, some of the best fish and chips anywhere in the world at Hout Bay. Look at the speed
Yeah, so
Ruli's
this is
running
that
here.
little section that Corrine was telling us about.
Yeah, you're really just falling down this. But an important note, if you are one of the 315 people watching on YouTube right now, if you refresh your feed real quick, the live chat will now be functional. So if you want to let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering from, what questions you might have, the kids' safety mechanism has been taken off, and we are live in the live chat on YouTube. So please join me there in the live chat. Questions, comments, who you're cheering for, hop in there and drop us a line. Really, really excited to have you there. Travis, your test is working. So excited to have you joining us.
Amazing. And also, if you spot some of your fans or some of your athletes, let us know who they are. You know, sometimes you're going to spot them and know who they are before we do. Let us know who they are. Let's give them a shout out and give you guys a shout out from wherever you are. But the speed at which they're working, remember, predicted time at Hout Bay, 8:35. They are now 15 minutes ahead of schedule. So Jeshurun really opening it up and really having a good start.
Yeah, kind of cool to see where they slipped through the gate there. That's changed from the past couple of years. They usually just have you run down the road through the main gate
Well,
entrance.
I wonder,
so that's
it looks like
exciting.
our camera guy might have gotten stopped there. I'm not sure if he could fit through there with the pack. Once again, he's carrying a 6.5 kilo pack attached with that GoPro that they've been running with. They're going to have GoPros on both the e-bikes and our athletes running in the field. Really, really cool footage for you guys. Really high quality footage for you all. But I think our runner there with the cam might have not quite made it through the squeeze of that gate.
That's awesome.
All right, so waiting for those first results to come through Hout Bay as these guys now starting to tear down the mountain. It's literally just let the seatbelt off and go. You can see the running style, shorter steps, leaning back nicely. Important to take into account that this is going to hurt the quads.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's 55K. They should be using their quads right now because, yes, they have the last 10K is completely downhill, but honestly, they don't have any high pressure downhill until then, so they can use their quads now.
Looking at the ocean, obviously looks quite protected at the moment. This is obviously a live shot at the moment of what it looks like on the beach. You can see the sun now over the mountain. So someone on the beach there with the dogs, which is really cool. Very popular beach for people in the mornings. Get a nice walk in early morning. What better thing to do on a Friday morning in South Africa? Hout Bay, the Republic of Hout Bay as it is known. And it really is just such a great spot. One of the best kept secrets of the Cape Peninsula. And looking forward to getting those visuals. Remember, we saw, I think it was Jeshurun going through in first place there, the TV crew not able to get behind him in that turnstile gate. As he said. So he's obviously embracing climbing skills or trying to make a plan at the moment. And that's pretty much what live TV is all about, right? Making a plan, getting it done, and doing what you can with what you've got. So exciting times indeed. Waiting for those scans to come through on time. So if either of you get those times before me, let me know. But waiting for that check-in at Hout Bay. Let's have a look and see what has changed here in the Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer. Those of you just tuning in from wherever you are around the world, good morning and welcome. I'm Max Kluwer, your host here this morning with Corrine Malcolm out of the United States of America, Seattle. Good to have her here with us on the live broadcast. And of course, Emily Hawgood out of Zimbabwe, Adidas Terex teammates. And again, just a refresh for you of what these progress looked like for the leaders at Rocket Road. That's probably around 50 minutes ago, so that'll definitely be changing right now. Looking forward to that update for you in Hout Bay as the athletes make their way into that space. Remember, all information for you with regards to tracking the athletes, finding out what's going on, what you need to do, where you need to get that information, all on UltraTrail Cape Town. Also, don't forget to go to utct.pulse.tv. That's where we're going to get all the pulse images. Here we have an image coming at you from Hout Bay. Corrine, what have you got?
Yeah, so we are expecting the men's leader, Jeshrin Smalls of the U.S. Adidas Terex athlete, to be coming into this zone here quite quickly. He should be followed by teammate Robbie Simpson. I'm wondering kind of where that gap opened up. Probably in that bouldery section is my guess. But I anticipate that Robbie will have been able to make quite good time down the sand as well, so we'll see where he is. We should be getting splits from those 1, 2, 3 men. Kimmy was leading through that aid station, but she was being chased really closely by the Norwegian athlete, and then Landy Grayling in third. So the women's pack coming in here should be quite tight as well, I imagine. I actually didn't get to see this aid station when I recce'd this part of the course the other day, so it's kind of cool to see it from this angle. And then we're hopeful that while we're getting this nice drone footage right now, we'll have Cody Reed on the ground there. Hopefully grabbing some interviews with the crews, the assistants, the seconds, the helpers of these athletes out there, and then he'll be able to give us an overview of kind of the vibe of the aid station as well, which I think will be really, I don't know, I like getting that flavor from the course. And again, if you're watching live on YouTube, feel free to hop into the live chat that is now operational. Let us know if you have any questions. If you're wondering what the athletes are thinking, feeling, we can speculate, that's for sure. Place bets about when Anton's going to get too warm and lose that shirt. But there he is. That is a cool shot.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh my goodness. That is, with the cap on, is going to be Jeshrin. He actually looks very similar in stature to his teammate Robbie Simpson, but Robbie does not have a hat on, at least at the start. But there is Jeshrin Smalls of the U.S. being chased by the drone along the beach there into the Hout Bay aid station. That is a cool shot.
Absolutely
Actually,
incredible.
out of the Hout Bay aid station.
Yeah, he's on his way out. So he's basically through the aid station. We should be getting a check on that. But interesting to see how he's extended.
Oh, it actually looks like
his stride.
Robbie's ahead. I
Yep.
just saw a glance.
Oh.
I think Robbie's ahead and Jesh is still in second.
Okay, so it sounds like we might have missed our first place
Yeah.
runner. There's Robbie Simpson. That's who's on your screen right now. So Robbie Simpson is in first. Jeshrin Smalls still is in second. Robbie Simpson is going to be coming into the aid station here. You saw that the runner, we call them the pack. You know, they've got a pack and a number, and essentially in that pack, 6.5 kilos of gear, using GoPros to be filming all of this. But the drone is in the air right now. But here is Robbie Simpson. Making his way, Scottish athlete, making his way into the Hout Bay aid station again, 15.9 kilometers into the race, and I think well ahead of schedule, 1:24:31 on the clock right now. Robbie Simpson, first male, the 55K, into this aid station. This is the leading man, Robbie Simpson.
All right, so getting into that aid station now, you can see the urgency, getting those hydration sachets filled up, good to go. You can see Cody there. We're going to see if we can get something from Cody perhaps. We'll let you know shortly. And you can see that there's a lot of urgency there. Let's try and see if we can get something from Cody.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, comment
All right.
from Cody. Go for, right.
All right, Robbie just came through the first aid station at Hout Bay. The race started 55 minutes ago. We were expecting them to come through a little bit later than this, so he must be really flying out there. He's already in and out of the aid station. Don't see the second runner is coming in already, just a minute behind him, and that is Yeshua. Yesh. Josh is just getting some water here real quick.
Some opportunity from that aid station. Here we have, is that Jeshrin there? I think that is Jeshrin.
And Josh is in and out of the aid station in about 20 seconds.
Saw that really, really quick aid station transitions from both Robbie Simpson and Jeshrin
These guys
Smalls.
are really moving.
Let's see what Cody's got to say. Maybe he can give us something from the route, what he's seeing out there.
All right, so Josh just came through second place. He came through in second place right behind Macy. He spent about 10 seconds in the aid station just getting some water and was in and out. He's covered in sweat. It looks like it's already feeling pretty hot for the runners out there.
All right, so Cody giving us a bit of an update from the route here. We see that climb out of Hout Bay now on the right-hand side. This going towards Chapman's Peak. Really beautiful view of this massive bay on the right-hand side. We're going to try and get some aerial footage here from the drone as well. But some really good moving at the moment. You can see some great leg speed coming off the mountain, coming off that technical downhill into the open beach. Important to choose the right spot to run on the beach.
Yeah,
what would you do, Corrine?
Yeah, so I lived on Ocean Beach in San Francisco for a number of years and did a lot of running on the beach. But you want to run where the water is not currently active but has been, so you have a nice hard packed sand. Basically it can be a little bit off camber, but it's not soft. It doesn't give when you step on it as much, and so it's actually a pretty decent running surface generally speaking. But again, I think that official split was actually about a minute thus far between Robbie Simpson and Jeshren. It looked like out on course that might be like just the difference in aid, how fast Robbie moved through there a little bit. But yeah, so about, it looks like 64 seconds based on how they were scanned. It could be a little bit shorter than that, just depending on how, like, when they were scanned, how efficiently that was done. But yeah, right now Robbie Simpson of the UK in first, Jeshren Small in second, about a minute separating them on your screen right now. That is Robbie Simpson. No cap on. If you want to tell the difference between Robbie and Jesh, a cap might be the only thing to do it with. But yeah, that is Robbie Simpson on our screen right now.
It's kind of exciting to see Jesh out here at the front. He's one of the younger athletes and just graduated college, and I think this is the first year he's raced internationally, so this is probably his third race, I think, internationally. So really taking a stand and going out strong. Go Jesh.
Absolutely, and really good to see the speed picking up now. Look at that there, getting it done, 4:15 a K at the moment as they move up towards that next section. And important to also note, you know, these guys are sitting 10 minutes ahead of the predicted time. So they've come into that Hout Bay transition. We guessed at about an hour 35. They've come in an hour 25. So currently they are 10 minutes ahead of our predicted finishing time. So these two guys really lighting up the field early on. It's going to be interesting to see what 3 through 10 looks like, what changes have been there. Remember, we had 4 nationalities in that first 10 earlier on as they went through Rocket Road. Let's see how that changes up as we get more feedback coming from the Hout Bay aid station. And I think, yeah, just really good to be getting these visuals. You can see he's moving quite nicely. There is a climb here. It doesn't look, it looks like it's flat, but they're literally climbing up the iconic Chapman's Peak route now, which makes its way around the bay. They'll then turn off the bay and make their way through the mountain.
And this section is actually new from last year. They raced it last year, and so we got to see it for the first time last year, and it's really exciting. It's kind of a nice section, totally different from the section we had before.
Let's get across to Cody Reed. We're going to have a chat with one of our incredible pack runners and see what they've got to say.
All right. Welcome to Hout Bay, and I'm here with one of the runners that's going to be following the female leaders, I believe. How about you introduce yourself to everyone and tell everyone what you're doing and what you're wearing.
Yeah, hi guys, my name is Sebastian, and I'm going to be running with the ladies runners. Yeah, so basically we have a GoPro fitted onto the back with a microphone and stuff, and we're going to be following the ladies all on the mountain in the first person mode, so it should be a lot of fun to be out there today with them.
Are you going to follow them the rest of the way during the race?
So I'm going to be doing, like, there's about 10 of us who are taking up the whole race, and we all taking them in relays, kind of, yeah. So yeah, it's nice.
And do you know what you have in your backpack right here?
I have just all the equipment that takes the footage to the studio live time that's broadcasting it.
Okay. All the live streaming equipment. And about how much does this weigh? Oh my gosh, that is heavy.
It is. It's about 5 kilograms all in all, which is about the same if you're packing a bit of food here, but I'm all.
So 3 runners now coming into the aid station, hunting in a pack here, trying to track down the Adidas Terex athletes at the front. They are also at least 5 minutes ahead of their predicted time. So you see as they came across the beach, you saw the horses in the background, really good to see. But did you see the water that they came through? I mean, that's going to make them pretty much soaked all the way up to waist, right?
Yeah.
So into the aid station now. They'll obviously get timed. We're going to hopefully give you those times as soon as we get them on our side. But Hout Bay, this is going to be a significant aid station throughout the weekend. We're going to see the different routes and different races coming into this section. And yeah, it's a sigh of relief, isn't it? As you come off that very technical downhill, get to stretch your legs a bit as well on the beach, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, that downhill is actually not too technical. You get on the road and open up, which is kind of fun, but it changes pace here as you go out on the beach, and seeing these athletes work together has been really fun. That's what trail running's about. We see Macy heading out already, closely followed by the other two.
All right, so going to go across to Cody now. Let's see if we can get a little summary from him in the aid station.
All right. Do you know who that third guy was? All right, so Josh Chingome, the local South African, just came through with Macy. They're in third and fourth place, about 6 minutes behind the leaders. And just like the leaders, they came in, they just grabbed some water. I saw some fruit getting picked up, but it was all really quick, just in and out. They're still looking really good. Quite a bit of race left to go, but they look like they're handling it really well.
All right, so here we go, back with the leaders. I've got to tell you that there's not many people that can wear accreditation as well as Cody Reid. Doesn't he look good in that accreditation? He seems quite proud, doesn't he? All right, so I wonder what music he's listening to in his buds as well. So
no, I think he's got Vince in his ear. That's what that bud is. That's the back comm. So if you see Toni or Cody with that earbud in it, so that the background guys can tell them what's going on. But yeah, this is quite the spread for an aid station. You got mini muffins, you got bananas, you got watermelon, the classic aid station staples. Bring
us
right?
some
Potatoes,
of that to studio, please.
Some good potatoes there. Maybe Cody's gonna sample something. Nice, Cody.
My boy.
Excellent.
Cody he's doing some testing, right?
It's a quality control. Oh, gummy candies, Cody. Go for the gummy candies. Those look great.
Oh, man, those are tremazzinis. Those look like bacon and cheese tremazzinis.
Wow,
boys.
Culinary experience out there at the aid stations.
So let's give you a quick update. So we know that Robbie and Gershon are 1 and 2 at the moment, separated by a minute. 6 minutes back, Marcel Huch of Germany, Josh Kigome of South Africa, Mads Loring of Denmark. So that is the top 5 at the moment. You can see those 3 working together, hunting together. They know that the 2 runners from Adidas Terex are up ahead of them by about 5 minutes. So exciting to see the dynamics starting to form and the relationships starting to form. Ems, what is that like for you as an athlete? You know, you're getting onto the route, you've got an idea of who you've run with before, who runs at your pace, but things unfold very differently on the route. How quickly are you able to identify that this is a good pack to run with, this is a good pack to hunt down those leaders in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, I think you start out and you actually have no idea, and people are suddenly ahead of you and behind you and with you, and then you're like, okay, we're here. We're racing, but we can actually work together. This is giving us energy, keeping us moving forward. You know, you see someone else pull out a gel, it's like, okay, I should eat too. That's a reminder. Drink some water. It just makes it really exciting to see them we're out there working together and really focusing on that, and watching these athletes go together is fun.
All right, and Vuyisi and Korgo now coming in. You can see some proper leg speed there on his own as he comes into that aid station. Vuyisi is just such a solid runner. He's so good to watch. He literally floats across the surface, and I got to tell you, if he's in a good place right now, you can bet your bottom dollar that there's definitely a top 5 in it for him. He is one of those runners that is able to pace himself incredibly well and is very good in these conditions.
In 6th right now, and not that far off kind of the pace where he needs to hit. And so you saw there the scanner. They kind of look like they've got grocery scanners here. They're going to scan. They're going to try to scan the bib is the goal there. If they miss the bib, they can try to get the chip, the ticket on the back there. We do see that's a pack runner taking his shoes off. So once again, we keep calling them the packs, the pack runners. Those pack runners are the people who are carrying our GoPros, our camera setup, our signals that we're getting from the field out there. Again, 6.5 kilos on their backs.
So Tabang Madiba now in as well. Salomon athlete. Tabang's been on his feet for the last couple of days. Let's go back to Cody. Let's see what Cody's got to say from that aid station
like
at
the
Hout Bay.
Leaders, They're only grabbing some water and a bite or two of fruit. They're in and out in about 10 seconds. These guys, you can tell they really know what they're doing. Okay. Shit. I can't tell when we're on or not.
Yeah, I know. Just assume you're always on.
All right.
Okay, let's go in there and.
Really good. Let's get back to the aid station with Cody and see what's happening. It looks like James Miller, Philip Pakwago in as well in 8 and 9. So they're behind Tabug Madiba. All of them within 12 minutes of each other. So they're top 10 all within 12 minutes. Cody, what you got going on, bud?
All right, the runners continue to come through. Everyone's looking super fresh. It seems like they're all running together as a group, or at least trying to stick together. I remember, hey, go get him, man. Yeah.
So getting some feedback from Cody there.
Spirits
Obviously,
are high out
he's,
there still.
In the blind quite a bit.
I have
He's
a feeling
obviously
that's
got
going to
get
change
these
later
runners
on.
as they come in. But into the aid station now, you can see Hout Bay coming alive this morning. Our top 10 runners now in at that aid station at Hout Bay, waiting to see where the ladies are. They won't be too far behind right now. I'm guessing those ladies should be in before about 8:45 this morning. Now see the spectators waiting. There you can see the drone hovering in the air there over the aid station right now, waiting for confirmation of that top 10 for you. But certainly lighting up the field right now is Robbie Simpson and Jesron Small. Great Britain and USA teammates from Adidas Terex, and they are a good 5.5, 6 minutes ahead of the chasing pack. Germany, South Africa, Denmark.
There's the lead lady. The lead lady is coming into the aid station. That is Kimi Schreiber of Germany, Adidas Terex athlete, leading lady in the aid station right now. That is Kimi Schreiber. We missed her at Rocket Road, so we are looking for Kimi in the aid station right now. Your leading lady running so fast here today. She was worried about being tired, worried about being sick coming into this.
Yeah,
doesn't look like a problem at all.
All right, let's see if we can get something from Cody.
She really wanted
see what Cody's got to say. He'll be with her, and let's see if he's got something.
She's gone.
Kimi Schreiber's already out of the aid station. Second female hasn't come through yet, and she looks like well in the lead. Kimi runs for Adidas from Germany. This is her first time here in Cape Town. She's looking really solid.
All right, so thanks, Cody. And as he says, looking really solid. Her first experience. She's sitting in 11th overall at the moment. Coming through in 12, Joshua Blackshaw. In 13, Michael Davidson. But impressive from Kimi right now. Did you guys expect that? You guys know her well, obviously, as a teammate. Did you expect her to be right up front and getting at it?
Yeah, that was her focus. I mean, she really wanted to go out there and enjoy today. She had some worries coming in, and I saw her last post last night. She was really wishing that she'd just give herself that grace and just give her body the confidence that she could go and do this today. And so to see her executing it is really exciting, and I know it'll just be so cool for her.
Yeah, Kimi's an athlete who's incredibly talented, but I think sometimes gets in her head a little bit, as we all do, right? We are all prone to getting in our head a little bit. Kind of we're all our own worst enemies. We all create that self-doubt. But I got to watch Kimi fly into the finish at Madeira, racing there. She's had a great season. I think a lot to be very proud of. So good to see her running kind of aggressively at the front of this race here again this weekend. A great way to close out the 2022 season as well.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a look at her a little bit earlier on. This is her running down Carbonkelberg. So you can see the leg speed here. Again, sock game on point. She really has got a great sock game. But working nicely here. Let's take us through that, Ems. I mean, put yourself in her shoes right now. What's she experiencing out there on the trail?
Yeah, I mean, now, like we said, she gets to open up and really stretch out those legs. And the excitement of coming down to Hout Bay, like this team, there's excitement, there's all the food, getting refueled, which it seems like everyone's done a really good job.
Absolutely. Look at the waves just rolling in here, that beautiful, cold, clear water. Here she is now out of Hout Bay, making her way, those of you that know the Hout Bay section really well, she's making her way towards Chapman's Peak. And again, we said very deceptive here. It is a climb. It's a gradual climb. And she'll be thinking about, you know, what is next. She knows how technical it's going to be going forward. Let's drop into Cody Reid at Hout Bay 8 station at 16 Ks. I think I saw Anton Krupicka there.
Hey, who are you crewing for, sir?
For everyone out there today.
This guy's crewing for everybody out there. He's just here helping out whoever needs it. Nice. What's your name?
Philip from Meet Trail Dogs.
Nice. Thanks for being here, Philip.
It's always difficult to get the runners. Remember, they're just so focused coming into that section. You know, they've been thinking about what they need to do. Do they need to change their shoes? We spoke about that earlier. They've got to fill up their bottles, got to get some food, got to get out as quickly as possible, but still at the same time, make sure that you don't forget any of those important nutrition and rehydration protocol steps. But Kim looking really good now. And you can see that she's got a great running style. Elbows are high. She's looking good.
Yeah, no, she looks really, really strong. Shorts. I do think that all the Adidas athletes that are taking on this 55K today, this section where it's got that gradual uphill, I think actually fits all of them really, really well. They're all very strong runners. They all have leg speed to turn over here. Well, yes, it's kind of a false flat. It's that gradual climb. We call it douche grade back in the States because it feels either, you know, you think you're like it's on a flat surface, but truly it's very, very hard still, and you kind of wonder why you're so bad all of a sudden. But truly it's because you're going uphill. But Kimmy's making great work of it. We saw Robbie making great work of it. We didn't get to see Jeshrin kind of headed up this way or Macy, but I do know that for all those athletes, you know, you can really get your gears turning here. You really want to be able to continue to kind of turn it over, churn through that section, grind through that section, and we'll be kind of hanging out at Hout Bay trying to pick up our second and third place women who might be packed up a little bit back behind them.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see how they've both moved down that off Suther Peak, and that'll kind of give us an indication of how they're going to run this section too.
Absolutely. We're going to try and get back down to Cody. Cody down at that aid station. He's got an interview lined up for him. I think it might be our second lady. So let's get across to Cody, see what he's got.
All right. Julian, how you doing? All right. Second female coming through, Landy Grayling of Cape Town. Landy, how you doing out there?
Good, man.
All right. Are you having a good time still?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Landy's doing great.
You need to be about a meter away from me.
Okay. I'm going to get a word from her husband, Christian, in a moment. Yep. He's tough. He's gone. Hey, do you know about the trail between the start and here?
Yeah, very well.
Yeah.
Local.
How is the trail? Tell us a little bit about what the runners are running on out there.
The first 6Ks on the coastal trail, so quite rocky but flowy and beautiful with the ocean on your right. Then you have a bit of a climb, about 7 minutes up Rocket Road. Then you have 3Ks of straight jeep track. Then you go up Suther Peak. But the best part is coming from Suther Peak down. You have a 6K flowy downhill. It's like a roller coaster, just like fast, flowy, amazing.
So it has a bit of everything.
It's a little bit of everything. Yeah, it's
all right.
Yeah, it's a good start. Good start to the day.
All right, thank you. The third woman has just come through. Do you know? Third woman is in the aid station, and she just grabbed some water and she's off again. All right, as we just heard, the trail has a little bit of everything. It's got rocks, it's got a runnable section, it's got climbing, and it's got fast spots. So that is what the runners can expect for the rest of the day as well. More men and women coming through now.
All right, so here we go off the tar and into this section of trail now. And
Let's
our
go over
leader
here.
Kim really looking good at the moment.
All right.
2 runners together with her, the 5:10 as well, I think it is. We'll try and get maybe a number on him,
Let's get
a
in there in
name
a
on him
second
a
and
little
talk
bit
to the
later.
crews after
But
the
she's
runners
moving
leave.
really nicely at the moment, off that
They're picking
up
up
to the ruins
food
now. So she's
and
just off the
water.
road. And
Looks
look
like
at that,
they're
we've got
drinking
2
Tessa
more
Chesser.
ladies right there. Go.
Yeah, it's Tessa
Making sure
Chesser
that
in
they're
the
putting on
orange kit
sunscreen.
and the black
They,
Salomon path there, running for craft.
These 2 runners look like
That's
they're
number 4 and 5.
running together, working together. Here at Hout Bay,
So
we're
the
about
third lady was Shanka
14K in, I believe.
Dran.
All right.
The Norwegian athlete.
How's it going out there?
Good, good. Enjoying it, loving it.
Awesome.
To get these visuals, we're going to wait for Cody to try and get a word with them.
All right,
See
getting
if
the
he
calories
can.
in, getting the water in, getting the caffeine in. All of
Cody
this stuff
is there.
is like what I like to say is eat early and often. All right, go get him. All right, Benoit. Do you know what she is listening to?
No, no idea. Sorry.
Okay.
Wasn't part of the plan.
Did she say anything about how she's feeling?
Nothing.
No.
Sorry
All
about
right.
it. Just.
That's usually a good thing.
Yeah.
She's in the zone. Yeah, totally. She's in the zone. Thanks.
Sorry.
No, it's perfect.
I had no idea. Like I don't know what she listened to. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
okay.
bluffing. I just wanted the time. That's all. The 1 minute.
All right, so there it is. Some more visuals coming at you out of the beautiful Hout Bay. We've got our top 5 ladies through at second aid station. Let's go across to a quick ad break and a message from our partners and sponsors. We'll be back with you shortly. Vince, are you there for Max? Yes, please, Vince. Can you hear me?
Sunto, adventure starts here.
So big shout out and thank you to our sponsors here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. They form such a critical part of not only the experience here for the athletes, but also the experience that we're able to bring you through this live broadcast. GoPro obviously providing these incredible visuals for us in a very challenging and technical environment. So thanks so much, guys. Let's get across to that significant green color, and that of course is the Peninsula Traverse 55-kilometer route map. You can see right there what is going on, what it looks like, and right now we're at Hout Bay. And iconic, beautiful, some of the best fish and chips you'll find absolutely anywhere in the world. And we're going to try and get some visuals to you of our leading lady. Emily, what you seeing?
So we have Kimmy here leading strong. Looks like she's with the guys, and that's always a great part of the race too, is the females especially get to, get a community with the guys and get inspired and run fast and want to stay ahead of them, check them as we call it. Yeah, our ladies are looking strong. We are very slow on updating through the aid stations. We actually know there's a fifth girl through 2, and she hasn't popped up yet. But we have Kimmy, and then Landy, then Shanga, and then Tessa Chesa that have all gone through the aid station and through our timing system so far.
Yes, we know that 5 have gone through, and my guess is that it is likely either Kim Stroman of Germany or Olivia Duburn of France. We'll get a confirmation of that hopefully here in a little bit, but right now those we're just a little bit slow on the scanners. They're scanning really quickly coming into that aid station. Yeah. People get missed. It's very possible, so sometimes it'll all of a sudden that will get updated. Not again until that next aid station, for example, at 28.24K. So try to stay on top of it as much as we possibly can, but right now that is what our scanner shows at that aid station.
So having a look at the top 10 coming at you out of Hout Bay. Robbie Simpson, Jeshurun Small, Adidas Terex 1 and 2 at the moment. Marcel from Germany in 3, Josh South Africa 4, Mads from Denmark in 5, then Mvusi and Kogo in 6 South Africa, Tabang Madiba 7, Philip Pakwago in 8, James Miller 9, Etienne Skuman rounding out the top 10. So interesting to see there as well. Anton Krupicka in 16th overall as he comes through there. Lucky Mia, certainly someone who can turn up the tempo in the latter half of the race. He is on the vet male, but sitting in 14th at the moment. So good to see what's going on there in the ladies. We spoke about that earlier. We have our top 4 through there. Let's have a look at the time splits. It's 5 minutes back to Lundy from Kim. Shanga and Lundy pretty close together, getting out of that aid station less than a minute apart, and then again less than a minute back to Tessa. So that's your top 4 at the moment through that 16 kilometer point, and certainly that is very early stages. There's a lot of racing to be done, Ems.
Yeah, and I mean, as we said earlier too, again, this is a big step, is having Kimmy in 11th, right out of that top 10 group of guys. That's exciting. We've seen that gap kind of be closed between the males and females over the races this year a lot, and nice to see it in the 55K, like a little shorter. We always say as the races get longer, the gaps between the females and males tend to get shorter, and to see it in a 55K, that's kind of cool.
So trying to get something from Cody here in Hout Bay. Let's see what he's got to say.
I'm good, my man.
Nice. Feeling nice. Feeling good out there.
Yeah, good race.
Yeah.
Blessed to be here. Just unfortunate that I twisted my ankle a bit. But we keep on fighting. That's what my coach said. We never not finish anything. So we're here to finish today. Thank you, man.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. It's quite rocky out there in the first section of the race before Hout Bay. This guy's... Hold on. This way. There you go. All right, he's off. He said he twisted his ankle, but he looks like he's still running fine, and he looks like he's going to make it to the finish.
So back to the running now. We are live. This is day 1 of the running. Happy Friday, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. It is the 25th of November as we get into what is a celebration of trail running here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. The beautiful fynbos here on the athletes' left and right. You can see the wind moving there. You can see the technicality of what it looks like underfoot for the athletes as they make their way along the section, and certainly is a beautiful, beautiful day. There is your leading lady. We just under 2 hours into the racing here today. Let's talk quickly about the prize money. Over $30,000 up for grabs in prize money here this weekend. Close on 600,000 Rand. First place today in the Peninsula Traverse 55K, 20,000 Rand. Second place, 10,000 Rand. Third place, 5,000 Rand. So significant there for the athletes. We know that trail running is all about the lifestyle and taking part and experiencing these incredible areas. But for these pro athletes, it's really important that they do get the support and the recognition from the event. So here's Cody back at Hout Bay, checking out his time. What's he got to say?
15 to 20 minutes after the lead woman. There's been another maybe 4 to 5 come through. We've got like 4 in the tent right now. They seem to all be running together in a group. Check out the quick refill water tanks here. They just put their bottles right up to the mouth and fill it up real quick.
Water. Could you fill it halfway with water?
All right, she's off again. let's go talk to Brody in a minute. Brody, can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah.
Who are you crewing for?
I'm crewing for Sam Reilly.
And how's she doing? Do you know what place she's in?
No, I do not.
There's a bunch of women that just came through. Seems like she's running in a group, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's really good. Sam wasn't feeling too great earlier, but by the signs of it, she's looking strong. So
Spirits are looking high right now.
yeah, chow the pack from the back, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Talk us through what she was picking up here. It looked like you gave her some food, more than just some water.
So she just got some more water, and then she's just using Morton gels, some caffeine, some not.
Okay.
And then
Morton gels and anything else? Got some salty chips here.
Salty chips, but it doesn't look like she needs any food yet. She'll probably only get hungry towards the end.
Oh, all right. Great, thank you. And Brody, tell us where we are, and you have a business nearby.
Yes, so I am co-owner of Southeaster Bakery, and my sister, who's currently out of the business, she's also around, but you can see our bakery in the corner there. Yeah, we've been going now just over a year and a half, and every year it's getting bigger and busier, and Ultra Trail's just adding more to the chaos.
Congratulations. So you started a year and a half ago. Was that during COVID?
Yeah.
And did I hear you started baking in your garage?
So we are still baking in the garage. Don't tell the health inspector.
Nice. Good. All right. How's it going? Are you getting blisters on your feet already?
No. I didn't want to go through the water with my shoes.
Oh, yes.
So I took it off.
All right. Good idea. Keeping his feet dry and the sand off of them.
We'll see if it was a good idea.
Yeah. I think it is a good idea.
Cool, man.
Yeah, I would have done the same thing.
Cool, man.
Do you have any anti-chafe to put on?
Hey?
Do you have anti-chafe to put on?
I have, yeah.
Okay, good. You're set. Are you just grabbing water, or are you getting any food as well?
Yeah, so I'm on water, just water now. Oh, okay. Well, my nutrition, yeah.
Right.
Morton. Yeah.
He's drinking Morton.
Yeah.
All right, lots of people coming through now. It's getting exciting again. Hey.
All right, so really good to be getting that information out of Hout Bay. Obviously, those images coming through. Really good to go through some significant points on the route. One of the iconic places along the route in Hout Bay is a place called the Southeaster. And this is a very special place. We've spoken about it. Have a look at this.
UTCT is happening, and all of the longer races, the 55, the 100, and the 100 miler, are all coming past the bakery. And the aid station is going to be right outside. We're going to go take out some of the guys, show them around our home trails this morning, give them a bit of a taste of the magic of Hout Bay.
I'm from France, and I'm supporting my wife, but she's from here.
All right, so unfortunately no sound there on that.
Yeah,
we apologize for that technical glitch. We'll come back to that a little bit later for you. But let's get back onto the route now, back onto these contour paths, back onto some of the racing.
Ultra, like this is the first 55 kilometers.
First ultra race in ever.
Ever. And then she's doing pretty well though. She's like, I think 13. And yeah, man, really proud of her. We've been training a lot for that. Been running a lot, so she's doing good. She's doing good.
Well, a great accomplishment starting this morning. Yeah. All right, great. Is our audio fucked up? What are they talking about? All right.
I can see it over here. Let's go hit the busy Even if it's just
To some of the live visuals here as they climb through this spectacular fynbos. Let's go quickly to another ad break. We'll be back with you shortly.
Okay. Hey.
Time check is 9 o'clock. We are 2 hours into the racing here of the 2022 RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. Breaking news coming your way. What has been happening in the last hour? What has happened between 8 and 9 o'clock? Let's go and have a look at some of the highlights over the past hour.
Yeah, so every hour on the hour, if you've missed anything, come back here. This is when you want to tune in. So this is Jesherin Smalls making his way across the beach. He is chasing his teammate Robbie Simpson there on your screen into the aid station at Hout Bay. Both of them made incredibly quick work of this aid station. No one changed shoes. They got water. They were in and out. It was very, very fast. Behind Robbie and Jesh were a pack of men, actually. Macy, their teammate, was part of that group, along with, I believe, a South African runner. And Josh. We'll get a quick confirmation here. Maybe it might have been two South African, and a Danish runner, Mads Loring, were part of that pack as well. They all kind of were, they spent a little bit more time in there. They're about 5 or 6 minutes back or so. But otherwise, that's that pack I'm talking about right there. You've got the South African runner, you've got Macy, you've got the Danish runner, all coming in shoulder to shoulder, side by side. They spent a little bit more time in there, but here, Em, you want to talk about Kimmy coming into the aid station?
Yeah, it's our first female, currently sitting in 11th place overall, coming into Hout Bay, looking very strong, very relaxed. Exciting to see her powering through and powering out of the aid station. I know the females were behind her. Landy Grayling was about 5 minutes back, and yeah. The third place female, Shanga, was just a minute behind her.
So there it is, some of the highlights from the past hour right here on Breaking News. You're watching the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. It is the Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer live at the moment. Stay tuned. Let's cut to a quick ad break.
Sunto Adventure starts here.
All right, so welcome back, everybody. Great to have you back in the studio. Just checking sound. Got myself a new headpiece on, so we're just doing some sound checks with the team, and we'll bring that back to you. But got smiles here from Corrine. Look at her. She's so excited about life. We're in hour 2 of what is going to be 29 hours of live streaming for you over the next 48 hours. So really good to be here. Ems hasn't stopped smiling all morning, and she really is enjoying this. Hout Bay in front of you. You can see how beautiful it looks this morning. The conditions, Ems, perfect.
Yeah, perfect. And I'm so excited to see how much water the runners had to run through. We have some chest-deep pictures of some athletes out there before the Hout Bay aid station. That's super cool. I think
that's from the rain the other day. Like once rain comes in, I feel like you get kind of those like rivulet water crossings on the beach from that water runoff. So I think that if it hadn't rained on Friday, we probably wouldn't be seeing that rain, or Thursday rather. Today is Friday. Wednesday, Thursday, that kind of rain we had. I think that is definitely what brought in that new water feature, that new water crossing on their way into Hout Bay today.
Yeah, how does that affect the athlete? I mean, are you prepared for something like that? You're looking for the fastest line between A and B. Do you look at going around? There's no option around, okay, I'm committing, I'm going in the water.
It's just that your feet are going to be wet. That's the biggest concern for these athletes, is that it's not maybe as bad for the 55K, but for the 100K athletes and the 100-mile athletes, that having to get their feet wet, that can be an issue. Or, if they're crossing it in the dark tonight when it's cold, that could also be an issue all of a sudden. So you'll see those athletes much more likely to change their shoes, change clothing if they need to make sure that they're thermoregulating well based on that. So that to me is the biggest issue there. It's not so much about, is it going to inhibit their ability to get to the aid station quickly? No, it's going to be what do their feet look like 40K from here? That's going to be, but they can handle it for 40K, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think so.
We hope so.
They're pretty tough.
Let's do a quick rerun on those positions coming out of Hout Bay for the woman. Kim Schreiber out of Germany in 1, Landi Krailing 2, Schenga in 3, Tessa Chesa in 4, Kim Stroman in 5
2 German
from Germany.
Kimmies.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Olivia de Bern from France in 6, Katharina in 7, Natalie van Rennen in 8 from South Africa, Aysel from Turkey in 9, and Samantha Riley, South Africa in 10. So that's what the top 10 looks like at the moment. There's just 16 minutes separating 1 from 10. It's a substantial lead for Kim Schreiber for Adidas Terrex at the moment. 5 minutes and 7 seconds. Back to the route now. You see it there in front of you, that beautiful green of the Peninsula Traverse. This brand new point-to-point event here, starting at London at 7 o'clock this morning. We're just over 2 hours into the racing right now. The athletes have gone through the 16-kilometer aid station at Hout Bay, and the racing is absolutely fierce at the moment. Again, the leading ladies going through Hout Bay in 1:38, just 3 minutes over the predicted time of the leading men. So Kim is really moving hard. She's inside the top 11 overall, and she's really putting her hand up to say, listen, girls, if you want to come and get this title, you're going to have to chase me.
Yeah, it's fun to see how she's making them work right now.
Yeah. And are they aware of that? Are they getting that information? Who is there at the aid stations? Are the guys timing it? We know Landi Krailing sitting in 2nd place at the moment. We know Christian, obviously a seasoned athlete, winner of many races, very involved in the Maxi race here in the Stellenbosch Mountains, winner of the Otter as well. So together as a trail running family, these two are in sync. They know what to do. They know when to do it. They understand each other really, really well. You could see the communication between the two of them in that aid station. And that statistics and that information for Landi, very important. We know she wasn't going to be on the start line. We saw her there earlier this morning. She's not going to race unless she's ready to go.
Yeah, for sure. And getting that information as she comes in, especially in the 2nd and 3rd place spot, you get the distance you have on the leader, or you're behind the leader, and that's kind of exciting. It's like, okay, I can chase. I can, 5 minutes is not that far in this far of a race. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, those are all in reach.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure she's excited and motivated to go. Obviously, having a person on her tail is also motivating too. Absolutely.
So the athletes now moving between Hout Bay and Constantia Glen. It's a 12.3 kilometer section. Expecting the winners there, initially around 9:40, but those leading men are going to get there around 9:30. So they really are moving through the trail. Getting back to some of the images here, images looking really, really good. One of the guys with the GoPro on the back, obviously trying to find that next runner in the loop. Let's cut across to another ad break for you.
You can have one or the other. It's not something that we at RMB like to say. So when faced with the conundrum of net profit or net zero, We say, why not both?
With the right people, it's possible. Commercial success or community success?
We like people who ask that question. Why not both?
Environment or investment? With our diverse talents, why not both?
In this changing business landscape, we find ourselves asking more and more how best to help our clients. Traditional values
Or innovative ideas?
And the answer always is, why not both?
Sunto Adventure starts here.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town, and right now we're focusing on that brand new Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer. Big shout out and thank you to our incredible partners, obviously RMB, the City of Cape Town, the Sand Parks, Salomon, Ford, the President Hotel, who are just so incredible with their hospitality and putting up all of our international athletes. Sunto Martin, obviously on the nutrition side. Jack Black, super important when you get to the finish, but again, GoPro. They have been absolutely phenomenal, giving you these incredible images from the route, and we're hoping to bring you more of the excitement, the thrills, the spills, and what goes on in a trail race of this nature over the next 48 hours. Right now, though, we're going to go to a very, very special community here in Cape Town. It's called the Tuesday Trails community. Every Tuesday afternoon, these athletes meet at a specific point anywhere on Table Mountain, which is put through the social media channels, and they meet up sometimes anything from 200 to 300 runners. Let's have a look what happened this past week Tuesday with all the international runners coming in from around the world at Tuesday Trails.
Welcome to Tuesday Trails UTCT edition. It's pretty much the biggest day of Tuesday Trails this year.
I've been running Tuesday Trails for 8 years, and this is so cool to see the community come together before the big race.
Tuesday Trails! Woo! First time here for the UTCT. Excited. I'm super keen on the Tuesday Trails. There's some good runners here. I'm very keen to meet.
Hi, I'm from Munich, and Tuesday Trail I already know for 2 years or so, and I'm very excited to run the first time today.
So I came to UTCT last year, but didn't get a chance to partake in the Tuesday Trails, so I'm really excited to do it this year.
This is my second time participating in Tuesday Trails, and I think it's a really beautiful and fun community, so really excited to run again today.
You meet so many lovely people, it's so wonderful. It's a good study break, I love it. It's nice to have some mountains around you, so I'm from Berlin, so there's really flat. So it's nice to experience Cape Town this way.
Back here for another Tuesday Trails, but this time a little bit more of an international crowd. And it's race week here in Cape Town.
My first time doing Tuesday Trails, super stoked to be here. It's such a beautiful day.
Tuesday Trails, this is the place to be for sure. Looking forward to the weekend.
Tuesday Trails, my second or third time coming here. It's always a great time out here. Lion's Head today, can't wait.
It's my first time doing the Tuesday Trail, so I'm very excited to meet the guys we're gonna be racing with on Sunday.
This is my first time to be here in Cape Town, and I will enjoy this.
I'm going to win, as you can see.
It's my first time here, and I'm definitely scared, but I'm here.
Didn't know about it till I rocked up here today because it wasn't planned, and it looks like fun.
I'm stoked. I was on the plane like 4 hours ago, and now I'm out here with 100 people I've never met. This is my first Tuesday Trails. I run with a run club in London.
Tuesday Trails and the UTCT, there's nothing like it anywhere else in the world.
A little bit jealous.
We don't have that in Sweden.
Never seen so much people on one place, not in a race, only just for fun racing. If you are single, you have to do it because afterwards you don't go home alone.
I have a very awesome run.
It was quite nice and a beautiful landscape and nice people. It was just amazing.
Amazing.
It was so
Amazing.
Tuesday Trails is great. A lot of people, good vibes. It was amazing, man. First time in Cape Town. Just unbelievable trails coming from the UK. Incredible, absolutely incredible.
Tuesday Trails is awesome. It's the highlight of the year on the Tuesday before the race. Definitely the best place to be.
Today was insane. I mean, look at it. Look at this. Look at all the people all gearing up for the weekend. It's insane.
Brew, Intergalactic. They're so good. This whole sum total of Tuesday Trails, why everybody attends. It's not because we have the most majestic mountain to run around. It's such a treat. Such a treat.
So many incredible personalities here in the trail running community, not only in Cape Town, but in South Africa and from around the world. So amazing for us to be sharing this culture and these trails with the runners and introducing them. As you said, it's an open family. Once you're here, you get brought in and made feel at home right away, don't you?
Oh yeah, and you're welcomed back very, very quickly. I think it is truly, I keep saying magical, but I think that's the right word for it. Like it's a family. It's very magical, and they pull you in right away. You're part of it immediately.
So just on 2.25 hours into the running this morning, can you believe we've got just on 6 hours to go for this first session? The brand new Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer route at the moment unfolding in front of our very eyes. One thing to notice is that both the males and females are ahead of predicted running time at the moment. They really are going well.
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of cool to see
live
that.
images on your screen right now of race leader in the men's race, Robbie Simpson, moving really well over this technical terrain. I know when he was running OCC earlier this year, he was a little bit concerned about the new part of that course as well, given that it was going to be a technical new ad. Did really actually quite well on it, moving really well on this section as well. Once again, we're using kind of this new technology again. Those are our e-bikes and our runners with packs on. Again, they're carrying 6.5 kilos of weight on their backs while they chase these athletes. At their moments, looked at like just over 4-minute kilometers, so not an easy task at all. But what's called Pulse, and it's really cool because you can actually go back in and look at where those live segments were, things that we can't even have on our screen all at once, right? Because there's multiple cameras out there that are currently recording, and we can only have one thing up on the feed at any given moment. So they're going to be coming in and out of service, and as that happens, that will kind of be when you see those images come in and all of a sudden kind of freeze and go out again. But really, really cool. All done on the GoPro. Those are pretty phenomenal images. We had some aerial drone shots coming into Hout Bay, but otherwise it is runners and e-bikers out there trying to navigate the trails just as quickly as these elite athletes, and that is incredibly impressive.
It'll be really good to actually just get a behind-the-scenes shot here at the studio in Observatory and just see what's going on behind the scenes. There's just screens and people and technology and cables absolutely everywhere, and somehow it just all comes together, So really good to see. Back to some live pictures now. What have we got? Back again. So on and off, here we go. You can see here coming through to you with this incredible Pulse app, this absolutely incredible to be able to get this and to be able to sync the telemetry. You can see the runner in the top right hand corner where they are with regards to their position on the Earth's surface, and then obviously running at around 6 minutes a kilometer at the moment. So getting these images bit by bit. Remember, we're in a very remote part of the world here. As they go in and out the nooks and crannies, in and out of the topography and the terrain, you get coverage, you don't get coverage. So we've got to have all these different screens going on. The team behind the scenes are saying, okay, move to camera 1, move to camera 2, push for 3. Okay, we've got something over here. So we obviously hearing all of this in our ears. It's all going on, and it's quite exciting, to be honest. So here we go, back at one of the cameras now. This is on a small climb. You can see the trail here. You can see those little steps there.
But he was trying to chase, I don't know if you just heard that, he was trying to chase Kimmy, the leading lady, and he couldn't keep up. He got dropped. So kudos, Kimmy, to dropping your camera guy. I think that says something there, because the guys out there that are manning the cameras, they are incredibly quick athletes. So that just says a lot for what a good day Kimmy's having out there too. Again, this is back to Robbie right now. The man at the front of the 55K, he's being chased by teammate Jeshrin Smalls of the U.S., but, you know, Robbie will be I think what's going on in Robbie's head right now is he's saying, if I can get this done quickly, I can get out of the heat.
Yeah.
I can go back to the pool at the house and relax. So at a certain point, it is kind of like, if I can run faster, this will be over sooner. But some of the advice that came out of the Q&A yesterday was, you know, take in the views out there a little bit. You're running through really, really beautiful terrain, so take a moment. You got to take it in a little bit. But that is who we are following right now on your screen. Running well under 4-minute kilometer pace is Robbie Simpson, the front of the men's 55K here at UTCT.
He's had a great year, hasn't he?
He's had a really good year. Yeah, super, super talented athlete, really good over this distance. He has run a bit longer. He's done an 80K. He's gone for the Olympic standard to try to make the Olympic team out of the UK. He's incredibly fast, and I do think that eventually we'll see him step up again, maybe in distance, but he really loves this kind of 55K race, and I think it suits his strengths incredibly well.
Coming out of Scotland in the United Kingdom, whereabout is he basing himself?
I actually don't know where he's currently basing himself. He spent all summer in Chamonix. Basically, he got to kind of hang out there and train for the summer. So I think he's probably happy to be here. He's been here for, I think it's like 6 weeks at this point as well. So escaping the wet and the cold in a big way. I do know that he doesn't exactly love spending the winter at home, where it is very, very wet, very, very cold, and doesn't necessarily suit, you know, maybe logging many training hours.
Yeah, but it is cool to see. The time he spent here is really showing off these cool technical trails and how he's handling it.
Yeah.
It's very impressive. I mean, how intimidated he was before OCC, and to see now today, like,
growth.
He's screaming ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's running like a man possessed today for sure. And it's going to be very, very difficult to beat. Let's cut across to another ad break. We'll be back with you shortly.
Slate.
So this is the story of the most durable shoe that Salomon have ever created. So we wanted to create the perfect shoe for long adventures.
On s'est rendu compte que des deux côtés, tant des athlètes que des consommateurs, aujourd'hui nous disaient qu'il manquait une chaussure dans la gamme. Et on s'est dit, ouais, il y a peut-être quelque chose à aller chercher, en tout cas dans l'identitaire, de se dire, repartons un peu aux origines du trail, remettons un peu ce qui fait nos origines à nous, Salomon.
So for me, life is an adventure, and it's all about gaining experiences. So when I push myself to the limits, I want to have the best for my feet.
New Sunto 9 Peak Pro. Extremely elegant. Extremely tough. Sunto, adventure starts here.
setting the scene here in the beautiful Cape Peninsula. It is Friday, 25th of November. Welcome to the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town, the 8th edition of this incredible race, where over the next 3 days, 2,000 runners will take on 5 different racing distances. Speaking of that, the 23-kilometer Explorer has just started. That started at 9 o'clock this morning, and that, of course, just a little bit up on the distance that it was before. Before that, of course, was a 21-kilometer. So now 23 kilometers is the new Explorer race, and we're going into an interview with Kim Schreiber. Now, Kim Schreiber from Germany, the current women's race leader. Let's have a look at a quick interview we did with her earlier this week.
Hi, I'm Kimmy. I am 27 years old and I'm coming from Munich, Germany, and I'm a trail runner for the Adidas Terex team. The reason why I love ultra running is because I love to run in nature. I am more attracted in running on trails than running on streets, so that is why I'm here now. Yeah, it's my first time here in South Africa and I love the trail running community, but I think the trails are really tough. They are wild, they are rough, they are technical, so I definitely needed some time to get used to it, but now I really love to run them. I will try to do my best. I will try to run as fast as I can, and I've seen most of the course already, and I know what is waiting for me. It's like technical trails, it's scrambling parts, it's runnable parts. I can tell you what I really expect of it. I'm happy to run it, and then we'll see what happens.
So cool to hear from Kimmy there, see what she's got to say ahead of her Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer this weekend. These some images from earlier on the beach, just getting the runners in, seeing what's happening up front there with the 2 leading men. And you can see just some telemetry from the Pulse app. Robbie Tweedle on the camera work there, keeping with the boys with that camera pack as they make their way into the rocks now. This quite a technical little bouldering section, and these guys literally like mountain goats as they make their way onto this section of the course. So great to see these visuals early on. You can see a nice spring in the step, the athletes really wanting to get out there, adrenaline really flowing through their bones right now, and lots of experience from these 2 Adidas Terex athletes.
Yeah, I was going to say, important note, if you're watching this right now, you can use that QR code at pulse.tv, and that actually, as you can see in the right-hand corner, you can see where the bikes and the camera people are live. You can actually go back and watch some of the footage that might not have made it onto air even, because we can't have everything on the screen at once. So there's some cool things in there that you can dive into. You can go back in time and watch stuff from earlier today. I think it's a really cool new feature to be bringing to the Trail and Ultra live broadcast world.
Absolutely. What I love about it is, if I'm looking to come and do the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town, these images are available on live in the library on the playlist at all times, so you can really come and look at the recce and do a visual recce of the course before you actually get there and see, hang on, maybe that's a section I need to look at, that looks quite tricky, let's get at it. So such an incredible piece of technology for the athletes, not only live but also coming in and taking it on virtually.
Yeah, it feels a bit virtual reality-esque, right, where you can really do this intensive virtual recce. Very, very cool. I think that can be game changing for someone who might want to be at this race next year, for example. But yeah, I think it is an interesting tool. If you're listening to this, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, do not hesitate to jump into the live chat there. You can let us know who you're cheering for. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know if you have questions about these athletes, about the course that they're running on. We've got great course knowledge here in the studio. Emily Hawgood has run, I think, every single one of these trails backwards and forwards. She's won the 100K. She's been second in what used to be the 65K. That race is no longer in existence because now we have the 55K and the 35K and the 23K kind of as those partners. But if you have questions, drop in that YouTube chat. We'd love to tackle them.
Absolutely, 100%. We're going to cut to another interview here now, this time with Tessa from the United States of America, currently running the 55K. Let's have a look and see what she's got to say ahead of her race this weekend.
Chesser. I am based out of Colorado. I just moved over the last 5 months over there, and I run for Craft Sportswear. I got into ultra running through a friend of mine, and just got exposed a bit more to being outside for very long periods of time, and ultimately fell in love with it. I qualified for Western States back in October running javelina, and I broke my sesamoid in April, and my season was unfortunately shot for this year, and so so having been in Cape Town in 2019 and seeing, Sea Point and all the beauty and all that Table Mountain has to offer, it was really exciting to be able to come back here and to actually get the exposure of the trails. And so because of that, I ended up picking the 55K distance, which still has 8,800 feet of technical climbing, and for me it's a season opener, which will be awesome, and I can't wait to get out there and give it hell. I'm hoping to achieve, and my expectations are honestly to have fun first and foremost. I have a beautiful support team with Craft and Buff and Drymax and all these wonderful brands, and so I'm happy to be here to represent them, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't want a podium. So I'll repeat the idea of really giving it hell. We're always human first, and so this is going to be a wild and crazy and fun experience, and so I hope that everyone gets to take each mile or kilometer one at a time and truly just embrace and enjoy it.
Sunto Adventure starts here.
So welcome back to the studio, and a big shout out and thank you once again to our incredible partners and sponsors here at the RMB UTCT, bringing you some incredible visuals and making the athletic experience just so much more enjoyable as part of this festival of trail running in the last weekend of November. It certainly has become a very popular race on the athletes calendar, and we're going to get into some more interviews with some of the athletes in the 55K. Let's get across to our race leader out of Great Britain, racing for Adidas Terrex. It is Robbie Simpson out of Scotland.
I come from Scotland, run a lot of trails, been in the sport a long time, actually about 18 years now, so getting on a bit, and this is my first time in Cape Town and first time doing this event. I love it here. I like the weather for a start. It's really nice. It's sunny a lot of the time, but it's also breezy. I love the ocean, I love the mountains. I like the variety in such a small area. Like you can go over the other side of the mountain and see something completely different, or you got like the real city centre, and also the people are really friendly. Most of them, they're all really, really friendly. Every time I've been out on a run, I've met new people on the trails. They've been asking about how things are going, and yeah, just really, really friendly. I think it's similar. I know it sounds stupid, but it's similar to Scotland in some ways, because you've got the mountains, you've got the ocean, and you've got a lot of really kind of chilled, friendly people most of the time. Just the weather's obviously really different. We've got midges, but then you guys have got snakes and stuff. So, I got into running up and down hills very young. I think I did my first race when I was 13 or 12 even in Scotland, and then got more into this hill running, and then eventually traveling abroad in the European scene, doing kind of short mountain races. And then I did so many years of doing up to marathon distance, and I thought, well, now everyone does ultra races, so I'd be quite keen to just try it and see, because I always enjoy the long distances. And then did my first ultra race in 2019, and I would say I enjoyed it. It wasn't that enjoyable. It was pretty grim, struggling in the last few hours. But yeah, I just enjoy the trail running stuff. It's a bit more chill, the long distance stuff, so I enjoy it. Just pacing myself, seeing a lot of good mountains, and it takes you to really nice parts of the world, like here. Well, I hope to make it to the finish in one piece without a snake bite or a dog bite or anything like that. Yeah, I never really put any pressure in terms of positions, times. Just go out and try and run it fairly hard and run well in the second half. I think if I can run well in the second half, I'll be really happy, and that'll take care of any expectations. You know, it's just being strong, and especially if it's a hot day as well, just managing drinking, nutrition, these sorts of things. But just want to run well and finish with a smile.
So you guys know more about Robbie than I do. Great personality, really seems to be enjoying the lifestyle that is trail running, traveling around the world, soaking up the sun, yeah?
Yeah, we joked the other day with him, he's like, I could see myself moving here. I was like, yeah, maybe just do escape winter, just never have winter, which I think is a little bit of that mentality, getting to chase summer a little bit, come down to the southern hemisphere. I don't think Robbie tans much, given his genetics, but I think he's happy to be here, happy to not be in the rain and the cold at home.
It was cool to say he kind of felt at home with the sea and the mountains, like similar to Scotland in that he has access to both there. So that's awesome to see him. And he said in this that he wanted to run it fast and strong, and so he's definitely doing that. It's kind of nice to hear their thoughts before the race.
Yeah.
And see them executing it on race day.
Absolutely. Also quite interesting now, moving between Hout Bay and Constantia Glen, we know that traditionally on this section of the route that there is always a little bit of a problem and breakup in signal. So obviously the teams are now coordinating themselves, moving around, trying to come up the back end from Constantia Glen to pick the athletes up again. And that's the reason why we're not able to pick up some of those visuals right now. There's absolutely what they call a dead zone, zero coverage whatsoever. So we're hoping to cut across to some of the e-bike footage a little bit later as well, which is going to be quite exciting. The guys on e-bikes picking up the athletes on those sections, which obviously are attainable by e-bikes, not too technical. Let's get back to this little fly through here, give you some sort of idea of what it looks like from the sky, a bird's eye view as we go down to this PT55 kilometer, the Peninsula Traverse, a brand new event here on the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town list of events, 5 events across the weekend. This one's significant. It's a point-to-point starting at the beautiful Landada Beach at 7 o'clock this morning. Athletes making their way through to the Gardens Tech Rugby Club, the big finish venue here in Cape Town, right at the base of the mountain. Absolutely beautiful setting, and that really is going to be great. Expect a winner time today. Looking at where the athletes are at the moment, we predicted a 5:35 winning time for the elite men. I'm guessing that time could be around 5, probably 15. Robbie Simpson, Gesturin in 1 and 2 at the moment as they go through Constantia Glen. So they have gone through the Constantia Glen aid station now, and they are flying at the moment. Just 3 minutes separating the two of them, and Robbie going through in a 2:32. So still ahead of that predicted time, and Gesturin in a 2:35.36. So great running from both these Adidas Terrex runners. They really are lighting up the field here this morning, and they are blazing a trail, as it were, across this incredible landscape that is the Cape Peninsula. You can see some of those points, gives you an idea of the topography here, the elevation here, sea level obviously down in Cape Town, and then moving into these incredible scenes and the spectacular topography that we have here in South Africa, in Cape Town. It's got to be one of the most iconic sites, where you can go straight from sea to mountains like this, have this sort of weather at this time of year, and we can see why it's fast becoming a favorite for the runners.
Yeah, and I mean, I was just thinking that it's probably one of my most favorite airports to fly into, because you do see that. You come, over flat land and then see the ocean, and then you just see this huge mountain, which is Table Mountain, and just the majesty of it, and just knowing that everyone gets to run around it.
Yeah, absolutely right. So back to the studio. Those of you tuning in from wherever you are in the world, a very good morning and welcome to the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. My name is Max Kleur. I'm your host. With me here in studio, Corrine Malcolm from the United States of America, out of Seattle, our trail specialist and expert. She's going to be bringing you some of the nitty-gritty inside info. She's been working on events all over the world. She knows the runners really well, and she's going to give us some fantastic insight over the next 2 days. And with me, my wing woman from last year out of Zimbabwe, also a racer and athlete for Adidas Terrex, like Corrina's, so teammates, little rose amongst the thorns here, but also the winner significantly of the 2018 edition of the Ultra-trail Cape Town, where she won the 100 miler. Take us back on that. Good vibes, good week. 2018 seems so long ago, but those big victories you always remember, don't you?
Yeah, I think they're all big learning curves, and actually this year it's been very exciting because some of the same athletes that were there that year when I was racing are back here. We have Mimi Kotka, Kelly Wolf, Carrie Ann, all racing tonight and tomorrow, and it's just exciting to get that energy back. Some of the guys too, Janos, the two Swedes as well. I learned so much that day, but this community was just the opening into trail running, why I wanted to be a part of it, why I wanted to keep plugging forward.
Yeah.
The energy you get at every aid station, from every person you see out on the route, the trail markers, everyone's so excited to be here. And that day just like changed my outlook on like what we get to be a part of out here, and as many miles as we all spend on our own out in the mountains. Ultra-trail Cape Town really captures how much community makes this sport.
Yeah. I think, for me what's so exciting as well is that the way that the event is structured and the freeness to choose and do what you want during the week is just so unique. You've got everything from the 23 kilometer, which happens today, which started literally half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, and then moving all the way up to the 100 miler and everything in between. And I think what's nice about that is it gives you stepping stones. And as an athlete, maybe you can remember when you first started trail running, did you know that you would be running 100 milers? Did you know that you'd be running 100 kilometer races? Is that something you dreamed of doing? And where did you start? How did you start?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of us are a little bit special in the sense that like 100 miles was the place for us. But kind of the big shout out too is that, so Toni McCann, who's been one of our on-field correspondents today, her mom is actually running the 23K. So Toni's mom is out there now. So if you see Mom McCann out there, give her extra big cheers. But I've been following along in the YouTube chat a lot today, kind of soaking up the energy from everyone that's watching at home. And it's cool. We have people watching from Norway. We have people from, cheering Robbie on from back home. Some questions about, some jokes and questions about, Anton and actually bigger questions about, why he's here in the 55K over, I think originally he was supposed to do the 100K, and just kind of eliciting to the fact that he wasn't quite sure if he was able to get the training in he really wanted this past month. So dropped under the 55K. Tessa Chester did actually something very similar to that. Wasn't quite ready to step up to the 100K, and I think that is really smart. You've got athletes who know that, who love the 100-mile distance, who love the 100K distance, who are willing to get on the start line of a 23K or a 55K. That to me is honestly kind of intimidating because I can hide in a 100-miler. I can't really hide in a 55K. So while Anton, I think, wanted to be in the 100K today, not being quite ready for it, I think was a smart call for him, and he joined the 55K, and it's kind of cool to see him out there mixing up with everyone else.
Absolutely, and such a character, a guy that just lives an incredible lifestyle, keeps things very simple, loves his rock climbing, he loves riding his gravel bike, loves getting out on the trails out of the United States of America. Let's have a quick check at what he had to say in the lead up to the event this week.
My name is Anton Krupicka, and I'm here to run Ultra-trail Cape Town. I'll be doing the 55K distance on Friday. I got into ultra running through the Leadville 100 16 years ago. Just wanted to test myself. I was curious about what it was like to run 100 miles. Yeah, my expectations for the race this weekend are pretty low, actually. It's late season in America. So my legs I've been dealing with a few injury niggles, and just hoping to see the area and try, run hard, but I don't have any great expectations of being super competitive or anything. Definitely want to thank the Cape Town running community for, putting on this event and inviting international runners like myself. And it seems like a thriving community here at Tuesday Trails right now. And I feel really fortunate. So just thanks to the local running community for being so welcoming.
All right, what a great guy, and just so chilled, so laid back, and just such a great outlook on the world. It's just so nice to meet characters like this, and I think we're very blessed in the trail running world to have incredible characters, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, truly characters in the sport. I think it's really fun to get to continue to watch them evolve, even though I think, they can be lore, they can be legend, but, to see them, to see Toni out, I got to look through some images from Tuesday Trails last night, and, Toni's just having a beer with people after the run. It's really kind of cool to see. To get to rub shoulders, rub elbows with, Courtney DeWalter, Jim Walmsley, or Anton Krupicka. It's pretty fun to get to have that all come together, feel very grounded, feel very human.
Absolutely. Let's get across and have a look at some of the results. What is happening out there on the leaderboards? Let's get to some graphics for you and get the team to take you through those. So graphics coming your way now. Take us through those.
Yeah, so this is our men's top 10. We've got a trio of Adidas Terrex athletes at the front right now with Robbie Simpson, Jeshrun Small, and Macy Hoke of Germany. Our top 2 men have come through Constantia Glen, which I think was kind of a big deal. Robbie has opened up a little bit of a gap at that point, about 3.5 minutes or so over his teammate. I am curious to see that 3, 4, and 5. They came through Hout Bay together, literally, 2 seconds separating them. What has happened between there and this next aid station, we do not yet know. And then they are being chased by really a fleet, a pack, a herd. I'm not sure what. If it was crows, it'd be a murder of South African runners. Not going to make it easy on those guys. One Danish guy there in the mixed in 5th. So really exciting racing up front. Really exciting racing for those top 5 positions. And I'm curious to see how that shakes out when those guys get to that 25-ish or actually 28-ish kilometer aid station here that our top 2 men have already gone through at this point.
100% right. 28.3 kilometers is exactly what it is. Let's quickly go. We're going to get Emily to take us through the women's leaderboard.
Yeah, so as we've been looking at those flags, it's pretty cool to see 7 different nationalities in the top 10. We have Kimi taking the lead there, and Landy behind her about 5 minutes at Hout Bay. Shango was right with Landy, seconds behind her. Then Tessa Chessa, Kim next from South Africa, our local, Olivia, and then Katarina, Natalie, Isel, and Samantha Riley rounding out the top 10. Super exciting for the women out here today, and just under 20 minutes between spreading them out from first
absolutely.
to 10th.
That's crazy.
It's anyone's race.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I mean 7 nationalities in the top 10, just 17 minutes separating those top 10 ladies. And obviously Kimi got quite a substantial lead, but I think that podium is going to be a hard-fought battle here today, considering what they've still got to go through. Waiting to see what is going on for the elite men at Constantia Glen. Both Robbie and Jeshrun are right up there at the moment, and they've really started to put the rest of the athletes into the hurt box because that time is definitely increasing. Let's get across to another ad break. We'll come back again shortly.
Sunto, adventure starts here.
One of the beauties of something new is that it doesn't have a name yet. It's sky racing, urban trail running, dreams becoming reality, or shining in the crowd. It's virtual running, ploga running, or personal best, a gold medal, or just pure madness. Whatever you call it, it's yours to imagine. To shape tomorrow. Salomon, tomorrow is yours.
You can have one or the other. It's not something that we at RMB like to say. So when faced with the conundrum of net profit or net zero, we say, why not both?
With the right people, it's possible. Commercial success or community success?
We like people who ask that question. Why not both?
Environment or investment? With our diverse talents, why not both?
In this changing business landscape, we find ourselves asking more and more how best to help our clients. Traditional values
or innovative ideas?
And the answer always is, why not both?
Welcome back to studio, everybody. Those of you just joining us, it really is fantastic to have you joining us on the 8th edition of the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. Right now in studio, we're going to go across and find out a little bit more about some of the athletes taking part in this incredible and very fast Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer. Let's go across to one of the athletes from Germany, Macy Hausch. He's in the chasing pack at the moment, inside the top 5. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of the racing this week.
My name is Marcel Höche, or Macy as the trail running community knows me. I'm from Germany, the very south of Germany, German Alps, and I'm here now in Cape Town to once again run the UTCT. Also trail running, I mean, I've been doing that for quite some years now. Loved it since second one. And this is my, I want to say, like 8th year now running ultra trails. So last year I ran the 35K and well, I also won it. So my idea was now to step up a little bit in distance. So I'll be doing the 55K this year. The strategy is going to be more or less the same. I have an intensity, like a heart rate that I'll be running at. Stay cool in the beginning and try to run like hard until the very end. My training's been pretty much the same as last year. We have quite some long sessions. We did like some very long and not too intense intervals in the last like 2-3 weeks. So we are starting to, like recover a little bit more and train a little bit less. I'll be toying the starting line with like some of my good old friends. So we'll give each other like a hug and wish each other all the best for the upcoming 55K. Yeah, I think I've been here now for such a long time, so I kind of feel like almost like a local. So like welcome everyone. I think we'll have a great time on the trails, and I'm happy for you guys to come and join us here.
All right, here we go. Live pictures for you. And here is your women's race leader in the 55 kilometer. Kim is looking really good. You can see how she's just leaning back into that downhill right now, making her way from Constantia Glen down towards Alphen Trail, I'm guessing right now. Also news in for you, very exciting, and we did mention this, that Robbie Simpson and Jesham Small are really setting a blitzing pace at the front of the field. Just 3 minutes apart between first and second, and then it's a massive 14 minutes back to third place, and that is Denmark's Mad Lowering. What we did call earlier was Mvusi Nkogo of South Africa out of Port Elizabeth is making his way through the field. Inside the top 10 at the last checkpoint, he now sits in fourth place, and he's just 2 minutes behind Mad. So quite exciting there. He will be fighting for a top 3 and a possible podium today. So Kim on track right now, turning through the beautiful vineyards here in Cape Town as she makes her way towards Alphen Trail, and you can see there the different techniques of running, should we say. What is that called when you put your hands on your knees?
It's called power hiking. Power hiking is a real thing in our sport. Power hiking is no, there's no shame in power hiking, but you, look, like he is power hiking almost as fast as she's running.
No,
like
he's got some skill.
It's whatever is most efficient to the runner, and generally around a 15% grade is most run, hike, turnover at the front of the field. So that's kind of what you're looking at. 15% grade, it's going to be more efficient to hike than it is to run for most people. So you can see that there. And particularly if you get tired, it's going to come down a little bit. Maybe it's 12%, maybe it's 10%, maybe it's 8%. So Kimmy could keep running, but he had to switch to a hike. There's nothing wrong with that or bad with that. You can actually hike quite fast. Actually, people who come from road running into trail, oftentimes that's where they struggle because they try to run every single step, and that can work up to a certain point. But at a certain point, that can totally fail. So really cool to see those side by side. We actually saw Jonathan Albin and Robbie Simpson doing that side by side at OCC in 2021, in which Robbie was running up the hill and Jonathan was hiking past him up the hill. Like it can be that fast.
Unbelievable. Nice to see the farm workers in the vineyards there cheering on the athletes. Very, very cool. I wonder if the grapes are ready. I think as an athlete, I'd definitely be looking at those vines for some nice big globy grapes, right? And smash a couple of those. But she really looks to be doing well. Remember, we're close on 3 hours into the racing now. Expected winning time for the elite women probably going to be around the 6-hour mark. So they're pretty much around the halfway mark. Next up for you, sitting in second at the moment for Team Adidas Terex. It is out of the USA, Jesham Small. He had an incredible race start today. He's been just towing on behind our leader at the moment, Robbie. Let's have a look and see what he had to say ahead of the racing this week.
Jesham Small. I'm from the United States, Colorado in the U.S. I'm 24 years old. I run trails, and I'm part of the Adidas Terex team. I got into ultra running growing up back in the day, I used to look at photos of mountains, and I'd always just wanted to go do mountains as quick as I can. And then I was like, oh, if you can do one mountain in a day, why not do a few? And then from there, just ran cross country in high school, was able to join a college trail running team at the college I went to. And from there, it just started the rest. And I just enjoy mountains and enjoy being outside and enjoy running. Expectations going into the 55K, it will be tough. It's going to be mentally taxing. It's super technical, some scrambling, some steep descents, some good beach running. I'm excited just to be out here, hopefully be able to put in a good effort. And yeah, it's just gonna be tough. These trails are gnarly, and it's just, you have to stay focused for how long ever it takes, and that's gonna be the exciting part, and see if you can just keep it going. My strategy going into the race is kind of just feel out what everybody else is doing. A big goal would be to get on the podium, and ideally be sick with my teammates to do a podium sweep that everybody from Adidas Terex in the 55K do 1, 2, 3. To everybody out there, all my fellow runners, enjoy the day, embrace the moment, enjoy the trails. Everybody that's racing this weekend, let's all have fun and run fast and enjoy the experience. And
Right, so here we go. Great chatting to Desham there, hearing what he's got to say out of the United States. He is sitting in second. What's interesting now is you'll see how fast things are happening at the front of the race. Both Robbie and Desham going through Elfin Trail at 2:32, 2:36. They are literally 12 to 15 minutes ahead of the predicted race time. So they are moving incredibly quickly through this course. And then you'll see through Constantia Glen, we've got Mads and we've got Mvuyisi from Denmark and South Africa. And they are the third and fourth athlete through Constantia Glen. Quite a short distance between Constantia Glen and Elfin Trail, just 4.4 kilometers, but it's just giving you an idea of just how things are turning around. Interesting as well there, Tabang Madiba from South Africa, the Salomon athlete, having a really good run here today. Back to the women now at Hout Bay. This is some time ago. We're expecting to see some splits from Constantia Glen and Elfin Trail for Kim, but look at that there, a 1:38, 5 minutes ahead of Landy coming out of Hout Bay. Shanga in the third spot for Norway. So back to some live. Let's have a look and see what's happening on track right now as we bring you some of the visuals from the course. Here's Kim, and you know her well. You guys run with her a lot. How's she looking body-wise? What's that body language telling you, Emily?
Oh, she's running strong. I'm sure right now she's definitely feeling the tiredness of racing this far, and I'm sure it's getting a little warmer out there. They're back in the private great vineyards, and as we can see, she's definitely making use of power hiking. She's running so well. It's really cool to see how strong she's moving, and I hope she just keeps up that positive spirit and keeps racing strong.
It becomes a race of truth, doesn't it? I mean, out there alone, taking on the trails. Obviously, this is what trail runners live for, but certainly you're bleeding through your eyeballs. You're trying to pace yourself. What's going on behind me? How far are they? Are they catching up? So many things going through your mind. What do? You're halfway into the race now. You're having an incredible day. Do you consolidate? Do you push? What do you do?
Yeah, those are all the decisions you have to make when you're out there, and it'll be fun to see how she does. Obviously you really want that second half to at least feel strong. If you're not actually moving faster than you were in the first half, you still want to make that second half feel stronger. And so it'll be fun to see her come into Elfin Trail and see how she can kind of dig deep and push forward and, really lean into that trail runner's magic, which is the pain of having run so far, and really feeling that burn in the legs as she climbs towards the university.
Absolutely. And it's just so nice to for us, having you guys in studio, knowing the runners so well, knowing what their body language is telling you. You can see a couple of spectators up on the route now as well, cheering on the athletes. A runner there, obviously just or a spectator there cheering on the athletes, but certainly some changes. What we've seen, correction in the timing as they go through Constantia Glen. It is actually Macy who's in 4th place. The German runner is ahead of Mbusi and Kogo. Josh Kagome of South Africa in 6th. James Miller, South Africa, currently in the 7th spot. So waiting to see what's happening here in the ladies' race. We know that Kim is head and shoulders above. She's going to be coming into that Constantia Glen aid station shortly as well.
Right now,
actually,
you can see those
right
flags.
now. That's right. Well picked up there. Take us through this.
Yeah, so, okay. Great to see that do it. So she pulled her soft flask out of her pack. There's a little bit of fluid left in there. She dumped it out because she wants to fill it up when she's here. No sense in kind of filling it up with a little bit of stuff on it. Volunteer out there to scan her bib. Really, really aggressive there. That was great to see. We picked up that aid station by those flags, kind of the big, branded flags to mark the aid stations that they're at. It definitely looks a lot warmer now out there today than it did this morning. It was quite chilly this morning at the start. You actually saw some people in some bundled up in some layers. Leaving the start at 7 a.m. Definitely warm in the vineyard now. The climate changes, I feel like, a lot from one side of the mountain to the other, and Kimmy is off. Really quick work of that aid station, under a minute, more or less there, and it's going to take us a second before we can get a split, but I do think the scanner's a little bit slow out of Constantia Glen. I'm thinking she's still sitting in that 10th or 11th position, but I'm not quite sure officially what it is, just because it's taken a while for us to get a full update. Like, they missed Macy for a while there. Like, he didn't show up at all. So we're thinking she's sitting right in or right just outside of the top 10 in the overall, or as the Brits would say, the scratch field. So in the overall field, and it's always cool to see how high the women can move up into that kind of scratch or overall position. So Kimmy making great work of the 55K course. And I guess the next question is, she had, I think, a 5-minute lead at Hout Bay. What has that opened up to? Where is Landy? Where is Shanga? Where's the other German Kimmy chasing her? So interesting to see kind of what that spread was. There was about 17 minutes between, I think, 1st and 10th at Hout Bay. Has that expanded? It's definitely expanded in the men's race quite a bit, with Robbie and Jeshrin really breaking the race open at the front. And then what was that official split? But 3 and 4, once again, Mads and Macy, they're running within 2 seconds of one another. So 3 and 4 in the men's race. Those podium positions still very much up for grabs, including, kind of your personal pick, your fan favorite, the South African, sitting there in 5th position, only about 90 seconds or so behind. So really, it's anyone's game, I think, for that 3rd place position, really, out of that pack. But I think Robbie and Jeshrin right now. There's Robbie. So Robbie, looking hot, I would say. That's a guy from the UK trying to stay cold right now. Yeah, and it doesn't look like he's moving as easily as he was just now, does he? He doesn't look as fluid as he did.
We did just get an update that Jeshrin and Robbie were close and talking about snakes, so they can't be too scared right now.
Talking about snacks.
Just a quick stat there for you as well.
Talking about snacks. It's a little bit different. Snakes and snacks are definitely a little bit different, but they seem to be having a great time.
Quick stat there on Kim. So she's just 30 minutes behind the leading men. So that's coming into that aid station. So and you can see just what the leading men are doing and how fast they are going. So hoping to get a look at that overall, what that looks like in that space, and hopefully we'll get a look at that shortly. But certainly she's very, very impressive. And as you say, what is that split going to look like back to that 2nd and 3rd place lady? But certainly Robbie and Jeshrin really making a meal of it here today, getting involved and really starting to up the tempo quite a lot, substantially in fact, as we go into the 3-hour mark now. So 3 hours into the racing. I know shortly we're going to have some breaking news coming your way and give you a little update on what has been happening in the last 2 sort of hour, and that'll be coming your way shortly. But right now Robbie is in a very good place. He's definitely found his mojo here today, and he seems to be quite enjoying the trails.
Yeah, and he's about to go into like the deep foresty sections, Newland Forest, which is kind of fun. There's a lot of steps up and down.
More
big
shade
steps,
though.
More shade. But it can get kind of hot in there because, yes, the trees are there and it's shady, but it kind of can trap in
holds
the heat sometime.
in.
Yeah, but it's, again, another new section, different terrain.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to cut across now to some breaking news on the hour, every hour, right here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. Let's have a look and see what has happened between hours 2 and 3 here on the Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer. Here's a look back at the start this morning, a 7 o'clock start this morning. The guys getting out the gate like scolded cats, getting out onto the course as quickly as possible, moving through La Dudna and getting that first 7 kilometers through to the Rocket Road done as quickly as possible. We saw this a little bit earlier this morning. This is basically a rerun of the last 3 hours, what has been unfolding on the trails here, and certainly a beautiful day, ideal weather conditions for the athletes. Things starting to warm up significantly as we get into the 3 hour mark, 10 o'clock in the morning here in South Africa. It is our South African summer, so the sun really does let you know that it's here. This, the very steep climb. Take us through this quickly, Ems.
Yeah, as everyone who's joining us, this is kind of a gnarly first climb right out of the bat. They get a little ways on the road, so they get to spread out a little bit, and then we start this climb where you're using hands, legs, feet, body parts to get up the mountain. Just an amazing view from the trail. The trail work done on this section has been incredible. As you can see with the video rolling right now, there's quite a bit of wash from the rain and the weather, and so we have volunteers that are constantly looking after those trails, and it's pretty cool and pretty special to have that. And yeah, that climb up to Suther Peak, or Suther Peak as known by the locals, is pretty spectacular and just a wow moment to bring in the start of the 55k before dropping down to the more commonly known Hout Bay, where we've seen some extra rain and some swimming is required in this race.
Definitely changing all the time. I think that's what's so cool about trail running, isn't it? Is that every given day can be different. Landi Kreiling here from South Africa, known for her prowess, an incredible list of palmares for her as an athlete, not only locally but around the world as well. Early on here, as you can see the Atlantic seaboard on their right hand side now, making their way through this very particular sort of foresty trail section. You can just see how rugged that is underfoot. Very careful to put your feet in the right position, moving forward, leaning forward, and trying to get as much momentum as you can. But some spectacular views coming your way from the team on the trails through the GoPros, and getting those packs, 6.5 kilograms of pack running with these athletes, trying to coordinate with us here in the studio. What's going on? Where are we? What do we need? What are we getting? So really good to be able to get these visuals. And as you can see, it's a crystal clear day here in Cape Town in South Africa. And look at these visuals across Hout Bay Beach. You can see Robbie here just really lifting it up here, getting some proper leg speed, getting that cadence right as he moves across the beach sand towards
That's
that.
Josh.
Is that Josh? Is it Josh with the hat?
The
of
hat
course.
gives away.
Yeah,
Towards the transition.
The little hat on Josh is how you pick those two apart there a little
So
bit.
there's Robbie coming into the aid station at Hout Bay. We know Cody Reid was there to welcome him, and obviously getting in some of that deliciousness to tantalize his taste buds. Everything from donuts to potatoes to, I think I saw some tremazzinis in there as well.
There were some gummy candies. We saw Cody kind of sampling it for us here.
You can't go wrong. Yeah. So you can see Cody there in the background. He's like, hang on, what do I do now? Because I used to run, and now do I run anymore? I'm not quite sure what's going on.
He's
really.
kind of chasing them, but he's cabled to the.
Hey, follow me with the cable, Mike.
Yeah.
But
we've tethered him down there.
Absolutely. And look at Robbie. I mean, wasting absolutely no time. Here's that hunting pack now of those 3 runners coming through. Here's the decision. Whoa, water. What do we do? Let's get in as quickly as possible and get things done. So into that aid station at Hout Bay. Here's your first lady, Kimmy, coming in with those spectacular sock game, those pink socks, and she really has just opened up the throttle, hasn't she? She's been spectacular in the last hour, making her way out of Hout Bay here now, making her way up towards Chapman's Peak before they move on to that Constantia Glen trail. And some great visuals, some great recaps. Remember, coming away every hour on the hour here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. We'll be giving you guys footage. So tune into the live footage every hour if you want to catch up. We know it's a Friday. We know you guys are working. But if you can tune in, do just that. So there we are, back in the studio. Crazy, crazy days. Welcome, those of you joining us wherever you are. Don't forget all the action unfolding on ultratrailcapetown.com. From there, you can click across to the different social media channels. You can follow the tracking of the runners. You can follow the route profiles, the route mapping, all the statistics and everything you need to know as well. And also click onto the live feed. Please share with friends and family. Don't forget, we've got Corrine here, and she's also just monitoring the chat there on YouTube. If you've got any questions, you need to know anything, you've got runners out there that you're identifying, let us know. We'll chat back with you, bring up some conversations. Anyone having birthdays today, for for instance, let us know.
Yeah, I'll give you a birthday shout out. You come pop in the chat on YouTube, and you'll get we can give special shout outs today. Today is your one day only type of thing, though. It's a one day event.
So some early action coming your way from Kim on the trails earlier today. This incredible pulse technology bringing you what it looks like, and the telemetry, the topography coming through. You can see she's 282 meters above sea level at the moment. Look at that, 3.12, 3.3 minutes per kilometer. So she's absolutely gassing it down here. And obviously the man with the pack, Rob Tweedle, just behind her, sucking up as much oxygen as he can just to keep with her. Kimmy has been known over the last hour to drop cameramen at a considerable rate.
Yeah, that seems to be a theme for her today, is that she's running so fast the camera guys cannot keep up. Maybe they get an e-bike on her and they'll be fine until it gets too technical, and then Kim will be gone again.
Yep. That's cool.
So let's have a look and see where we are. We're going to try and get some live pictures from Kimmy. We're able to get the e-bike on hopefully as well.
Yes.
Here we go. Ha! Look at that. What a change of scenery. Ems, tell us what you see.
Yeah, I mean, look at all that green. Super cool. You know, this is a section where she's going in the forest and big trees and more shade. If it's cool out there, it's extra cool with the shade. If it's a little warmer, it's cooler, but it could be trapping the heat in a little more. She looks so smooth.
Yeah.
It's so cool to see her running so strong.
And you can see nice and flat, obviously some sort of contour as well.
Yeah.
Moving very, very good, and you can see she's just flowing nicely at the moment. So interesting to see where the rest of the ladies are. We're still waiting to see who's going to be the next lady into Constantia Glen. But looking at your top 10 in the men's through Constantia Glen, Robbie Simpson, Jeshrin 1 and 2, Mads in 3, Macy in 4, Muvisi in 5 for South Africa, Josh Chigomi in 6 South Africa, James Miller South Africa looking good as well. Philip Pakogo there as well, he's the first vet in the field. Joshua Blackshaw looking good in 8, Etienne Skuman in 9, Lucky Mia inside the top 10. So really moving nicely through that section, and again only 2 athletes through Alphen Trail. Actually, look at this, Marcel has just gone through Alphen Trail. So Marcel sitting in third, 18 minutes off the lead, and right with him, 1 second behind him out of that transition and out of that aid station, Mads Lauring. So Mads from Denmark sitting in the 4th place, both him and Marcel trying to work hard to see who's going to get that final step on the podium here today, all going according to plan. But a substantial lead for both Robbie and Jeshrin at the moment. They're 3 minutes apart, and it's a further 15 minutes back from Jeshrin through to Marcel and Matt. So that's Alphen Trail. That's where they are. Kim on the sidewalk now. You can see just making her way through the course, 3:16, 3:13 into the running time today as the e-bike follows her along this trail. So
we have some kind of stuff going on in the chat here a little bit. We got one birthday shout out.
Yeah.
Let's give it, well, the 23K is going on right now, and people are flying in the 23K. But there's a happy 40th birthday to Dia Roberts, who's currently running the 23K. So
nice.
What a great way
well done
to spend your birthday.
Yeah.
But the other big thing is that people are asking some questions like, how's the 100-mile going, etc.
Yeah.
So for those watching right now, we are currently covering the 55K, which started at 7 a.m. local time here in Cape Town. The 100-mile event will start at 5 p.m. local time. We will be on air at 4:30 p.m. local time to give you kind of some pre-race coverage. We'll cover until 8 p.m. local time tonight, and then we'll be back in the studio first thing Saturday morning local time to cover both the 100-mile race that's going all day into Sunday and the 100K race that will start at 6 a.m. tomorrow and go until they're done. So you have a lot of footage to watch if you want it. So yeah, if you're looking for the 100-miler, hasn't quite started yet, currently covering the 55K while the 23K runners are out there doing their thing as well. So lots and lots and lots going on.
Absolutely. Don't forget to follow the website as well for the updates on that 23K at the moment. Love Moyanda of Zimbabwe leading the field as they go through that first section at Nursery Ravine. Peter Nkubi, South African second. Jacques Duplessis in third. In the ladies, it's Holly Page out of Great Britain leading. So Holly Page is opening up a can of whip-ass there in the ladies, currently in 8th overall. And Lillian van Niekerk, South Africa second. And let's have a look at that third lady, Anna Simpson. So that's what they look like in the 23. Let's go quickly to an ad break. We'll be back with you shortly.
You can have one or the other. It's not something that we at RMB like to say. So when faced with the conundrum of net profit or net zero, we say, why not both?
With the right people, it's possible. Commercial success or community success?
We like people who ask that question. Why not both?
Environment or investment? With our diverse talents, why not both?
In this changing business landscape, we find ourselves asking more and more how best to help our clients. Traditional values
or innovative ideas?
And the answer always is, why not both?
Welcome back, everybody, from our ad break. A big shout out and thank you to our partners and sponsors making it possible for us. Looking at the route map here of the 55 kilometer, a brand new event here at the Rand Merchant Bank Ultra-trail Cape Town. The PT55 kilometer, a point-to-point route starting at Ladudna at 7 o'clock this morning. A race winning time expected for the elite men of around 5:30, 5:20. Elite women should come in just under 6 hours. Looking at the route now, Ladudna through to Rocket Road, that is done and dusted. They've made it through to Hout Bay. Constantia Glen done and dusted at 23.8 kilometers. The leading 3-4 runners now in the elite men's race through Alphen Trail at 32.7 kilometers. Still to come, Nursery Ravine, the university at Cape Town, Dead Man's Tree, just before that last 3 kilometers into the finish at Gardens Rugby. So
yeah, and we have an update, I think, from the women's race now through Constantia Glen. We have our 2nd and 3rd place women through there. Kimmy has opened up quite the lead at this point, but Landy Grayling is currently in 2nd, 13:51 back, so almost 14 minutes back. We have actually footage on our screen right now of our women's race leader. That's Kimmy Schreiber of Germany, racing for Adidas Terex. And then 3rd right now, at least coming through on our timing splits, is Tessa Chesser. She represents Craft Running from the U.S., lives in Flagstaff, 15 and a half minutes back from Kimmy, but only, about a minute and a half or so back from Landy there. So there's a race going on for the women's podium right now in that 2 and 3 position, and I'm imagining 4 is probably not that far back. So we'll update you all as we get those updates from the women's race. But that as it stands, Kimmy Schreiber has opened up a huge margin over the rest of the women's chase pack.
Yeah, she's racing incredibly well.
She just sprayed some water on herself too, so it's getting warm.
Yeah, hot out
trying
there.
to stay cool.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
No.
Actually, also a shout out to all the Americans out there. Thanksgiving, right?
Yesterday.
Yeah. Happy
Yeah,
Thanksgiving.
they're asleep now.
Yeah.
The
Sorry,
U.S.
guys.
audience should be asleep. It's after midnight at home in
They
Seattle
should be
right now,
well
so they
asleep.
better be asleep. But if you're still up with us, happy Thanksgiving yesterday.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, guys. And really cool to see. I mean, we're getting more and more Americans coming to the race. Obviously, the race growing in popularity in the States, and that's obviously due to the likes of yourself and the likes of Dilbo spreading the word and the evangelism around what is the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. It certainly is a sought-after event on the bucket list, isn't it, Em?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, summer and at the end of the year is always a good time.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
Right. All right, so just look at the colors coming through here. Obviously a little bit pixelated, but that's expected. I think at the speed that she's running, time is battling to catch up with her, and certainly the cameraman really doing an incredible job. But she really is doing well. She's found her mojo here today for sure, and she's got to do a lot wrong in the latter half of this race to not get onto that top step of the podium. She's a professional. She knows what this is all about. She's been in this place before, and she's going to be ticking boxes all the way.
Yeah, she's getting really close to this next aid station too, which I think is probably part of the reason why she's like, I don't have to drink this water. I can use it to dump on me as you're getting closer to that next aid, because she left Constantia Glen, all of about 20 or so minutes ago. It's less than 5K between those two places, so she's going to be there in the next 10 minutes or so, and so she can afford to kind of give up that water to continue to to try to cool herself off. She's not technically going to cool herself off, but we do know that misting yourself with water, having water on your skin, while yes, it could lead to evaporative cooling, which has major cooling benefits, it actually just helps to lower the perceived exertion. There's a big mental and emotional component of that heart sensation that doesn't actually have like major, like more physiological underpinnings. It's mostly up in your head, which is which, you know, turns out the brain's pretty powerful.
Cerebral
So
cortex,
really cool
baby.
to see her, you know, sitting there utilizing that water that's in her soft flask.
Yeah.
As long as you don't mix up your sports drink and your water soft flasks, you're good to go. The sports drink soft flask with the Coke soft flask dumped on you can be a bit sticky.
Big shout out and thank you to our marshals on the route for this road crossing as she makes her way through back onto the trail. You can see the seamless filming coming through here from the e-bike. A big shout out to our cameraman on the e-bikes. These sections are more attainable for them. They're flatter, they're easier to move. Some of the stuff is just too technical, but really good to be getting this imagery. And watch out for the dogs. They're like Great Danes. We got collies, border collies. It's a whole celebration of doggery here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. So getting on and at it and just flowing absolutely effortlessly. It seems like Olivia de Bern of France now sitting in the 4th spot through Constantia Glen. She is a further 5 minutes back from Tessa. So Olivia from France sitting in that 4th spot at the moment. So there is your beauty shot leaderboard in the women. Let's have a look.
Yeah, so we do know that this is almost up to date. We do know that Olivia Durbin, we believe, of France has moved up into that 4th position, but she's 5 minutes back again from Tessa. So Tessa and Landy in 2nd and 3rd. They're pretty darn close together. Kimmy way out in front, 13 or so minutes off the front of the women's race right now. But once again, we've mentioned 7 nations represented here. Really cool to see in the field. But right now, Kimmy, Landy, Tessa, we believe Olivia, based on the timing, has moved up to 4th. But Shanga's been running really strong all day, the Norwegian athlete. We have had some lag from this aid station, so it could be that actually 5 women have gone through at this point. We just don't know until they correct us.
Yeah.
It's kind of what we're all operating on the same amount of information, unless you're physically out on course right now at that aid station. So we believe that is our current 1, 2, 3, 4 standing. Shanga and Kim, another German Kim, should be in that kind of 5th and 6th position, but we'll update you as soon as we have that information on our end as well.
100% right. So things certainly going to change up very quickly. Elfin Trail down into Nursery Ravine now, a little 4.7 kilometer section. From there they move towards the University of Cape Town, 7.4 k's up to Dead Man's Tree, and from there it's a very, very fast 3 kilometers down to the finish. So really things starting to unfold quite nicely now, and she really is looking good out there at the moment. And I got to tell you, based on what we're seeing, she's going to take a lot of beating. A 10-minute, 13-minute lead going into these last kilometers for her. This last sections or couple of sections for her. She's been out there alone for most of the day. She's led from early, hasn't she?
Yeah.
And she seems to be quite comfortable.
Yeah, and she's coming right into the aid station right now. You can see the tent coming up. In the past years, we've seen that this is where they have checked gear on required gear. So, something to look out for if they're checking anything. Yeah, super cool that she's at this point now. She hasn't seen her crew for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So aid station ready for her, Elfin Trail, and let's have a look and see what this looks like for her. Remember, after this, only Nursery Ravine, the final aid station for them before they make their way through to the finish line. Coming in nicely now, getting under that Salomon inflatable arch and into the aid station now. Spectators there, obviously welcoming her home, and it's going to be interesting to see what her time looks like now and compare that to the men's. We know that she was about half an hour behind the men at the last aid station. There's Cody. Let's have a look and see if Cody can pick something up for us.
All right, Kimmy Schreiber's just come in as the lead woman in the race at Elfin Trail. She's picking up some spring energy and some water, getting some Coke, trying to stay cool. Should probably take some ice. No, we don't. She's been running alone out there since 13. All right, the next woman is 13 minutes behind. Bianca, 13 minutes. Kim is crushing it. Right now she's 13 minutes ahead of the second woman. And we are at kilometer, do you know what K we're at? 32, about 32K in. All right, she's looking calm, cool, and collected as she heads out of Elfin Trail. Absolutely crushing it. That's how it's done.
Perfect, okay.
So the e-bike getting the visuals there. Thanks, Cody Reed, for the feedback there. She's looking really, really good. Around the 32 kilometer mark is what we've heard from Cody there in the transition. Going to be interesting to see if we can get a time and see exactly what that time is. There it is. So she went through in 3:25 through that aid station, going across to the men's race and see what time they went through. That exact point they went through in 2:51. So she is racing incredibly well, isn't she? She's just 35 minutes off the pace and into the top 10, sitting 9th overall. So 9th overall, moving up 2 places after those last 2 aid stations, sitting inside the top 10, and that is remarkable considering the depth of the men's field and considering the lineup of the men's field. That's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, she's only 34 minutes behind Robbie. 30 minutes behind Jesh, running really, really strong.
All right, we're going to check in with Cody, see what he's got to say. He's back at the transition, and we've got someone else coming in.
All right, well, you're doing great. Etienne? Yes. Congratulations. Etienne is crushing it. Also South African, I see on his bib. He's not sure what place he's in, but he's in good spirits. He says it's hot. He says that the climbing has been getting to him a bit, but he's looking good. He's just grabbing some water here, pouring a lot of water on himself, trying to stay cool. Like you said, it is hot times 2, and the quads are starting to go. He's probably going to want to start taking some salt here to help his legs from cramping up, since he's starting to feel his quads tighten. And he's off. Yeah, he looks great. Good job, crew.
Good.
Yeah. What?
Shouldn't you be on the other side of the camera?
No, I've done that enough.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
So back to the leading women after picking up Etienne Skuman there from South Africa. He's currently in the 9th place in the elite men's through Alphen Trail. He's 36 minutes off the lead. Remember, the top 2 runners, Robbie Simpson and Jeshron Small, literally opening up a can of whip-ass in 1st and 2nd at the moment. They are 15 minutes ahead of 3rd. Mads Lonnering sitting in 4th, Mvusi and Korgo in 5th, Philip Pakawa in 6th. And Josh Chigowe sitting good there, Joshua Blackshaw, James Miller and Etienne. So that is what it looks like at the moment, rounding out the top 10 for the elite men. News just in though is that Kimi is sitting in 9th overall, racing for the Adidas Terex team. She is having an absolute blinder here today, 3.5 hours into the racing now, and she is looking really, really good. Chasing her at the moment, the e-bike, trying to hang in there, trying to stay up with her, and really good to be getting these visuals of the trail as she moves really nicely, doesn't she?
What was really nice to see there in that aid station is that she really took her time to get wet down. They asked about ice. There was no ice there, and so you saw her, instead of filling up one of her bottles from the water jugs there, she actually got down low and got her head under it, and someone helped her get water all over her head, all over her hair, to try to take some of that coolness with her. That can help with evaporative cooling, because that's a much more significant amount of water depending on how humid it is out there. But she's running so well. Yeah, so this is our most recent, except I think there's an issue there. Kimi was there several times. Okay,
yep.
But we do have an update from Nursery Ravine from Robbie and Jeshron making their way through there. It looks like right now that Robbie's actually opened up a couple more minutes over Jeshron, with almost 6 minutes separating Robbie and Jesh. Again, that's going to be at the 37.45 kilometer mark at Nursery Ravine. From there, they're going to go to University of Cape Town, which is a really beautiful campus. I do think that we'll have Toni McCann on the ground there potentially, which will be really awesome to get her sense of what's going on in the field. She was magnetic at the start line this morning, our kind of start line field correspondent, the darling out there, as she cheers on mom McCann as well. But right now on your screen is the women's race leader, Kimi Schreiber of Germany, representing Adidas Terex, with at least a 13.5 minute lead over Landy Grayling and Tessa Chesser. That could change a little bit. We will have to wait for those women to get to the Alphen Trail aid station, and once they come through there, we'll have a better picture of is that lead changing, is it growing, is she maintaining, is it staying the same, or is Tessa or Landy moving back up, for example. As it gets hot too, while bleeding 13 minutes is a lot, You know, but if Kimmy starts to cramp, if the heat really gets to her, I mean, she's hiking on this section, which is not crazy. You know, she's adjusting her bottles. Maybe it's time for her to eat, because we're at 10:30 a.m. or so. Like, she's eating every 30 minutes. She's probably trying to get some food out of her pack to have a bit of a snack there, and it was probably shoved deep into there. But we're back with Cody, it looks like, in the aid station. We'll see if he can get anything from us or for us on the ground there.
Hey, what's your name? When you're ready, take your time. Catch your breath.
I'll put it just down the back here, yeah?
There you go, get some ice. How's it out there? It's pretty hot.
Getting hot now, getting hot.
Yeah.
But yeah, into the last third. So we're going to push and see what we got. Working nicely with my mates here. Yes. And we'll push hard.
Yeah, stay together as long as you can. It's great to work together. It helps both of you guys. Next aid station is UCT, guys.
Good to go.
How's it out there?
Good, Jenny.
Good. All right. You guys caught your breath. All right, time to go. Last year when I was running the 65K, coming through here with Colin Kenyemo, we were still working together at this point. We looked like those two guys.
Lady now, and Kim looking good as she's making her way through the trails. Nice feedback there from Cody. Lots of experience coming from Cody. He knows these trails really well. He loves South Africa, loves Cape Town, and our field reporter today stepping up, wearing that badge of accreditation with pride, with a big M on it for media, and I think he's quite excited about that. Robbie Simpson in the meantime, Jeshan Small, absolutely killing it at the moment. They've got through to the Nursery Ravine, and Robbie is over 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Jeshan around 15 minutes ahead of schedule. So they really are lighting up the field here this morning, and interesting to see at 37.2 Ks, I think we said it was, you know, just on under 20 kilometers to go. So interesting to see how that's unfolding, who will be next into that Nursery Ravine aid station. Here's a look now at the leaderboard in the ladies. Landy in second. Looks like we got a change there. Third place, Samay van Heerden, Tessa Chessa in 4, Olivia de Burn in 5. That could be changing. Remember, these results coming through off leaderboards based on the different aid stations. If we go back to Alphen Trail,
that's a really tight 2, 3, 4, if that is accurate, because all of a sudden you've got Landy and Sumi van Heerden only 5 seconds apart.
Wow.
So that's a nice little field right there, with Tessa only about 90 seconds back from them. So 2, 3, 4, I think that's probably accurate. Then with Olivia Debrin in 5th, and the other German Kimmy, Kim Stroman in 6th. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, that I think makes the most sense to me as well. And I think we'll pick up our men again as they make their way towards the University of Cape Town. But right now, Robbie Simpson has opened up about a 6-minute lead over teammate Jeshan Small of the U.S. I don't think we have a more recent update from Nursery Ravine yet. Nope, we don't have 3 or 4 or 5 through Nursery Ravine yet, so we do anticipate that it's probably going to be Macy of Germany or Mads of Denmark, but we're not sure. We'll be waiting, and they should probably be there actually very, very soon. They are running about 15 minutes behind Jesh, about 18 minutes behind Robbie. So as soon as those runners come through Nursery Ravine, we'll have a better update for you on the men's race.
Absolutely. So coming their way now, Nursery Ravine done. They've got a 7.4 kilometer section through to the University of Cape Town. From there, Dead Man's Tree, and then from Dead Man's Tree, just 3 kilometers to the finish line. So not so far to go now. Nursery Ravine at 37.4 Ks, University of Cape Town at 44.8 Ks, Dead Man's Tree at 51.5, and then the finish obviously at 54.5 kilometers. Quickly, for those of you, we do get some queries coming through. What is happening out there on the 23 kilometers, starting at 9 o'clock this morning, and we'll give you a quick update running through UCT. South African Peter Nkube in first place, Lovemore Nyanda of Zimbabwe in second, Jacques Duplessis, South Africa third, Carl Midlane coming in 4, and Tate Herps of Australia, it looks like, in the 5th place. In the ladies going through, Holly Page is leading it out for Team GB. Great Britain, she's in 1st place through that checkpoint. 2nd in the ladies is Liane van Niekerk, and 3rd in the ladies is Anna Sampson. So that's 1, 2, and 3 in the ladies in the Explore 23 kilometer. Back to the visuals now. Let's have a look and see what's happening. Kim is through the forest here. Nice to have the shade. I would expect Em's coming off the sun and getting a bit of shade, a bit of coolness as they make their way through to the next checkpoint.
Yeah, and I think that's the next male ahead, so hopefully she's chasing him down.
Chasing down number 8, ticking boxes all the way. Looking forward to seeing what happens, because she's gone through Alphen, 3:25. She's going to be on point for a sub 6 hour here today for sure.
Yeah, which is blazing fast on this course with as much climbing as it has. I guess my question to you is when will our 55K runners run into the back of the 23K?
Definitely going to happen, no doubt about that, and that's probably going to happen from your side if we look at those schedules. Here's one of the men running now.
This might be the Danish athlete.
Could be Mads.
This could be Mads Loring.
Yep.
He was running in kind of 3rd and 4th together with Macy of Germany.
Yep.
We'll try to get an official confirmation there.
Yeah. So University of Cape Town is where they're going to start hooking up together, and obviously from there making their way through to the next point. So University of Cape Town, you know, you're looking at, I think it's, what is it, University of Cape Town
10K.
to Dead Man's Tree is 6.7, so just nearly 11 kilometers. So they're going to be joining the route, working together over those 11 kilometers.
That was officially, so the gentleman we are following on our screen right now in the men's race is Mads Loring of Denmark. He's about 14 minutes or so behind Jesherin Small of the US, and about 20 minutes back on Robbie Simpson. So Robbie and Jesh have really opened up quite a gap over the chasing men's field. We expect Macy, a German athlete, to be in 4th position, but he's being chased in a big way by a strong contingent of South African athletes, and so Macy will be looking to put up a good fight on his way as they kind of drop down towards town slowly here once they make it through the University of Cape Town campus. But right now on your screen we are following current 3rd place in the men's race, Mads Loring, but I think our camera person, I don't know if they're getting dropped there. It's very possible.
Yeah, this is an interesting section. A lot of this section will be run at night by the 100 miler and 100 kilometer runners. So very different experience running between day and night, and we look forward to seeing those visuals later on in the weekend. But look here, it looks like Kimmy is ahead, right?
Yeah, I think she's overtaken.
She's overtaken, so moving up into
athlete.
8. Yeah, looking good.
Yeah, Kimmy is putting on such an impressive performance today, running a very, very strong race. We're seeing everyone start to get a little bit hot. We saw Robbie looking pretty warm. We didn't get an image of Jesh. We haven't seen him on screen since probably Hout Bay or so. So curious to know kind of how he looks. I think Robbie always kind of looks warm at this point in a 55K if he's racing in the summer months. So that tracks on my mind. And Kimmy at the same time, but she's doing everything right. She's taking time to make sure she's fueling. Yep. She's being thoughtful at the aid station. She knows that she's got a 13-minute lead.
Yeah.
And so she's had that information put in her head, so she knows she's got time to work with a little bit. You can't slow down.
No.
But she's got some time to be patient. It looks like we do have a split officially on our 2nd place female at Alphen Trail. Landy Grayling is still in 2nd place. She's just under 14 minutes back from Kimmy. So Kimmy's opened up about 30 seconds or so on Landy. So holding more or less steady there in my mind. So
and good consistent running from Landy as well. You know, she's running consistently, and she's really strong in the latter half of the race. So you can expect her to try and look at making up some time. We know how incredibly strong she is on the trails here. She's very familiar with them, and I think familiarity is important in the latter stages of the race, isn't it?
Yeah, especially on this next section that's coming. Like I said earlier, like there's a lot of steps ahead. It's a little more technical in a different way, and knowing how kind of long you have before you get to the Cape Town University campus is kind of cool, and knowing that, you know, Kimmy running here really well, about to hit that section. Oh, we see Macy on the screen now, currently in 4th, running strong too.
Yep, that is Macy of Germany in 4th. Yep, so back on our screen is Kimi again, Kimi Schreiber of Germany. And our camera is going to wait for the, I think they've seen the 4th place male come through that screen for a second.
Yeah, so Kimi here, they're going to go up into the gardens and onto the single track that starts leading towards Newlands Forest. It's a super cool section. There's some rocks and some smooth trails, some wooded pathways, and you can see people back in there. Not very many. The views kind of get limited to your trail, so you're in your own head, and this is the next section to really push to get to the university campus, see your crew, and then you've got just over 10K to the finish. So we're getting close.
Yeah, certainly getting close. And you can see now, you know, she knows what she needs to do. I can see that it's definitely getting hot out there. And I think she's feeling that right now. She's put a lot of effort in early on. And I think this is so important with trail running, is to time it right, you know, to make sure that you're spending that energy, you're not burning too many matches early on. But as you say, you know what she's like. You've run with her many, many times before. She's a teammate of yours. And she's a pro. She knows what she's doing.
Yeah. Yeah. We hope we always learn and take things from every race. So I'm excited to see her using her tools right now, being smart, like Corrine said, taking extra time at the aid stations when she needs to cool down or get extra food, and that's where it really shows up, is this point on.
Absolutely. Well, those of you joining us and tuning in, thank you so much wherever you are in the world. We're just under 4 hours into the first event here at the 2022 RMB UTCT, and we are excited to have you guys on board of what is going to be an incredible weekend, a festival of trail running here with the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to cut across to an ad break. We'll be back with you shortly.
Sunto, adventure starts here.
Tomorrow is yours. To imagine, to dare, to fail, to succeed, to create. Salomon, tomorrow is yours.
All right, welcome back everybody. Big shout out and thank you to our partners and sponsors here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. This is your men's leaderboard and what it looks like at the moment. Let's have a look and see what that's got to say.
here all day. Robbie Simpson still out in the lead. He's gaining on the lead. We're excited to see him come into the university campus and get a split there. Followed by his teammate, Jesherin Small from the USA. He was about 6 minutes behind Robbie at the nursery ravine. Then we have Mads Luring chasing them. He's running really strong. We got some live footage there with him following behind. Macy just 2 minutes off Mads, and we're excited to see how he's feeling. It's been kind of cool to see all those guys work together today. I know Josh was with them earlier, but it looks like he's dropped back a bit. But the guys are really, being bold out there, and it's been fun to see them get to this point in the race. And traditionally with the men, we do see some changes later on. So this is our top 10 right now.
Proper racing and really good to see. We knew it would be a jam-packed field. We knew it would be exciting, and the athletes have certainly delivered. Let's get across quickly to the ladies. Here's the leaderboard, what it looks like at the moment. Kim really ripping it up at the moment, looking good. We have an update on that through Alphen from you, and she's sitting 13 minutes ahead of Lundy Kralen, who's in second. So May van Heerden, South African, in third place now, 16:08 behind the lead, and Tessa Chesa of the United States of America at Alphen Trail just 20 seconds behind that. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Olivia from France in 5. Kim out of Germany, the other Kim, in 6th. Shanga is there from Norway. She's in the 7th spot, and we see Katharina there as well in 8. Natalie van Reenen in 9, and Turkey's Reisel in the 10th place. So good to see. Nice to see the splits. Remember, you've got the different checkpoints and the different locations, so that's why those times on the right-hand side seem a bit different. So make sure you're looking at the location when you're watching those times. But exciting racing up front, and 3rd and 4th position. So May van Heerden and Tessa Chesa for that podium spot at the moment. Looks like it's going to be a horse race for sure.
Yeah. Keep us on our toes.
Absolutely. All right, let's go back and take you to another ad break before we bring you back to the action.
Sunto, adventure starts here.
You can have one or the other. It's not something that we at RMB like to say. So when faced with the conundrum of net profit or net zero, we say, why not both?
With the right people, it's possible. Commercial success or community success?
We like people who ask that question. Why not both?
Environment or investment? With our diverse talents, why not both?
In this changing business landscape, we find ourselves asking more and more how best to help our clients. Traditional values
or innovative ideas?
And the answer always is, why not both?
All right, welcome back everybody. Close on 4 hours into the racing now as we have a look at this Google Earth graphic of the route. You'll see that green layer over the route, and that is of course the Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer right here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. Thanks for tuning in wherever you are in the world. It's a beautiful, glorious, unbeatable day here in South Africa, Cape Town. This is Ultra-trail Cape Town at UCT, the University of Cape Town. Coming up the notorious Cody Reed steps, where he did a 1-2 run out of talent fall on my face a couple of years ago. So really good to see this, and we know that Mike Finch and Sean Robson are there, the two commentators. There'll be a lot of vibe going on there. Remember, coming through this point now, the athletes are sitting in a position where they haven't got too far to go, and important for them to know that just from their side now, it's a 6.7 kilometer to Dead Man's Tree, 3 kilometers to the finish, so just under 11 kilometers to go now for these athletes. This, of course, is where the two races join. This is where the 23 kilometer, which started at 9 o'clock this morning, and of course the 55 kilometer, which started at 7 o'clock this morning, they are joining up for the first time. So there's going to be a little bit of traffic on the course here. What's also good is there's going to be a lot of camaraderie, and we know from UCT they've got the blockhouse, right? And that is crazy. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so it's cool. So they actually leave the university right now, and they kind of wind up a little bit, and then they kind of have a sneaky little sharp climb that a lot of athletes will complain about at the end. It's kind of this last little digger that, like, you better get up there. And yes, like you said, there's more people on the course now. So as the 55K athletes are meeting up with the 23K, the 23Ks tend to step off. It's a very single track trail. There's no way to get around unless you have kindness out there and people get out the way. But the 23Ks will be so stoked to have the 55Ks running by them. So they'll step off the trail, cheer them on, and like just give them that extra energy. So it's really cool because that 10K section can feel like a long ways. You can feel that the finish line is getting closer, but it can feel like a long
And it's
ways.
a lot more exposed, isn't it? I mean, there's no shade, there's nowhere to hide.
Right.
You're up against elements, the wind is blazing from one side for sure.
Exactly.
Really good to see the volunteers getting involved, telling the athletes what's going on, what they need to do, when they need to do it. I think that's really, really cool, yeah?
Yeah, that's
nice.
cool.
Now we're getting
yeah,
some of that ambient
some
audio from that's
sound.
so cool. And I
right.
think we're gonna have Toni on the ground here. She hopefully will be able to grab some interviews from there. Hopefully she's cheering on Mom McCann out there as well. But I did see some athletes leaving with some ice bandanas on. That the woman running away from us right now, that Nathan Pack on, has an ice bandana on, just keeping that nice cold ice on her neck. It's going to melt. It's going to feel really, really good as it melts on her as well. But yeah, it is always kind of that thing where it's like it's nice, I think, too, if you've been leading at the front of the 55K, to all of a sudden have people in front of you again is kind of like, it can be reinvigorating as well, because all of a sudden you re-engage of like, I'm going to go get that person, and I'm going to go get that person, I'm going to say hi to them, and I'm going to cheer them on. It's kind of, it can go both ways, obviously. Like, I think it's really nice to get kind of cheers, and it's like the energy you give is the energy you receive as well, from the aid stations, from the volunteers, from the other runners that are out there. So it is kind of it builds on itself. It's really, I think I would encourage you, if you're at your next trail race, if you're listening to this, cheer back to the aid station volunteers. Cheer back to the other runners that you're running around or passing on trail, because they, like, the energy is only returned to you. I think it's returned bigger as well. Yeah.
Quite nice that they have the steps coming out of the aid station. I think that's quite strategic
I think
mentally,
going
isn't
down,
it?
I think they'd be a real medical. We'd have to have medical set up right at the bottom of it, I think.
Yeah, and a big shout out to the team from Red Bull. I mean, this is such a big energy point, isn't it?
Yeah.
You really need your spirits lifted here. Nothing better than an ice cold Red Bull to just get those levels up. Getting a bit of feedback here from the venue at UCT, the University of Cape Town. I can hear Sean Robson on the microphone. Yeah. He is just the local guy when it comes to knowing all the trail runners. You'll see him at every Tuesday Trails. I don't think he's missed one in its lifetime. And he's just such a buzz, such a vibe. Mark Finch will be joining him there as well. So they'll be bringing the athletes in. We're hoping to catch up with Toni as well and see what she's got to say. We'll probably bring her
beautiful campus
in a little bit later.
Like, what a great, it's a really
that
beautiful
looks like
spot.
Toni making her way down the stairs right there now with Frank. So there's Toni and Frank in the visuals making their way down into that aid station, and I'm sure we'll be picking stuff up from them shortly. So.
Yeah, and I think that'll really give us a taste and a flavor for the environment that's down there. It does sound like the 23K runners have been flying
it
towards
sounds like
the
they're
finish.
in the last 3K stretch from down.
They are. I think the last, there's people cheering on second place, Jagis. was in second 23K race at Deadman's, and Deadman's is like
3K.
Yeah, right there, basically.
Are you guys hearing this vibe in the background?
Yeah,
I don't know about you guys, but I'm enjoying the
Max
music,
is
right?
starting to,
And if we're enjoying it here, they certainly enjoying it over there.
dancing in
Look
studio.
at this. She's keen. She's out of the blocks. She's not holding back. I'm running every single stair. She's probably a first timer, and she's never run Blockhouse before. I'm just guessing that right now because Blockhouse it really is that, isn't
Is
it?
that
It's a
bad,
monster,
huh?
yeah. It's a monster. Look at the wind as well. Quite interesting. That's going to be coming at the athletes for sure as they make their way up towards Blockhouse. Little thumbs up there from the athlete, and let's go and see. He's on TV. He's like, should I run? Shouldn't I? Should I run? Shouldn't I?
I feel like that the breeze can do one of two things. I find that sometimes the breeze is nice, but sometimes if the breeze is coming directly at you and or it's dry, if it's not humid at all, if it's a dry breeze, honestly, I feel like my mouth just gets so dry. But right now on our screen, we are following once again the leader in the women's race, Schreiber of Germany, representing Adidas Terex here, making her way through this terrain really, really smoothly. It is rocky. It is really, really tough. So I think our most updated splits from Alphen Trail right now are Kimi Schreiber, Landy Grayling, Sumi Van Heerden, Tessa Chesser, Olivia Dubrin, and Kimi Stroman, another German, 2 Kimis. But right now there is a split of about 30 minutes from Kimi number 1 to Kimi number 2. The German bookends right now on your 1st through 6th in the women's race.
German bookends. I'm going to use that. That's probably one of the best of the day. Nice work, girl. All right, so getting these visuals now. We're still getting some really good vibes coming through our ears here of Cape Town. So I know our technical team's working on that, and here we go, more runners coming into the tent now, and obviously that shade is a great respite, not only from the wind but also from the heat of the day. And you can see the wind just blowing through the bottom end of the screen there, giving you an idea of what it is like. But absolutely brutal, as we said. It's a beautiful day here in Cape Town, and the athletes are certainly going to be hydrating and getting out. The mix and match here of the 23 and the 55 coming together for the first time. I don't think that's going to affect the front runners at all. You know, the trail etiquette here is just always so good. What is the trail etiquette? You're a faster runner coming up behind a slower runner. Do you say track? What do you say?
I mean, the runners are aware, but yeah, I think just being kind and like actually just cheering someone on, being like, hey, good job. They're like, oh, okay, we'll get out your way, and then they'll cheer you on. So I don't think it really goes track or trail or.
I don't think you want to yell. I think honestly, it's really hard for me to say on your left and sound nice while I'm breathing really hard. So I often opt. So like, hey, like if I'm running out on the trail normally, not in a race scenario, it's a big hi, good morning, etc. Because on your left never sounds that nice.
No.
Sure.
And then I think when you're in the race environment, giving them a cheer, like, hey, nice work, or like, hey, nice work, I'm gonna sneak by. Like it's just I think if you start with that cheer, you start with that excitement, they're like, oh yeah, like you too, type of thing. It's like it's pretty easy, I think, to make those passes. And then also I know that if someone's coming up behind me and we're on a bit of a technical section, I'll be like, hey, just let me know when you want to go by, and I'll move out of the way. Or like, hey, when you find a good opportunity, like I don't want to have to step all the way off the trail. I think that's the big thing. There's exposure, there's danger, there are really tight sections of trail. It can be really hard to pass, and it's like it shouldn't be the expectation that everyone's gonna jump off the trail for you. It should be like, hey, like I'm gonna find a way, and like, hey, like I'm watching out for you, type of thing, as opposed to being like, move out of the way.
Yeah, for sure.
So interesting what you see there in front of you, those big arches. That is actually going to be a light tunnel before the athletes.
So cool.
It's a bit of a surprise. I don't think we're supposed to
I
say
think we
much
just
about
spoiled
it. So I might have just spoiled the
I think
surprise.
we spoiled it live on air.
But that is going to look awesome later on this week.
Because you know there's a bunch of 100K runners sitting in their
it's
hotels
a
watching
mist,
this right now.
It's a mist tunnel in the heat of the day, but it transforms into this greenhouse of light a little bit later on. Here's what the map looks like on the 55K Peninsula Traverse. Runners en route right now, and they are working really, really hard in the heat of the day, making their way towards the finish line. Of interest for you, in the 23-kilometer Explorer, we have a winner. Peter Nkubi from South Africa has done a 1 hour 55 minutes and taken first place. It looks like we have second place to Jacques Duplessis, also of South Africa, just 2 minutes and 17 seconds off. And it looks like Lovemore Nyande of Zimbabwe will take third place. So Peter Nkubi, Jacques Duplessis, Lovemore and Nyande in the 23K Explorer, they are first, second and third, all of them under the 2 hour mark. Well done, gentlemen. Congratulations. Amazing, amazing. Get through to an ad break. We'll be back with you shortly. See you soon.
Adventure starts here.
You can have one or the other. It's not something that we at RMB like to say. So when faced with the conundrum of net profit or net zero, we say, why not both?
With the right people, it's possible. Commercial success or community success?
We like people who ask that question. Why not both?
Environment or investment? With our diverse talents, why not both?
In this changing business landscape, we find ourselves asking more and more how best to help our clients. Traditional values
Or innovative ideas.
And the answer always is, why not both?
Just 11 kilometers from the finish line. So he's in a really good space. You can see he's looking pretty relaxed, got good leg speed. What's going on there? What's he taking out? What's he doing, Corrine?
Yeah, so he's got both of his bottles out really quickly. He just ran past teammate Toni McCann there, who will hopefully get some comments from as Robbie makes his way through here, because he should have about a 6-minute lead over teammate Jeshrin Smalls at this point, but he just handed off both those bottles really quickly. He's currently chugging whatever was in that last, I think he picked up a Powerade, it looks like, maybe. Yeah. Off the side there, getting some easy sugar in. He's down below, splashing water on his head. He's going to try to stay cool, splashing water on his legs. Those quads are burning. Soft flasks are getting filled quickly right now. He's got to give those bottles going to be hard to get open and hard to get shut at times, but Robbie looking good here. Remember, now this is the first time he's been around other runners all day. Yeah. He's now blended in to those 23K runners, and that's going to be an interesting experience leaving here, because he's going to be the first one passing all day, and that's different. All of a sudden, like Kimmy coming in through an 8th, they'll be used to some of these faster athletes coming by. They'll be excited for her, but this is going to be interesting where it's like as soon as it single tracks back up, Robbie, Robbie, stay on your feet, Robbie.
Stay on your feet, buddy.
He's going to be the first person that they're seeing all day from the 55K, trying to make moves for them. And there's Miriam there, Janish's partner, one of our teammates, and there's Janish, a teammate there, giving him good cheers.
Winner here with you in 2018, am I right, Janish?
Yeah.
Yeah, so good to have him back. What a great personality, another great guy. Robbie's starting to decide, okay, boys, let's put it down and get going. Let's see how it goes up the steps here. Taking one at a time, 2 at a time.
They were going to have that camera, like Rob with him running behind, because he was running with him in. Yeah. I wonder, because that might help him too if he does have the camera guy to say, hey, we're coming through.
A camera guy can help clear the path a little bit.
Make way.
Yeah.
Although this is Blockhouse, and any camera guy that can keep with Robbie needs a medal, right?
Should probably get a medal for something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but most of this track stays pretty wide through this section for at least for a while, and that will definitely be of a benefit for him. But you can see him there. It's like they're not sure what side he's coming on. He's just going to try to move through as efficiently as he possibly can. But Robbie made quick moves of that aid station, not messing around. Got in, got out.
All right.
Just said hi to a kiddo there, I believe.
Oh, look at the kids! So danger! Out the way! Hey, Mom, come back. I haven't had my donut this morning.
Dad's not as fun as you are. There's a whole, it's a family affair, right? It's nice to see. I feel like there are a lot of dads that run across the finish lines holding children at a lot of these big races. I really get excited when I see moms get to come across the finish line with a kid or two in tow.
Absolutely.
Really cool to see them out there getting to cheer on their parents. Hopefully someday, that's going to inspire them to be a trailer, as they say in France, or a trail runner, as we might say elsewhere. Really, really excited to see the whole family out there.
Good. And also, I think what's exciting for me here, just watching this, look at the amount of women on the course. I think trail running is one of those sports where you've got a really good match between men and women with regards to overall numbers, don't you? It's still normally sitting between sort of 45% of the field is made up of men and women. So it's a really good split, isn't it? I see Stu McConaughey, the director of the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town, shaking hands with one of the marshals having a chat.
At the shorter distances, right? We get those really even numbers. As races get longer, we see that. We see it become all of a sudden more 80% men,
100%
20% women. But
Yeah.
we're trying to boost those numbers. But having events like this, having the 23Ks, the 55Ks, the 35Ks, help to boost those overall numbers as well when it comes to having a large representation from women getting to compete over the weekend as well.
So you can see Sean still got his beanie on, hasn't had time to take his beanie off. He's in his flip-flops. We call them pluckies here in South Africa. They call them pluckies. So Sean is such a character. And let me tell you, you give that guy a microphone, he's going to talk for 2 days without dying.
Stu just made a very quick close-up there for a
Stu's
second.
like, hi guys, how you doing? So Stu on the phone, which means he's onto some sort of emergency somewhere. The life of a director of an event like this is just phenomenal. I mean, imagine what's buzzing around in his head at the moment. He must be, having so many ping pong balls going around. But let me tell you, as a race director, as an event director, he really is at a level. And I would take him and work with him anywhere in the world. He really is an incredible human being and a passionate human being, and the life and soul, a dad, and just lives the life every single day, doesn't he?
Yeah, Sean is so great, and he is, like, we talk about that community heart, and he's very much there, and like running into the finish and hearing Sean's voice just cheering you on, you're like, okay, I'm here at UTCT.
So we're hoping to get some sort of chat in from Toni McCann shortly. She'll be at the bottom of the UTC stairs. Corrine, what do you got for us?
I was going to say, officially, Kimmy Schreiber has come through Nursery Ravine. We knew that was going to happen. She should have been the next person in there. She sure was. She's currently running an 8th overall. She came through there at just about 4 hours even. She's 43 minutes back from Robbie Simpson right now. Robbie really opened up a lot of time on people in that last section, but Kimmy running solidly in 8th position overall. She's only about 3 minutes back of position number 7, so we'll see if she can make her way up the food chain a little bit more into that top, maybe closer to the top 5 position by the end of this.
So interesting, coming through on the 23K, Carl Mid-Lane has come through in 4th position, 8 minutes off first place. Peter Nkube taking the win for the men in the 23K Explore here this morning. Congratulations to him, and well done. Really exciting racing, and as we said, under that magical 2-hour mark, so an incredibly fast 23K from him. Back to some image, we're getting images coming through at you, seeing them and calling them as we see them at the moment. And here we go. There's your leading man, and you can see now the wind really quite active on this section of the hill, and Robbie making his way around, moving towards Blockhouse now. Hey guys, give us a track coming through here, but you can see just onto the road now, stretching it out a bit, and choosing his next victim. I'm going to get past that guy. Got to get past that guy. Got to get past that guy. And he really is looking good. He's got probably just under 10 Ks to go now to the finish. And like we said, 5:35 was the predicted winning time. I'm guessing he's going to go probably sub 5:15.
Yeah.
Establishing a new hard course record.
Sure. No, he's going to really put one down that's going to take a lot of beating. I don't doubt that for a second.
No. It's cool to see. You can, you see that camaraderie already. I mean, he's leading the race, and he's turning his head to every athlete he's passing, saying, like, good job. Or,
yeah, well done. You got this.
It's so cool.
Incredible. Remember, through University of Cape Town, just 6.7 kilometers to Dead Man's Tree, a significant landmark on the route here at Ultra-trail Cape Town. And then, of course, just 3 kilometers to go to the finish. So right now, we've got the commentators on the finish line. They're bringing through those 23K athletes. So we're going to have the top 3 women in the 23K coming through shortly as well. And then it's the big load up. What time is Robbie going to do today? Probably just over an hour's time. You're going to see him coming across that finish line, which is remarkable.
So fast. Yeah. So fast. And we don't yet have a split for Jesh through the University of Cape Town campus, which means that he's opened up a bit more ground. He had 6 minutes at the last checkpoint. It's looking like right now he's got at least 7 or 8 minutes.
Yep.
So he is starting to put more and more daylight between him and anyone chasing him. So it'll be very interesting to see what Jesh's actual split is at the University of Cape Town here. Probably in the next minute or two, I imagine we'll get an update from them.
Right. And as you said, 6 minutes ahead at the last checkpoint, Nursery Ravine. Jesh was then 16 minutes ahead of Mads. Mads probably 2.5 minutes ahead of Marcel Mvusi, just 3 minutes behind that. So I think that
this is steep.
That third spot on the podium is going to be
sought
after.
This
is Blockhouse. This is Blockhouse, and you can see how the trail workers have been working here to just stop that drainage and that big erosion problem that you have on these mountains, because you've got this clay, and the clay, when the rain falls, it just doesn't let the water down, doesn't let the water seep through, and that water just runs. So this obviously is super steep, and you can see hands down, making sure he's getting that foot placement right as he makes his way up. So,
but once again, if the camera makes it look steep, it's really steep.
Sure. And we spoke about the wind from the left, and you can see traditionally the trees actually moving left to right because they've been blown that way for so many years. So that is just really exposed,
really
coming from the left-hand side. And look, that wind is going to be doing a couple of things, isn't it? First of all, it's going to be cooling him down, and that's not a bad thing. But certainly it's going to be dehydrating him, so he's going to have to make sure that he keeps on drinking as he makes his way up towards the blockhouse. We actually had early on, I think it was October, we had a Strava segment up blockhouse to see who could set the fastest time, and that was very brutal and very well contested. And it's quite cool. That's what the guys at Tuesday Trails do. They set these Strava segments throughout the mountain. Guys go and chase them as they do, and it's exciting to see what the human body can do. Up a section like this.
Yeah, and I mean, Cape Town is world round known for like their community, and that just adds to it. Like setting these little like FKT type things and segments and sections, and it just like really has grown the whole vibe.
Absolutely
in
right.
Cape Town, in that trail running community, and just the safety factor and just everyone running together. It's just like built it up. It's like, it's amazing to see the community take it as a blessing that they have to run together.
100%
It's
right.
so cool.
Corrine, have you got anything coming in from the social, from the feedback from the people out there?
Yeah, we're wondering, we're waiting, we're hoping that we can have a little bit more action from, I think, the University of Cape Town. I think people really want to be able to hear kind of the energy that's going on there more than anything. Lots of Sean fans in the audience for sure. So we're going to try to do that as Jeshrin comes in as well, because our second place male should be coming in right now, actually.
Yeah.
Can we deliver this?
So let's have a look and see. Coming into the University of Cape Town, UTCT, UCT, but this is your second place. So Jeshrin Small, out of the United States of America, for Adidas Terex, is now up the steps, making his way into the space, and we can see a significant loss of time to the race leader, Robbie Simpson teammates, but Robbie really is in a good space today. This is the RMB, I'm going to say it, light tunnel that's coming your way in the next 48 hours, but through there nicely, and now he'll be picking up. Sean would have picked him up in that second spot. You can see there 132 meters above sea level. He's running at 5 minutes a K. Important now for him to get that hydration, not go too fast through here, because you can win or lose a race here. Yes, he's got substantial time on Mads and Marcy, but he wants to hold on to that second place. He's definitely lost time to Robbie, and that's for sure. We're going to get across to Toni McCann. Toni McCann in the tent now at UCT.
Jason
Toni,
is
what's happening?
Now icing himself down. He's looking good, looking hot, but smiling still, which is a real big positive. He's just sticking some ice into the back of his pack to help cool himself down. That perceived exertion comes down when your body temperature cools off. He's filling up his bottles with water for that final exposed section of the race. Sorting himself out, getting himself ready for the final 10 Ks. Just a few minutes behind first place Robbie Simpson, who also came through here cruising. Again, just grabbing some of that ice, cooling himself down. Good job, Jesh, sticking some stuff, his ice in his cap. And he's off. There he goes. Off he goes on the final stretch home. Now he heads up to the blockhouse, which is going to be a nasty little climb up to the top of the contour path, and then it's a nice flowy section back to UCT. Jeshrin is cruising through here. Absolutely no problems through that aid station, looking super calm and comfortable, super happy. What a run he's having, really looking so good. This final section is a nasty little climb up to the blockhouse, really steep and loose, sandy soil. But once he hits the contour, it's cruising all the way back to UCT, past Deadman's Tree, and to the cheering crowds at the Gardens Tech Rugby Club. So we're super excited for Jesh. At the moment, it's an Adidas Terex sweep in first and second. We are now waiting here at the University of Cape Town for the third place man, and then we will be waiting for for the ladies to come through as well, who at the moment is Kimmy Schreiber, also of Adidas Terex. So I'm just going to little team shout out there. They are doing so great, and it's so awesome to see them running on my home trail. So good job, team. Yeah, the vibe here at UCT is looking so good. Sean Robson on the mic and DJ Phil. What an energy here. If you are around in the area, come support, come cheer. There's a whole lot of runners who are going to need that last little push right at the end of their races here. So come and join us, come share, a cheer and a clap and a high five. It's going to be a good day.
Tony, thanks so much. Really good to feel your vibe, and we can see Sean on the screen here running with the athletes. I wonder how many kilometers he's going to do today. But yeah, looking at a predicted race winning time for the men here in the 55k, Robbie Simpson, I'm guessing, is probably going to be at the finish line probably in about an hour's time. So I'm guessing around 12:10, 12:15, you're going to see Robbie Simpson get into that finish line at the finish at rugby, at the rugby grounds at Tech in Cape Town. So making his way up now towards the blockhouse now, exposed, alone, running the race of truth here, having to dig deep, looking behind him to see what he can see, obviously not getting any feedback from his team. I don't think he's aware that Jeshron has lost a lot of time to him coming out of Cape Town, of the checkpoint at the university, onto the contour road now, continuing to climb up to the blockhouse. And you can see the route markers really, really good here. The route marking team has been incredible. We have a thing called forerunners, and these guys go out ahead of the race leaders and make sure that the wind hasn't blown over too much, etc., etc. We're going to get back to Toni. Let's see where she is and what she's got to say.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Alrighty.
Yes.
Last little cheer of the athletes before we welcome Stu McConaughey to our live feed here today at UCT. How are you doing, Stu? How's the day going?
It's going really well. I'm super excited that it's finally here and it's happening. The 55k has been on fire. I think the guys are about half an hour ahead of our projected time, so we're looking a little bit embarrassed about that. But other than that, I mean, the race is, everything's happening, and the broadcast is going well, so everything's amazing. Thank you.
Amazing. Well, yeah, I think the team is always a little bit ahead of time, so rather don't underestimate the Terex team, but no, it's been a while. Then you guys have really put on a show. I think everyone's really appreciating it. So awesome work. And what are you looking forward to most for the rest of the weekend?
I guess I think a highlight will be obviously the Milo start this afternoon. I think that's going to be really exciting. And then obviously the winners watching the 100k. I think obviously that's our premium field. Seeing how that goes, both fields are really stacked. So yeah, I'm super excited. And obviously just overwhelmed that we're finally here and it's all happening. So it's a dream. Thanks.
It's been an incredible day so far, and I can speak on behalf of everyone that it's been really special to see this event come to life this year like it has. So thank you for doing such amazing work, and we're so excited for this weekend of really epic racing. It's such stacked fields. I'm not going to lie, I've got a little bit of FOMO that I'm not out there today, but next year I think I'm going to have to join it. Don't worry, I'm drinking all the lemon water. Thanks for joining us today, Stu, and yeah, good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Shot, guys.
So you can see just how brutal this climb is. I mean, literally knees, hands, fingers, elbows, clawing his way up here. Robbie Simpson doing such an incredible job. And let's not forget that he's been followed by a cameraman.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not forget
a
this.
cameraman carrying, well, I don't know if this person's carrying a pack or not, but if they're carrying a pack, again, it's 6.5 kilos of weight. It's not nothing.
100% right.
We had to make Robbie run a few miles to slow down a little.
Yeah.
So here it gives you an idea of the pulse section. Now you can see the telemetry on the right-hand side, that little yellow dot zooming in here, showing you exactly where he is as he makes his way up Blockhouse. You can see the contour road going left to right like a snake weaving its way up. But Robbie just taking that beeline, that straight line, 433 meters above sea level. And look at the speed. He's dropped down to 19 minutes per kilometer. So things slowing right down. You'll see at the picture there, that little purple dot, that is the notorious blockhouse. So he's nearly at the top of this climb. He's going to breathe the sigh of release for sure. He then moves across to that contour road on the right-hand side and makes his way around the mountain. And he'll start getting his first views of that finish line and hopefully getting down to Deadman's Tree, start hearing the finish line as well. But look at the visual, look at the real time, just to show you and give you an idea of just how brutal that is. Zooming out here a little bit as well, and you'll see the finish line pretty much just around that next corner. So not far to go now. Gardens Tech Rugby Club, you can see on the sort of right-hand middle there, that is the field of Gardens Tech Rugby Club. That is where the race venue and setup is. One thing that's very apparent for me, Ems, is just the beautiful colors on the mountain right now.
Yeah.
Have a look at the flowers. They're all in bloom. Absolutely spectacular, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just the most gorgeous time to be out here, and with that sunshine and those flowers, it's just, yeah, what a finish. Like, the last 10Ks just blow your mind, and you can see the whole of Cape Town and all the people out there. You really get filled with the energy for those last 10K. There's no way to escape it.
And as an athlete, I mean, the highs and lows, heaven and hell, right? You're coming out of UCT, you've been running hard, you get into UCT, there's water, there's food, there's celebration. All of a sudden, you go into these steps, and now you're into quiet. You're into focus. I've got to get a blockhouse. It's coming. And then getting to the top of blockhouse, that euphoria of like, I've done it. The nail in the coffin is done. I get on that contour road, make my way down to Deadman's Tree. I'm nearly there. I've got this, exciting.
Yeah, that contour trail is kind of narrow, and there's a few little like steps up and down and round and around. So it's super cool to see how the shorter distance athletes kind of attack it, like seeing Robbie right now. I mean,
look at that view.
This is where the cameramen have a hard time keeping up, because suddenly there's wheels. And we see their speed really show up.
So this here gives you an idea of what that route looks like coming out of that University of Cape Town. Now you can see that contour off that blockhouse now, and then what he's going to do is he's going to make his way down to Deadman's Tree. So there you can see the down coming now, dropping into Deadman's Tree. It's coming up pretty much there, and from there just 3 kilometers to home onto the fields at Tech Rugby. And that, of course, a view from the 100 kilometer, but significant because these last kilometers are exactly the same. So right now on the contour path, he's looking down over this beautiful vista, the sea all over the place, and there's a lot going through his mind right now. He's had a big season. He's coming into another victory, and he's got to be pretty stoked.
Yeah, it's always a certain point in the race, and it's one of my favorite finish line questions. Like, when did you let yourself celebrate, or when did you think you actually had it in the bag? And sometimes it's like 400 feet from the finish line, where you're finally like, oh, I'm 15 minutes ahead. Like I can celebrate now. It really can take that long. But we do have an update in the women's race as well from Nurture Ravine. We've got 4 women through there right now. Kimmy Schreiber in first, Landy Grayling in second, Tessa Chesser in third, and Sumi Van Heerden in fourth. All Kevin's right. Back. Kevin pulled shifts this morning. Kevin's been everywhere.
Kevin for the win. I hope there's an ice cold Jack Black for him on the finish line. Look at him go here. I mean, he's just a legend. I mean, I just cannot explain to you. I remember last year we just said to ourselves after the broadcast, we have to highlight these heroes because these guys are just doing such an incredible race. I mean, to hang with someone with the likes of Robbie Simpson on a normal day is hard. And now this guy's carrying this backpack. He's been grafting before. I'd love to put a tracker on these guys and see how many kilometers they're doing over this weekend. They're going to be.
Oh, well, we have it in a document somewhere. We can find it.
We're going to find it. There's no doubt. And I like the moustache. I don't know how he chose that profile picture, but I think it's pretty cool. he's got a bit of attitude going on. He's like,
it was a choice. It was definitely a choice. But yeah, so once again, you've got people navigating on a pretty narrow track there. Yeah. The camera person does help because they can try to help clear, but you're right. We have seen Robbie kind of turn his head side to side to say, "Hi there, like, good job, I'm coming through." But it is hard when you're tired, when you're hot, and you just kind of want to be done. It's really hard to continue to make sure you're being courteous to everyone else 100%. Out there.
I think I've just seen a little interval here from the cameraman keeping up. He's like, "Don't go too fast, Robbie. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Yeah.
We can't listen."
I feel like he catches up and then he loses ground again.
Yeah.
The elastic is snapping. But yeah, I mean, certainly very good to see, and really good to see how the back markers on that 23K are leading through the top athletes. That's really cool.
For sure, yeah.
Nice and easy.
Yeah. And remember last year, I'm pretty sure we gave a standing ovation to the guy who was following Jim down this section because it was so hard to keep up. So we might have to do that today.
So I know we're going to have Cody on the finish line. He's going to be very excited about, you know, getting the athletes through. There's going to be a bit of a while until that time, but at the moment we've got Robbie. I mean, he's flying. Look at that. He's put 23 minutes in. We've got a problem with second place, Jeshrin.
Jeshrin's tracker didn't read, is what it is. We saw Jesh come through. We had eyes on Jesh.
About 10 behind. So it's Joshua, something like that. So he's probably not going to make second, but he's holding good for third, and I think he's going to push ahead. He caught Jesh about 4 minutes coming in this section, so he's good, looking good. He struggled this thing on the 100 miler, 100k.
Very solid. He's looking calm and collected, and he's staying cool. As you got ice for him.
Do you need? He's cool. He's cool.
He's cool. He's ready to go. Hey, watch out for these stairs as you head out. Don't trip. Chugging the Red Bull. There's only about, 8K after here until the finish line. There he goes. He's in a solid third place right now. And unless something happens, he's going to stay there. Yeah. All right. What was that runner's name?
That is Mads Luring from Denmark.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a guest with us last year. He was like top 10 coming into this for the 100k. RTV got him, so he fell back to 12th. So he knows this section. He knows how to struggle, and mentally he's been getting psyched to come and clap it.
Yeah. He looks ready to go. He's so he's been here before. He's very familiar with this part of the course. He's run it last year and in the 100k.
Yeah.
All right. And what did you give him today? What's he been eating?
He's been doing Morton most of the day, and he's waiting a Red Bull he took in now to get him up the climb to the blockhouse.
Nice. And what is it, about 8 to 10K to the finish from here?
10K. So it's all about getting to the blockhouse. From there, it's smooth and easy, but this is a horrific little climb.
It is a tough climb from here. After you leave UCT, you run across the road for a few hundred meters, and then you start climbing up to the blockhouse. And that is a hectic climb. Like I remember going up it using my hands in some places. But once you get there, you're on the contour path, and you're going across Table Mountain, and then it's all downhill from there into the finish at the rugby fields. All right.
Keep walking around.
Okay. Did I do it?
Yeah, that was perfect. Oh, can we get one of those power aids? Ask him if I can get some.
Is it all right if we grab a Powerade?
Yeah.
Is my best guess, and then another 10, 12 minutes back from Jeshrin is Mads Luring of Denmark.
And Mads coming out of Denmark. I mean, we know how cold it is there right now. He's had to acclimatise, adjust. You know, this weather here is brutal today, so it's been a big change for him, and he's done really well. And to be honest, he's looking really good, isn't he? He's moving at good pace.
He bolted up those stairs.
Yeah, I mean, chatting to Lance there, you saw Cody and Lance having a chat. Lance from Runcation, who looks after a lot of the international athletes here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town, and certainly very confident and you know, sitting in that third spot for Denmark. I mean, that's really good. So, as we say, probably got a problem with Jeshrin on his tracking at the moment, which means Marcy is in 4th for Germany, and Vusi and Kogo of South Africa, the first South African at the moment, sitting in 5th place, and our runners now trying to track down our leader. Robbie Simpson is moving at pace at the moment.
I think the most common question we're getting in the YouTube chat is actually, does Cody Reid have a South African passport yet? I think has been the question. No, but he does have a set of stairs named after him at this point. They keep calling them the Cody Stairs, leaving the University of Cape Town aid station. So
Absolutely.
that's almost as good as a passport.
That's right. We call the passport the Green Mamba here in South Africa. It's named after that very toxic and dangerous snake. So, interesting to see back here now.
Fourth,
oh, wow.
Fourth male. This is German athlete Macy. He's got Janish's partner Miriam is
it's
helping
not
out.
affecting him. So somebody pour some water on him, or give him some ice in the pack. All right, later on you can get it. Get some water and ice on your way out, man. All right. Here he goes. This was a quick stop for him. Yeah, it's getting some ice in the back. There we go. I got it in the back. You got it, baby. Watch those steps. There he goes. Onto the hard section in the last 10K, up to the blockhouse. He's solidly in 4th place, unless Mads, who's in front of him, has a problem. He will most likely stay there. A solid finish for Macy. All right. No! That's not good.
Here we go, guys, up to Blockhouse now, and confirmation Jesron Small from the United States of America is in 2nd place, having an issue with his tracker at the moment, which means Marcy from Germany in 4, Mads Luring of Denmark in 3. Some words of wisdom there, and I've got to reiterate just how important experience is in this game. But Cody Reid, as the athlete's going up the steps, watch your step. I mean, that's critical, right?
Yeah, that is
the
why
Cody
we call
Reid
him the
steps.
Cody Reid steps, because he took a good tumble trying to get out of there. But right now we're following 2nd place male athlete Jesron Small. He's got the cap on, unlike his teammate Robbie Simpson. Yeah. Did we say we've got an official split from Jesh?
We don't.
Okay, we don't.
We don't have a split at all at the moment, and looking at the leaderboard, currently sitting in 4th place, but he's not. He is firmly in 2nd place. Yeah. We know Mads chasing down hard in 3rd, but I think an insurmountable lead to catch that sort of time with less than 10 Ks to go up the blockhouse.
I think when Jesh gets up and over this hill, he's got really, really good leg speed, and so if he can open it up on any bit of downhill, he'll use gravity.
Absolutely.
Gravity will be on his side, and Jesh can move really well over that train. But Mads looked, I think, better than Macy coming 100%. Out of that aid station. He looked really, really fresh. He was efficient. He was quick, and he bolted up those stairs.
100% right. Shortly going into an ad break. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
Sunto Adventure starts here.
So a big thank currently sitting in 4th place, but he's not. He is and sponsors here. Look at this drone shot off the top of the University of Cape Town, and looking really, really good. You can see just how exposed this side of the mountain is. A big shout out and thank you to our partners, of course, the City of Cape Town, Sandpark, Salomon Ford, the President Hotel, Sunto, of course, our timing partners, Murton on the nutrition side, Jack Black, of course, for those ice cold brown Fantas on the finish line, and then, of course, for GoPro just giving us so much utility and so much opportunity here to bring this broadcast to you guys here this morning. Going into the afternoon now, we're expecting Robbie to be probably around 30 to 35 minutes from the finish line. Technicality around their rock on the track, giving you an idea of just what awaits these athletes as they make their way down to Dead Man's Tree. So the cameraman doing an amazing job here. You can see some of the back markers here on the 23k. Cameraman sort of sitting at the moment between both Robbie and Jesron. He'll hopefully pick up Jesron for us as Jesron catches him up and makes his way down towards Evan. Here comes Jesron now. That's exactly what we expected. And the cameraman now picking Jesron up. Jesron currently sitting in second place. It's an Adidas Terrace 1-2 at the moment, and both of them have had an incredible day. So really good to see them both on their very first attempts at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town in the brand new 55 kilometer run, starting at 7 o'clock this morning, and really good to see them both putting in an incredible effort here today. Remember, we've got just over 2,000 meters of climbing, 2,706 meters of climbing to be exact, and it's been a big day at the office. You know, starting at 7 o'clock this morning, expecting a winning time of around now probably 5 hours 15 minutes, which is going to be a good 15 to 20 minutes ahead of the expected time. Really good to get these pulse images. You'll see bottom right hand side of the screen, that's your QR code. Check that out with your phone, scan it, it'll take you through into the Pulse Live platform where you can go and replay or rerun any of these sections that we're bringing you live today. But Jeshurun looking really good at the moment. Look at the leg speed on him at the moment, 4.3 minutes per kilometer, running well on the contour. You can see looking down over the beautiful bay of Table Mountain into Cape Town, and he's literally got to get around this next big corner, contour around a little bit more. Once he gets around that big corner, he should start hearing, depending on which way the wind's blowing, some of the action coming at him from Gardens Tech Rugby Club, down to Dead Man's Tree, and then from Dead Man's Tree 3 kilometers to the finish line.
Yeah, and it gets a little like rocky and technical there. Like not anything crazy from what you've experienced all day, but it does kind of shock the legs a little bit because you have some smoother trail right now, and then it gets rocky and you're like, what the heck, my legs are tired. Yeah, I definitely like Corrine's favorite question at the finish line of like, when do you let yourself feel that you're gonna win?
Yeah.
And I just remembered back to when I ran in 2018, and I got to that point, and Kane Reilly was there with the camera, and he was running behind me, and I just burst into tears, and I was like, no, they're still coming, and you never really feel it until you're like hitting. I only finished, like felt it like went across the finish line.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
There's no way you can't take a safety net or anything. You kind of are racing the whole way, and that's what we're seeing today is the top 3 guys they're all racing.
They're racing, and it's like sometimes it means you're running scared. Yeah. That's not a bad thing. Like it's kind of like you're just like, you know that you can't let off the gas at all, just because it's like they're coming. Even if it feels like, you know, even if you're sitting here saying, oh, he's got a 15-minute lead, like he can chill out. It's like it doesn't feel like that while you're out there. You're definitely very much fight or flight mode, and flight is the option.
Yeah.
So having a look at our women's leaderboard here in the PT Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer. Kim Landy in second, Tessa now in third, Simone van Heerden in 4, Olivia from France sitting in the 5 spot. And really good to see Kim, the other Kim from Germany, having a really good run, not below the radar at all, in 6th place. And then, of course, look at that Turkey moving
Turkish
from
athlete.
9 through to 7. So she's really done some good work. Sam Riley out of South Africa also moving up from 10. And Natalie van Reenen battling a little bit. She's moved down, and now it is Chantal Nienaber for the first time, one of the local trail runners here, very popular in the trail running fraternity. She's now made her way into the top 10. So back at it now, looking at Jeshurun Small on the contour road. Look at that leg speed, sitting around that 4 minute per kilometer mark, looking really good. He's 449 meters above sea level. You can see the beautiful Table Bay down in the bottom. That's the main port of Cape Town, the city of Cape Town below him in the city bowl, and he's going to be running a couple of situations through his head at the moment. Here is confirmation of that men's leaderboard for you. From Scotland, Robbie Simpson in the lead for Adidas Terex. Nads in second, his teammate.
No,
not Josh.
Jeshurun.
Sorry,
it's going to keep bumping Jeshurun down as new guys come up, just because it never read.
So remember,
his
this has been picked up off our timing. So basically, it's just a live pull-in, and certainly Jeshurun confidently and solidly in second place. Josh Blackshaw in 8 at the moment, Lucky Mia in 9, and in 10 Etienne Skuman. So that's there and thereabouts where we are as they make their way through. Waiting to hear some more from the University of Cape Town to see who is going through there. We're guessing that Mvusi Nkogo out of Port Elizabeth, very strong local runner, first South African in the field at the moment. He should be coming through into the University of Cape Town shortly. So Mvusi just come through, has he?
Mm-hmm.
So he is through, 36 minutes off the lead. Guys, I've got to tell you, I think Robbie is having a very special race today.
I think he is. I think you realize he's
Much prefer soft flasks. They're much easier to refill. It's also much easier to track how much you're drinking. When you have the water in the backpack, you can't really tell how much you've drunk so far because you just can't see it. Yes.
Say it again.
4th place male is in UCT, picking up some fruit. Let's try to talk to him. See if he has anything to say to us. Oh, and I'll talk to his crew once he heads out. Oh, he has sauce flasks and a bladder. He's running with a lot of water. He's definitely feeling the heat out there. He's got, what is that, like a 2-liter bladder plus soft flask in the front. He's just trying to get the calories out and accessible for this next section. But he's doing good. He's taking his time. He's not stressing. There aren't any runners coming up behind him yet. He's but how you doing out there?
I'm doing fine, man. I'm doing fine.
Nice. Only about 10K left. Are you ready for the climb up to the blockhouse?
Yes.
Yeah, he's ready. Look at his eyes. He's ready. All right. Can you tell me again? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Yes, he's ready for the climb up to the blockhouse. Yeah. All right. I don't see anyone behind you, buddy. You got this.
Okay, let's go. Nice one. Yeah, because I heard they were like, now go.
Midnight.
Okay. But what about all the other stuff? Anything?
I think some of them did pick up because they did say, yeah, pick it up.
Holiday.
All right.
Does your boss know you yet? I'm kidding, no. Don't be on the camera. You, sir, I am so pleased you're wearing sunscreen. There we go. Hey, how you know? Have a good time. Well done. You, sir, are amazing. Incredible. Two very, very accomplished athletes about to make the climb. Hello, Sparky. How are you, the guy? Any better, I'd be twins. Mike Finch coming through the arch. Take a moment, Mike. Soak it in. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Finch, the editor-in-chief of Runners World South Africa, as well as bicycling.
So our first South African, Umvusi Nkogo, making his way up that little network before he gets onto the contour road, making his way up to Blockhouse. This is a route that he knows really, really well. He's the first runner, I think, of the top 5 that knows the section well. He's run it in racing conditions before. And again, he's looking really strong, isn't he? You can see he's got good cadence in his legs there, super positive. He is very accustomed to running in very adverse conditions. Some successful campaigns at the Addo Elephant, 100-miler, doing I think the 60K there as well. Just a super seasoned campaigner. He is used to brutal conditions. So looking at the Pulse app now with the second place runner and looking at Jesron's small there now. We've got confirmation of Jesron's time now, so just on 12 minutes behind Robbie going into UCT, so definitely losing a bit of time, but he's a firm 13 minutes or so, 12 minutes ahead of Mad. So he's got some good time now. He's looking good, very slight of frame and nice and light on his feet, so working very nicely up the hill. Yeah, you can see here 7.5 minutes per kilometer at the moment, so a lot better than the 16 and 17 we saw earlier.
Yeah.
But at 470 meters above sea level now, watch that yellow dot on the screen, making his way up to Blockhouse. He's actually not too far now, and yeah, he's in a good space.
He's past Blockhouse.
He is past Blockhouse,
Yeah.
am I right?
Yeah.
He's on the
He's on
contour.
the contour trail.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. He's around the corner,
it's
right?
It's exposed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's exposed and rocky, and it's not exactly
It's
a very
not smooth.
flowy section.
Yeah.
You want it to be, and it just isn't.
Am I guessing that green dot on the right-hand side of the screen is Dead Man's Tree?
I think it's the what spot? The green one? No, I think that's them moving.
Is that first place?
I think that's actually
the
Jay.
cameraman.
That's Rob.
Rob,
Where
yeah.
Rob
Yeah,
is
it
on
could be
the-
Robbie. Yeah, absolutely
So
right.
No, it's where Rob Tweedle. It's where the camera is on the course, not where Robbie is.
Hello, Rob.
We got too many Robs going
Look
on.
at you.
Too many
You're a
Robs, too
little
many
technical
Waynes.
genius. That's why she's the expert, everybody.
Yeah.
She knows.
I'll
She has
correct
the
you.
all-seeing eye. All right, so Rob Tweedle now, the legend, the myth, the mystery, and he's on that camera pack. Back to UCT now. I think Sean is going to have sunburn on his flip-flop feet by the end of today. There's no doubt about it. And he's certainly going to be doing the miles here, waiting for those next runners to come through, having a chat to some of the locals as he does. And he certainly is not scared of using a microphone. He can chat all day. Actually, I think we call him Have a Chat, because he'll literally just chat with anybody, which is quite nice. A school teacher by profession, by the way, a new father, and just a great guy. So no one better. Leading lady, here we go. We're looking for visuals now, and we got a bit of a freeze frame, but that certainly is your leading lady at the moment. Remember, sitting in the top 8 overall as she went through Nursery Ravine. King Schreiber for the Adidas Terex team, and Adidas Terex really having a field day here today on this field, and really putting down some great results, and really good to see the brands and the teams investing and putting their whole team into a position where they can come on, take on a race like this at the end of the season. So big shout out to you guys. Thanks very much, man. So through a little bit of shade, a little bit of respite from the elements as they make their way around the contour. Remember, this contour will be run at night for a lot of people. Look at that drop to the right-hand side. I mean, it's pretty severe. You've got to stay on it, and you need to be aware of what's going on. Fatigue does set in at night, obviously, and night vision very, very different to what you experience during the day. Hoping to get a bit of e-bike action here with our leading man. Hearing from my guys here, we have... Robbie Simpson is dialing it in now on the tar and moving at pace at the moment.
Yeah, like a minute, maybe less from Dead Man's Tree. So then he'll take a sharp right turn and start the little switchbacks down, and then be at the finish. 3K to go from when he hits the tree. And
moving incredibly well. I mean, really looking good.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen any flaws in him today. You know, he really has set himself a good pace, set himself a good speed. Look at the elbows, they're nice and high. He's nicely balanced. And 55Ks for him just seems to be no problem in these conditions.
Yeah, this is an e-bike following him now. There's been a lot of good chat in the chat about Rob Tweedle, and coming in from our tech team too, that Jeshrin and Rob have been joking with one another as they run along, and I think the current consensus is that if Rob had run today, maybe he would have been third, which I think, we might call him the unofficial third at this juncture. But right now there's an e-bike following the men's race leader Robbie Simpson along this section of trail, and really, really amazing footage from our whole team behind the scenes today, from our e-bike riders to our pack runners, just really doing the heavy lifting to get you guys these images this weekend.
And quite nice coming through into that last 3 kilometers. Is that the Dead Man's Tree section now? I mean, he's really close, right?
Yeah, that's...
So there it is. I think that is the tree hanging on the right-hand side. That is the notorious, iconic Dead Man's Tree here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. From here, 3Ks to go. It is a fast 3Ks. And, we said we're looking at a time probably around, 5:15, but I think he's going to go 5:05, 5:10. He really is moving quickly and exceeding all expectation. He's going to probably be 25 to 30 minutes under what we expected to be the winning time on this brand new route here, the Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer.
Yeah, it's exciting to, get to the finish line too. Like, as supporters from afar, no one's seen the finish line yet.
Yeah.
We didn't start here this morning.
Yeah.
We had live stream from race registration and things like that, but I know a lot of people who called in now and are watching haven't seen the legendary Gardens Club. So this will be exciting. First view of the finish line, and
truly
getting Robbie all the way there.
Yeah, absolutely, and just so good to see it. And look at the cameraman running.
Yeah,
that's not
one of ours because there's no backpack.
That's an Adidas Terex film photo crew person.
Okay, cool.
We're back on. We're kind of leapfrogging back and forth between Robbie Simpson and Jeshrin Smalls here as they make their way down towards the finish line. Currently in first and second place. On your screen right now is second place Jeshrin Smalls, again being followed by the legendary Rob Tweedle, who we joked might be the unofficial third place.
He's run a lot today. Looking down on the right-hand side, Lions Head, Signal Hill, obviously synonymous landmarks here in the beautiful city Cape Town Bowl, and obviously just picking up a bit of friction here from the footage now. Obviously running out of signal, you can see they're right up against the mountain, right up against the cliff face, so that signal will come and go. know. But we're going to continue to bring you these images. This is what it is all about here when you are doing live broadcasting. And when you're doing live broadcasting in a remote area like this, under these conditions, I think these guys are doing an incredible job. So well done, everybody, and cannot wait to bring you the rest of the broadcast over the next 2 days. Remember, this afternoon at 4:30 we go live again for the 5 o'clock start. That, of course, for the very first Ultra-trail Cape Town 100 miler, this brand new event where we get to showcase so much more of this beautiful Cape Peninsula to you. That'll be starting at 5 o'clock tonight. We'll go through to just after 8 o'clock this evening for you on that live stream. And then, of course, tomorrow morning it's a 6 o'clock start for the UT100, which is the 100 kilometer, and we'll be coming live to you, I think, from 5:30 tomorrow morning on that. And that'll be a straight out 15-hour live stream for you, bringing you all the action of both the 100 kilometer and the 160 kilometers. So it's going to be absolutely sublime. Good to see Jeshan here now, really getting at it, and look at that pace. He really is moving quite quickly and running strong, feeling it, and knowing that he's not far from the finish line. You can see quite high on that contour path, still got to make his way down from Dead Man's Tree. When he gets to Dead Man's Tree, when he gets onto the road, and from there 3 kilometers to the finish line. So the team at the finish line obviously now getting excited, getting ready. I know that Tatum will be there, Sibs will be there. We've got
Tony's down there.
Ryan Scotty there. Tony's going to be at the finish line as well, hoping to bring you guys some finish line interviews and hopefully your first glance of the race village, which is looking amazing.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool race village. If you haven't been, if you think you've been to a cool race village, you probably haven't been until you've been to the Ultra-trail Cape Town race village. It was really, really impressive to be there yesterday. Great energy down there. And then I think we're expecting our leading lady, Kimmy Schreiber, to be into the University of Cape Town probably in the next 4 or 5 minutes. Is my best guess. She was about 15 minutes back from the South African in 5th in the men's race at Nursery Ravine. So I do think that we should be seeing her here in the next couple of minutes coming into the University of Cape Town, where we'll have images of her, and I think Cody will still be on the ground. Maybe he can grab a chat with Bianca or whoever else might be hanging out there. Janish. Put Janish in front of the camera maybe for a second. But we're waiting for our leading lady. She is being chased by Landy Grayling, South African athlete, South African legend, I would say. We've called a lot of people legends today, but you know what? Most of them deserve it. And then in 3rd, we believe, is Tessa Chesser of the U.S. So a good race going on right now for 2, 3, and 4 in the women's race. But it did look like at the last split that, at this point, Kimmy Schreiber has quite a lead, a healthy lead. We're talking 15, 16 minutes. And maybe that is building by the time she gets down to the University of Cape Town campus.
So just checking out the social media and the WhatsApps and all the information coming through, it's amazing what a cool and passionate team we've got on the ground. And the team getting ready for our race leader, Robbie Simpson, in the PT Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer, the first ever winner of this. It'll be a new race record because it is the first event, but I've got to tell you, this is a record that I think could stand the test of time. He really has had a great race, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had a really good day. I haven't really seen a low point. I mean, I know we haven't seen the whole race because we're just viewing what everyone else is viewing, but it'll be cool to debrief, and hopefully someone at the finish line will get to ask him how the day felt for him.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What happened out there?
Right.
Right? Because we see a lot, but we see a little.
Yeah.
We think we see a lot.
Yeah.
But really, we see a little. So, and I think that's interesting too when you're following live timing, for example. It looks like, someone's been in the lead all day, and really they've been going back and forth with this person for hours, and you have no idea, because it's like we see them every 12 kilometers or 15 kilometers or 20 kilometers, right? Those splits only tell you so much. Results only tell you so much too, right? The results never paint the entire story, paint the entire picture. And so I think it's really critical. Those finish line interviews are some of my favorite ever, just because the person's kind of wasted too. And so they'll just they speak really freely, and it's really fun to get to have that conversation with them.
So another runner that looks like, I think, Josh Chigome, 4:53, sitting, I think, in 6th place at the moment. Cody?
All right.
All right, and Josh is off. He told me before we were live that he can't believe he has this last climb left. I think he's really feeling the distance and the heat out there. Earlier in the race, he was with Macy.
Respect the grit. The South African starting to come to here. One of our best
Right, so
faces,
Josh getting
Philip
words of
Maguire
wisdom
as well,
there
also
from
the 55K.
one of his mates as he makes his way up the UCT stairs. That's Christian, I think it is, am I right?
In the green shirt.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Christian Green.
So Christian just having a chat with him, letting him know what's going on. Josh doing an incredible race here today, currently sitting at, looks like it could be 7th place. Philip Bakwago just ahead of him, I'm guessing, and looking really good. Corrine, what you got?
I was going to say that would mean that Kimmy should be the next 55-kilometer
Yep.
runner to come in there, so we
Yep.
should be seeing her very, very shortly. So we are awaiting our first woman in the women's race of the RMB UTCT 55K today. They've got matching shorts on.
All
They've got
4 of
matching
them.
outfits on.
We've got
That is
quadruplets.
copy paste there.
5 of them. Did I count 5?
There are 5 of them. There she
Shut
is.
the front door.
Yes, she
100% right.
is.
Nice.
So visuals of Kim now, not looking as free as she was maybe a little bit earlier, slowing down a bit on the pace.
But just
Am
coming
I
off
right?
the technical trails
Just
onto the
slowing it
runnable
down a bit.
stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
kind
More-
of normal.
We'll give her the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
More of a shuffle, maybe the legs not going back as high.
Yeah.
But looking good nonetheless, and nice. You can see she's getting into the shade wherever she can, making her way down the road here into UCT, and I'm sure she'll be hearing Sean and Mike on the microphones right now, and trying to soak up a bit of that vibe, get that energy point in, as she knows she's 11 kilometers from the finish.
Yeah. It's a good point to get to in the race, and you get here, you cruise here, you get cooled down a little, get some energy, and then can dig deep and hopefully kick butt on that last little section.
And we spoke a bit about, 2,706 meters of climbing,
Yeah.
4 aid stations here today. We're getting into the big stuff this evening, aren't we? I mean, 160 kilometers is a long way to run, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I mean, no one's done the course. It's untested. We've got some exciting new sections. But
Yeah.
this is not even a third of that distance. So massive respect to those runners taking on that big 160 kilometer later this afternoon. But also look at the speed at this cat. I mean, he is just running incredibly well. Gesturin moving so smoothly now, and he can hear the finish line. There's no doubt about
Yeah,
that.
so he's like super close to dead man's within the K.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a little technical, a little more rocky, and then hits the
Grimacing
pavement, gets to the
hard.
tree, takes a hard right, and
Yeah.
3K.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, but she is looking like she's in pain. Been pushing hard all day.
There we go.
Here we go. She's getting some Coke, getting cooled off. She's rushing now, getting some Red Bull, getting the caffeine in, just trying to get last few calories to cover for the last 10K. She was really grimacing as she ran into UCT. She's got her crew around her helping her out. It is so helpful when you have multiple crew like this and you don't have to worry about anything. They take care of it all. They load you up and they get you out quickly. There we go, cooling off. You can definitely feel the heat out there. And this last climb up from UCT to the blockhouse is pretty exposed. It's in the sun the whole way. It's fine. All right, you got this, Kimmy. Come on, Kimmy, bring it home. There she goes, and she's off.
Talk about the runner.
What?
The runner.
Let's talk to her crew when she comes back. All right. Second place is nowhere to be seen yet. Right now it's just Kimmy on her own. She's going up these stairs. When I ran this race, these stairs were a little tricky for me. It's tough getting out.
She's running out.
But here, now she's running now. All right, and she's good.
Let's go talk to the crew.
Yeah. Where did that girl go?
I don't know.
All sorts of delicious stuff. There's a little cuddle going on at the arch. This gentleman meeting someone for the first time. I think you guys are going to make it, sir. Believe me. The Purple Wonder. Hello, man. Pretty in purple. No, you can keep coming. Don't go home with him. You have to still finish. Come on, Hanley, you can do it. Hanley, where about? I'll say. Hanley, of course, one of her best friends is she shouldn't say. They love you. The cameras are on you. There we go.
Kilometers to go. So Jeshurun looking incredible, looking relaxed, and he really is being good today. He's run a lot of it on his own. The first couple of stages, first couple of aid stations, him and Robbie working together, using each other's energy, but pretty much the last 35 to 38 Ks, he's been out there alone and really, going at it as a race of truth. So into Dead Man's Tree now, Jeshurun looking good and certainly excited about getting to the finish line. Right now for us, it's hopefully getting down to that finish at Gardens Tech Rugby Club, where we'll hopefully be able to pick up Robbie as he makes his way across the finish line.
Yes, so we got word that Robbie's finished. The cameras will catch up, but it's good that we got it on Jesh right now, and hopefully we'll catch him across the finish line. Excited to see what Robbie's final time was.
Wow, looking at the time here, I've got a finish for Robbie, 5 hours and 28 seconds. So just not going under that 5 hour mark, although 30 minutes ahead of our predicted time. So he's had an absolute burner here today. And congratulations to Robbie for Team Adidas Terex. Congratulations, bud, on your maiden win here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. The PT55 is yours.
Almost squeaking under 5 hours.
Can you believe it? Like so
Almost
close, 28
squeaking under 5
seconds.
hours. Yeah, so we're working on getting some playback there, and then we'll be able to move to a finish line interview with him in a little bit. But right now we are following second place male athlete in the men's 55K. That is Jeshurun Smalls of the U.S. Feeling, I think, a little bit better about the current trail surface.
Absolutely. No, definitely moving quickly now. And again, putting his ears back now. He'll see the finish. He'll hear the finish. He'll be getting feedback from people on the route that he's really close. And he can't be upset about his run today. He hasn't done
I don't
much
think
wrong.
So either.
I think Robbie's just been clinical in the way that he's executed some of the key sections, and he's obviously had a good running day. Some days what it's like as an athlete. You get out there, you're not feeling it, and some days it's just amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Jesh is super young in the sport. So Robbie has a lot more experience, and Jesh has nailed today. Nailed today. It's been
took some
so
chances.
Cool to see.
Went out strong. This year has been a big developmental milestone in Jeshurun's post-collegiate running career in a big way. Kind of got some feelers out under him last year trail racing, and this year really getting to make a start at a bunch of international races. That's a huge step for Jesh. Right. So really, really excited.
Yeah. So cool to see. I'm sure he's beaming inside right now, being this close and have run this strong all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, something to be really proud of. I'm excited to see how Kimmy's crushing that climb up to the blockhouse too.
Yeah, we should be able to get some footage of Kimmy after that point too. Maybe probably going up blockhouse.
Yeah.
Hot and exposed. Not easy, but she's making good moves, and I think that she's got still tons of daylight behind her as far as the women that might be chasing on her heels. Landy Grayling being the second one.
Perfect. Yeah, so see, it gets a little more technical. It's not crazy, but at this point in the race, your legs are tired. You're getting around these rocks. It can be a lot.
I remember watching this last year with Jim Wormsley coming through. I mean, he literally just floats over the rock surface, doesn't he? And the cameraman just doing such an incredible job. But it is very, very quick, but tricky. The last thing you want to do here at this late stage in the race, where you're a little bit fatigued, you don't want to turn an ankle, you don't want to take any chances. And luckily, the pressure's not on. He knows that he's got a good gap coming out of University of Cape Town. 11 Ks to go, 12-minute gap. That's enough. If he consolidates and just ticks the boxes, loses a bit of time on each kilometer, he's still going to have enough time to make it through and take that second place.
Yeah, for sure.
So moving quickly now, and this rock surface you can see very what we call shaly underfoot, quite slippery actually. The rock surface, as you run on it, it will break up into little pieces. And specifically if you've got an off-canvas section or you're into a corner where you've really got to watch your balance, it's very easy, like a section like this, for example, very easy to slip out.
Right.
And obviously very important to get that foot strike perfect.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just taking a little extra care to like put your foot down, but as we call it in trail running, you kind of just hop from foot to foot. You don't actually like land, plant. You just kind of tap and go. Yeah, it's like it's like a hot plate.
Dancing.
Yeah, you just keep moving. Don't engage your foot on the ground, because if you do, that's when ankle turns happen and things like that.
And as you say, he's a young athlete. He's got his whole career ahead of him, and to be putting together a performance like this at this level in these conditions, he's going to go home. He's going to be pretty stoked. He's going to pat himself in the back, high five himself in the face. He's going to be happy with today, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. He will. It'll be chill in Jesh's words. We were chilling.
Be interesting to try and get those finished visuals. Hopefully Robbie will be able to bring him across the line as well. I'm sure by now Robbie's had something to drink and he's quite excited and basking in the glory of taking his first victory here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. The Peninsula Traverse 55k, brand new and point to point, very exciting. And nice to see, you work on a lot of events around the world or race a lot of events around the world. It's really good not only as a runner to monitor your career, what you're doing, where you're going, but there's certain events that you have this affection to, you have this affiliation to, you have this warm fuzzy feeling to, especially as a past winner. Every time I'm sure you come back here, you get that feeling of family, feeling of familiarity, right?
Yeah, even more for me. I mean, this was the 65k was the first trail race I raced in.
Oh wow!
And so that's way more than the win. Is just like this is where I was introduced to the community and really got to experience like what it was like to race as a trail runner, and so cool.
What's happening in your space up in Zim? I see there's a bit of trail running going on there, a couple of ultras coming in. How exciting is that?
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I'm racing the Sky Run in a couple weeks, the 54k that the Crags put on. And then I just saw they announced there's a South African group putting on a 100-miler.
Nice.
Yeah, out of Schalk.
Wow.
So in your neck of the woods.
Mega mountains, baby.
Yeah, right? So it'll be really exciting to see that. And the trail running community has grown in Zim a lot. I think just getting off the roads, making it more safe and exploring more of the wild.
So many cool places to explore as well. I mean, I think that's one thing for me on a bucket list. And again, we talk about the top athletes out there and what they're doing, and having a little chat there. Hi, everybody. But I think what's really cool as well is that for me, it's the adventure.
Yeah.
It's the ability to go with mates, run in different places, experience different cultures, do different things. And I think if you're not that runner that's always at it, always trying to look for that, category win, age group win, elite win, and you're actually taking the journey in, there's so much opportunity out there to explore incredible places. And like Stu said early on, the trails are the door or the path to these incredible wild spaces, which we get to see and get treated to and get to experience.
For sure, yeah. And just that building that community, get the same as we were saying earlier, like just getting the chance to explore it with other people, because it's different. There's like so much out there. Just taking something you love and getting out there even more.
What you got on the feedback? You got some stuff coming through?
No, we're trying to figure out what's going on at the finish line. It sounds like we're having some signal issues there a little bit, so we should have playback of Robbie's finish, and then Jesh should be there.
Jess will be there soon. He's got to be there soon.
So we'll get a little bit of that footage, and then we'll be able to line things up for everyone else coming in. And I think Tony's at the finish line right now. I think Frank was trying to get to Toni at the finish line as well. Getting around Cape Town, as we all know, traffic happens as well. So getting to places can be hard. But right now we're following Jesh. She's on the boardwalks. So Jesh is really close to the finish line here right now. He'll be coming in to finish second in the 55K here at UTCT this 25th of November.
Yeah, it's a Friday.
It's a Friday.
Happy Friday, everybody. It's the weekend, baby. So second place now, running down the boardwalk and moving through. He'll get down onto the road, a little left-hand turn through the gate, up onto the embankment, and then he'll just hear, the people, the crowd, the commentators. And once he's on the field, it's literally 200, 250 meters through to the finish line. So he's going to be close. He's going to be close.
Yeah. This is quite a special section of the course. Just on those boardwalks again, you've had a little bit of that. Well, actually, no, they haven't, because they didn't go on Table Mountain.
No,
Take that back.
sure, absolutely. Yeah.
This is their taste.
This
Their
is
taste
their
of boardwalks
taste.
for the day.
Yeah. Maybe they'll upgrade next year. But yeah, super fun, and the energy there at the gardens is just really
There we
exciting.
go. We got some high fives from his teammates there.
Yeah.
So cool.
All right, looking good now. And really well signposted now. And it's all over bar the shouting for him now. He's really had an incredible day. We know that his teammate Robbie Simpson will be waiting for him, I'm sure, at the finish line. Maybe this cameraman can follow him all the way through to the finish and give us some images from that finish line, which is what we're looking at. So cameraman doing an incredible job. And again,
Josh is like laughing and joking with this cameraman now. They are besties at this point.
Absolutely. And one thing I've got to tell you is, remember, they're half an hour ahead of the predicted winning time. So the TV crews have a schedule. They've got to move through the route. They're working and they're saying, okay, guys, we've got to be there by 20 past 12. But actually, the winners came in at 12. And second place is going to be at a 10 past 12. So logistically, everyone's shuffling, everyone's moving.
So much faster than predicted.
So again, cameraman, medal.
Yeah.
No doubt.
At least a bronze medal for Robbie Tweedle here.
Will.
The cameraman crossing the road.
Yeah. So that's good. Vespa, out of the way, please, sir. Coming through. And you can see the traffic cars here on the left. You'll see now he's going to sneak into a little left-hander shortly. Got one of the 23K athletes, I think, just ahead of him now. But yeah, he's right there. You can see right straight in front of him. You can see Lions Head, Signal Hill, and that left-hand turn is going to pretty much come around this next corner.
Yeah, and that'll be an interesting thing that happens later today, is that the 55K runners will still be finishing when the 100-mile runners start.
That's right.
So they're actually going to hold traffic, get all the 100-milers out, and then let the 55K runners continue their journey to the finish line at 5 p.m. this evening.
Come on, cameraman. Hang in there, buddy. You
Come
got
on,
this.
Rob.
Good job, Rob.
Come on, you got this.
We won't have footage of Robbie Simpson crossing the finish line right now, but we will have footage from Rob Tweedle crossing the finish line with Gesture and Smalls.
Tweedle for
Come
the
on,
win.
Tweedle, make moves.
So up the path now. Here's the little right-hander jumping over and onto the field.
Imagine Rob's like, hey, Josh,
go
don't
Rob.
lose me. Go Rob,
go Rob, faster.
Oh, no.
Nice, there we go. Jess must be like sprinting so hard right now.
So this Gardens Tech Rugby Club on your right-hand side, the beautiful setup for the Jack Black bars, food, lots to eat, lots to drink. Here's the right-hand corner, and there it is, bang,
yes,
on the
we
finish
go.
line. Give him a round of applause. Second place out of the United States of America, Jeshrin Small in his very, very first RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. He gets a round of applause, a bit of hug there from Stu McConaughey, obviously.
Didn't want a beer.
Our director
Can't have a beer yet.
gets the medal, and well done, and super stoked with that. And Toni on the finish line to welcome him, teammates, and he'll be happy, man. I mean, that's a good day.
I know.
So it looks like Toni might take this interview.
she's got a mic.
She has got an interview. Let's cut across to Toni as soon as he's ready. And let's see what she's got to say.
I think we can probably take a move to...
Okay.
How are you doing, Jesh? Tell us about your run. I know you're cramping up now and probably absolutely exhausted, but how did it go? How are you feeling? You stoked?
Yeah, no, I think it's good to finish the year on end with some affirmation. I think it's been an interesting year, but it feels good to feel like I was successful through the whole entire 50K. I'm really stoked to see Robbie, because I know Robbie ran really well. And then I'm excited for when Macy and Kimmy come in too. I'm just stoked. That was good. That was tough. That was quite hard mentally, because you have to be focused for so long. And then it's like I hadn't done any recon on the course, so congratulations. So to get to the part where everybody said was runnable, and then it wasn't runnable, it kind of was rough, but just keep it together. He kind of got to me, but it was good. I'm excited to be here.
Well, Well, I mean, as you say, you're finishing the year on such a high note. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
You really deserve this run at the end of the year here, and you ran so solidly the whole way, smiling the whole way. And this terrain is so different to what you're used to. So you absolutely smashed it, and I think this is ending the year on a high note, only to proceed and get better and better throughout the rest of the next year.
I was also stoked, I think as always with any of these races, like seeing all the teammates, like everybody from Terex and like the media team from Terex, and like it's just like gives such a positive vibe, like this one team mentality. It really helps you push through it. And this race is awesome too, so yeah, stoked to be here.
Amazing, Josh. Well done again. I'm sure you're going to go and give everyone's waiting.
His teammate having a chat to Jeshwin, and really, really cool to see. I mean, that is a phenomenal race. Very young, lots of experience, racing beyond his years here, I would say, on his first 55K here in Cape Town.
Yeah, I mean, well, he is highly qualified for it. He stepped up and made, showed that.
Yeah.
The whole way from
Yeah.
the start.
Yeah.
He didn't take it easy or take a shy road. He went out strong from the front.
Hopefully we'll get back to UCT now, see what's happening here in the ladies. All right, where are we? What have we got,
That is Landy Grayling going up the
is.
stairs right now. I imagine that she is your second place female coming through there. We've got confirmation that is second place Landy Grayling. She is 17.5 minutes behind Kim Schreiber of Germany, but she made quick work of those stairs. She's got her husband there cheering her on as she gets out of the aid station. Landy's no stranger to these trails, no stranger to this race. We were worried that she might not start because we heard she was sick earlier in the week, so showing up, a little unsure what might happen, and here she goes. So really, really exciting to see Landy moving so well and moving well in second place right now.
Yeah.
So visuals of Landy now coming up. I'm sure that Christian, her husband, will be very happy. You can see him just walking away from it now, leaving her to the challenge, the daunting challenge that is the blockhouse. 11 kilometers to go out of the University of Cape Town. And yeah, she's experienced, man. She's won some incredible titles around the world, and just so popular in the community here. Very involved in the running community. An excellent coach. Her and her husband coaching a number of athletes here in South Africa and around the world. And she can be happy with this performance today. I mean, Kim has really played out of her boots. There's no doubt about that. But Landy, I think, sitting in 16th place at the moment. So that's inside the top 20. It's a good run.
Yeah, that's awesome. Go, ladies.
So we're going to look and see if we can get across to Cody at UCT now. There he is, and let's see what he's got to say about what's going on at the University of Cape Town.
All right, one moment. Let me put this little mic cover on. It's getting a little windy. All good. All good. So the top two women have come through UCT so far. They are maybe 15 to 20 minutes apart. They've been maintaining that gap that they had at Alphen Trail. Let's go over and say hi to the maestro over here, Sean. Oh no, the third lady's coming in. Third lady's coming in. It's Tessa Chesser. Yes, at Alphen, she was running with another runner. She looks like she's on her own here, and she's looking happy. All right, let's follow her in.
From the USA and you too, madam, our own legend. Hello, Sinead. That is Mrs. Van Heerden. And Sinead Van Heerden, our fourth lady. There we go.
All right, let's watch one behind. Here we go. Quick stop. Looks like we're getting some extra water, extra gels, extra Red Bull. She's in the zone. She has taken the music out. It's all mental strength from here to the finish. The ice is ready. I'm sure she's feeling the heat, but coming from growing up in Phoenix, Arizona, this is nothing new to her. This is still a cold day in Phoenix. Chugging the Red Bull. She's got extra socks just in case. Looks like she's probably not going to need those. She's just covered in sweat and water and fully orange. Look at that. Crew is taking really good care of her. She was, less than 10 minutes behind Landy. Seems like she might be catching up, actually. The runner that she was with at Alphen hasn't come in to UCT yet, so she's either fallen off or unable to keep up. And now Tessa running out of the aid station and running up the steps. In 2019, Tessa was helping me run up these steps after a little bit of a trip. There goes her crew with her. Hands on thighs, pushing, digging deep. Going up that climb to the blockhouse, the hands are going to be on the thighs for sure. If not, they're going to be grabbing the plants around her, trying to help them. The runners are going to be helping themselves, grabbing the ground around them, trying to get up the climb. It's very steep and very rocky and exposed. Yeah. Now we're just waiting for fourth. Waiting for fourth. So the women's podium has come through UCT already. Hey. Here we've got Julian getting taken care of at the aid station. Cold towel on the neck. Are you going to run with that towel to the finish?
Probably not, eh?
No.
Don't want to weigh me down.
It's pretty hot, though.
It's pretty hot out there, hey?
Yeah. Have you got any ice? Cold drinks?
Got ice, got cool drinks.
All right.
Got a very nice cold drink waiting at the finish, though, so let's go.
I think there's probably a Jack Black's with your name on you.
Mm-hmm. There it is.
Yeah. How's the food going down? Are you cramping at all? Stomach, muscles, legs?
Stomach's all right. Yeah. Legs all right, just tired.
Just tired. Well, you don't have much long to go. Get out of here. Go get him. Go catch Tessa. All right, here he goes up the steps. Is he going to run or is he going to walk? Yes, he's running and he's skipping steps. That's always a good sign. Yeah, Julian. Julian is a Cape Town local. Awesome, and he's off. Next time we see him, he'll be at the finish. How are we doing?
I'm doing great.
All right. She looks good. She looks happy. She's excited to finish. Yeah.
She's excited.
All right. Sweet. Yeah. Let's talk to Benoit for a second. This was Tessa's crew. Tessa just left the aid station in third place. Did she say anything to you?
Like to hold on to the finish line, you know, just try to keep that spot.
Yeah. You were going up the steps with her on the way out of the aid station. What were you telling her? Words of encouragement?
Yes, and just you know, last climb and then straight to the finish line, basically.
Yeah. Not much distance to go from here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did she say anything about cramping? How's her stomach?
No. She was not talking much. But,
oh, good. She's pretty tough.
Yeah, just exactly.
Yeah. Mentally and physically?
Looks, you know, it's challenging for anyone now. So,
Oh, yeah.
But she's strong, so
she'll maintain at least her position.
We hope so. Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Sorry, I never speak on camera, so I don't know.
No, you're great. That's fine.
I just reminded like 10Ks to go, like one last climb, you know, and then just.
And she's familiar with it.
Yeah. We did it on Monday, so.
Nice.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Doing the 100K as well?
No.
Just
this one, yeah. He was going to do the 100K, but like a couple weeks ago, he started having a problem with his leg, I think. Yeah.
Oh, we got the runner that just came in.
Here's a. What is? What's the company called with the camera? Is it CERT?
All right, everyone. So we are back in studio. Sorry about the delay there in comms. So we are back. We did not miss it here in the studio. Tessa Chesa in third from the United States of America. Right behind her, the fourth place lady coming out of the transition was Sumay van Heerden from South Africa. They are less than 4 seconds apart.
They left together. They went up the stairs.
Absolutely. They go into the last 11 kilometers together. So third and fourth place ladies in the 55K right together. That's Tessa Chesa of the United States, Sumay van Heerden of South Africa, both getting out there in 5 hours and 18 minutes. So that was third and fourth place women. We're going to cut across now. Third place in the men's will not be too far from the finish line. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Mads? Is it going to be Marcy? Wait and see.
Yeah, so yeah, Mads and Macy definitely chasing each other into the finish line. Interesting too, Tessa and Sumay were only like 3-ish minutes back at most probably from Landy Grayling. So second place is not a sure bet either. So second, third, and fourth is going to be a battle to the finish line. And I don't honestly, they all looked really, really solid. It didn't seem like anyone was falling apart there.
Absolutely right. Landy, of course, will know this course really well. She'll know what's in store over those next 11 kilometers. Blockhouse, we know how brutal it is, and it's all going to be about having that BMT, that big match temperament, and delivering hard on those last 11 Ks.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'll be cool to see where Landy's at and how she's feeling and how she attacks this. I'm sure Kristen gave her a pep talk.
100% right.
And to see how the ladies chase, too.
100% right. So stand by. We're going to cut across now. We think we've got some images for you from Robbie Simpson out of Scotland for Team Adidas Terex, taking the win here today in the very first Peninsula Travers 55 kilometer.
There we go.
Coming onto the field. Bring him home.
Yeah, this is the playback we were looking for. This is Robbie Simpson, your 55-kilometer champion at this year's edition of the UTCT, coming home in just over 5 hours. 5 hours and 28 seconds is what is going to be on the clock. Congratulations, Robbie Simpson. You are the course record holder and the 2022 champion.
Absolutely.
Of the 55K this weekend. And hot, it seems like, putting the beer directly to his forehead there. That's how I think you're supposed to use it at the race line.
100% there. Race director Stu McConaughey with him, having a chat to him on the finish line. He's going to be well chuffed with that result. Remember, coming home 20 minutes ahead of schedule. So that's why we've had to go back to a playback on it. We got the footage, but obviously our team was obviously rushing to get to that finish line. But glad we managed to get that on the visuals. Glad we managed to bring that to you, Brad. We're able to celebrate with Robbie on his win here, his maiden win here, one hopefully of many to come at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. Robbie, congratulations, well done. Ems, your teammate, you must be stoked.
Yeah, super cool. I mean, 2 teammates across the finish line, taking first and second spot. Like Toni has said too, it's so cool to have teammates out on these trails, you know, our kind of home trails, her home trails. Yeah, it just like fills the spirit. So cool to see there. Bianca too, a local, Holly who won the 23K, giving Robbie a hug. Our first female there, our twins who are racing in a couple of days.
There's Dima and Ekaterina
racing the 100K. The whole team. It's so cool.
We're stuck so far away.
Yeah.
All right, sorry ladies, I'll try and make the day as nice as possible. But Robbie obviously celebrating a big team on the finish line. You can see Flo there, the athlete manager, making sure that he's looked after. We saw Toni on the finish line, and I'm sure that we're going to be able to get an interview from that. So hopefully we'll get that interview from Robbie. We'll be able to pull that out of somewhere for you. I can see that Flo's taking him through to the back view board, so I'm guessing we will have an interview with one of the race commentators. It should be coming your way shortly. So here we go. Let's have a look and see what's happening. Sumay and Tessa, this is the next big thing for us here at the Ultra-trail Cape Town in the 55
Mads should be finishing right.
Mads will not be far from the finish right now. Tessa and Sumay less than 5 seconds apart. That's third and fourth in the women's race. Let's see if we can get this interview. Give us some volume here, please, guys. Interview volume.
Yeah, I think it
super strong finisher in the 23.
It's always harder than you think in
nice
that
work,
last
Trish.
third.
You were running solo most of the race. What was your inspiration to keep you going out there?
A few different inspirations. One was a cold drink at the end. That was in the last.
Bonjour, Martin Fox.
Getting a nice cold drink.
Bravo, well done, Martin.
I really struggled on the section just before the university, and when I
so
got there, it was
Trish
very
Lane
hot,
was Martin
very thirsty.
Fox.
And then I saw a few guys on my team and took on a lot of water and then felt better.
And Christelle Leroux. So there we go, the biggest tip to hydrate, and you've done a bit of recce
nice and nonchalant.
You were a little bit
Off
nervous
to the
for the
beach next.
technical aspect of the course. How did that pan out today?
Alrighty, just a quick update
okay,
on our
actually. I just
ladies
took my
race
time
on
on
the
those
55
sections,
kilometer.
didn't take too many risks,
Still leading
and
the
then
race.
got through them,
In
and
ninth
I
position
don't think I
overall
ran
is Kim
amazing
Schreiber
any one
from
part, just
Germany. I
solid
tell
all
you
the
what,
way,
she
and
has
I think that was enough.
absolutely annihilated
Well, congratulations.
this race.
That's the end of your
We've
season.
got
Time to
second
celebrate.
place,
And
still
well done
Lundy
to you. We're all
Crayton,
very proud
but
and
she's
very happy
been
to have you
chased
here.
down by
Enjoy the rest of
Tessa
your trip to
Chesser.
Cape Town.
So that seems to be how it's been for the past while.
All right, so a little bit of a mixed feed there from the microphones on the finish line. Obviously, we've got the live commentator bringing the athletes across the finish line, and obviously trying to get that interview with Robbie as well. We'll try and clean that up and bring it to you later. But Robbie, obviously, out of Scotland, racing for Adidas Terex. He'll be happy with that. He's had an incredible year this year. We spoke about just how successful it's been. This is a great way for him to end his year.
I think it really is. I think it's nice to take that into the winter, right? And I think we're trying to find
Mads
footage
should be here shortly. Yeah.
Of Mads. Yeah, the Danish athlete should be coming through across the finish line if we've got playback from that as well.
Correct. So he was at the last checkpoint, just on 9 minutes behind.
He's
So
finished.
Is he finished?
Yeah,
Has
he's
he come
finished.
through?
We're looking
We got
for
him?
playback of Mads,
Yep.
and then Macy, the fourth place male, should be finishing imminently.
There we go. So Mads has finished. News from the course looking at the timing, Mats. So third place runner Mads out of Denmark. Mads Luring has finished in third place here in the Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer. Fourth place shouldn't be too far away. That's going to be Marci Hoscher out of Germany. We'll hopefully see if we can get some visuals of Mads for you, and that'll be coming through from the finish line. So lots going on here at the moment. Obviously so much happening. The 23 kilometer, we have our winners there in both the men's and the women's race. Let's give you an update on that across the finish line.
Macy's likely to be finishing right now.
Macy's got to be there, so hopefully we'll pick him up. Macy should be coming across here for Adidas Terex. Another great race from him, taking home the fourth place. And let's see if we can get those finish line visuals. Looking at that 23K, first place in the ladies was Holly Page. Well done to her. Second place, Liljan van Niekerk. And in third place, it looks to me like Caitlin Snith-Lager got in ahead on the third place. So well done getting in ahead there of Anna Simpson for 3. So well done to everyone in the Explore 23K, an introductory race into what is an incredible weekend, a festival of trail running here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. Waiting for some footage from the course and waiting to see exactly what we have for you on the finish line. Hopefully being able to bring you that third place in the men's race. Mads Luring out of Denmark. Marcy's got to be right there. Pre-finish, he's just gone through the pre-finish, which means he's less than 200 meters from the finish line. So fourth place about to come across the finish line for you in that men's 55 kilometer. Let's see if we can get you some visuals. Not sure where we're at. We're just waiting for the technical team to come back to us in that space, but going to be interesting to see what is going to happen from the South African side here in the men's race. Mvuyisi Nkogo out of Port Elizabeth in South Africa, a seasoned trail runner running many of the big races around the country, and he really has matured into an incredible athlete. He should, by all accounts, be our first South African runner across the line in the men's race. So there we go.
There we go. Fourth place, Macy out of Germany, Adidas Terex athlete. They were hoping for a sweep. They didn't quite make it happen. Congratulations.
Put some fire on that podium.
Yeah.
He was here. When was he
last
won
year too.
The 35. I think he won the 35. Am I right? Yeah, I mean, stepping up to the bigger distance. Thirsty, as you can see, getting a congratulations from friends and teammates. And congratulations, man. Well done, guys. Great running from the team out of Adidas Terex. They really have come here in force here in 2022. Well done, guys.
Yeah, I hope we can see Mads. Give him some big cheers too on the live stream. Crushing to get onto that podium. Such a strong field with all of these guys. Such a cool race to watch. And obviously still watch it unfold behind for the rest of the top 10 and everyone else.
You can see, just looking at Tony's ponytail, the wind certainly blowing at the venue at Gardens. And we've got live feed now, hopefully holding that onto the vision. I'm not sure what the last gap was between Marcy and Mvuyisi coming out of UCT, because obviously we've got that last timing split now. But Mvuyisi and Kogo should be across the line, I'm guessing, in the next 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, that would be my guess. as well. But once again, really impressive performance by our men's podium today. We'll be waiting for our women to make their way to the finish line here. Really tight racing once again for second, 3, and 4th in the women's 55K. We do expect them to be here. We thought right around the 6-hour mark or so. I think we're probably going to be pretty darn close to that, with Kimmy running well off the front. I think her latest split was something like 17 minutes up on Landy Grayling, but then Landy Grayling is being chased hard by another South African athlete, Sume, and American athlete Tessa Chesser.
That's right. Interesting to see, just for the American fans out there, Anton Krupicka has moved up into 12th place, so he seems to be finishing quite strong. Whether or not he can move into a top 10, I'm not sure, but coming out of UCT in 12th spot, 5 minutes on 13th, and literally just 1 minute behind James Miller from South Africa in 11. So it's a brutal last 11 kilometers, we do know that. Let's have a look and see how Anton goes towards the finish line.
Yeah.
So the crew there on the finish line, waiting for the athletes to come home, and Friday afternoon here in South Africa. A very good afternoon and welcome to those of you tuning in. This is the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. 5 races over the weekend, a 23, a 35, a 55, a 100 kilometer, and of course the new 100 miler, which is going to be very, very exciting. So waiting to see exactly how Kim is going to do. Is she going to finish inside the top 10? Currently sitting in 9th position in the field overall. Lucky Mia just ahead of her from South Africa. Joshua Blackshaw just behind her, and
so Lucky Me has moved up a little bit at that point. He's kind of come back to overtake Kimmy again in that regard. But we know it's hot out there. We know it's not going to be easy terrain. We're waiting for some more of those athletes to come through Deadmans. They've got to make it over that big climb and then kind of across that traverse section, which is slow.
We got one of our fans. Hey, Dad, I want to follow that guy. So 23 kilometer coming in thick and fast, obviously sold out.
This is the warm-up, warm-up for the kids' race on Sunday.
The kiddie shred on Sunday.
Yeah.
This is going to definitely be a winner for sure. Dad's trying to catch him there in the yellow t-shirt. Here we got a little interview. Let's have a look and see what he's got to say about his race today. Mads Lauring out of Denmark. Can we get the audio and can we hear what he's got to say?
And 3rd place, we just want to find out how your race went. We couldn't interview him straight away because he had to watch his girlfriend finish. Well done to that. How did your race go today?
I think it went well. Try to keep it together and composed until Elfyn. And then I didn't deliberately make a move, but somehow I slipped away and felt pretty much in control the rest of the way.
So you don't have experience of this route, but did you manage to recce it beforehand, or did you know what lay in store?
I actually recce'd it last year by doing the 100K. And I think this year was a lot more fun not having done the first 45K.
So basically a 55K was a sprint for you this year?
Well, I'm not sure if we'll call it a sprint, but yeah, it was a lot faster than last year, yeah, for sure.
What are your aspirations for next year then? If you've done the 100K that is, and you've done the 55, podiumed on the 55, what do you feel the future has in store for you?
Oh, I'm definitely hungry for more, but at this moment I'm just keen to take a break and go back, celebrate Christmas, drink some beers and chill out.
Well done. Christmas has started for you officially, and enjoy and well done. We're very proud of your position today. Good work.
Was that not Guy? No, is this Elias Brignose? Is this Elias Brignose? Yeah, I think Guy went over. He was there for a while.
So having a chat there with Mads Lauring out of Denmark. He'll be happy with a 3rd place, 5:22.19. And he can be chuffed with that run. He has run well today, hasn't he?
He's run really, really well, and we were really fascinated, I'm not sure, all the things maybe, of how strong he looked leaving the University of Cape Town aid station. He made people were going up those stairs in various forms and fashion, and I feel like he really assertively left there, and it clearly held. He opened up quite a gap actually at that point over Macy of Germany, and they ultimately I think it was 10 minutes or so at the finish line, so not an insignificant. Insignificant, margin between the two of them. It does look like our 5th place male has come in as well. Another German athlete, Sebastian Bitst has come in as well, just another 3 or 4 minutes behind Macy. So 5:36 on the clock. So top 5 men are in. That goes to Robbie of the UK, Jeshren of the US, Mads of Denmark, and then 2 German athletes, Macy and Sebastian, in 4th and 5th.
Okay, wow. So looking good as we get those results coming to you. The big drama coming your way. Where is our first woman? Kim Schreiber of Germany heading it up inside the top 10 overall. We know that Landi Kreiling is having a great race today. She's got a little bit of a gap over the 2 chasing ladies. One out of the USA, Tessa Chesa and Somay van Heerden. Only 3 minutes. Is 3 minutes enough for Landi to be ahead, knowing that she's got the 2 ladies behind her working together and chasing her up the blockhouse?
I guess the thing is that I don't know. Once again, we've talked about running scared, right? But I don't know if she will have an accurate split back to them or not. And it's really hard to trust splits out there too.
Yeah.
You can tell me that I'm 30 minutes up, but I'm not going to believe you.
Right.
So I'm not sure if it matters if she knows that information or not. But 3 minutes is not a whole lot of time. It's not a big margin for error. Is what it is. So if she really slows down on that big climb, if someone is running a lot better on a downhill, Tessa Chesser has this ability to go to like the war zone and really dig in. It's a really impressive quality in her racing, and I think that she has gotten to that point based on what she looked like at that University of Cape Town aid station. Tessa had locked into that kind of I've gone to battle zone, I've gone to war zone, and I think is ready to kind of push as well. And she's got someone right on her shoulder, so I think that might encourage her to kind of continue to be in that state. So I wouldn't want Tessa and someone else chasing me
for sure.
With 10K to go, a hard 10K to go.
Yeah,
too.
it is hard. Sure. It is hard. It's brutal, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool because this point for the women's race, it's always a race. I don't think I've watched a race where it isn't a race.
Sure.
For at least 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yeah.
This is super cool.
Yeah. No, it's very tight. And we knew that the
very
55 would be exciting. We looked at the field, we did some analysis on it, and we knew just how talented the field was, and the depth of the field is good. Again, we spoke about it earlier, if you're having a good day, then you're good to go. Some people, who we thought would do quite well, but probably not having as good a day. But, nice to see the guys working nicely and coming through to the finish line. Well done to Robbie for the win. Jeshren in 2nd, Mads in 3rd. And, Marcel looking good, waiting for Mvisi and Korgel 5th place in the men's race. By all accounts, looking at the stats, he should have enough time on his hands to get through into 5th place to be the first South African across the line.
Yeah, so we've got Sebastian Bisch come through as 5th, but we haven't seen him on the timing in the top 10
all day. So that could also be, who knows, right? Like, things happen.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There was a while where there was one athlete that had timing splits all the way out who we hadn't seen all day either. So not sure what's going on there.
So we'll wait for confirmation on that. We'll come back to you with that as soon as we can. Obviously now the big thing is waiting for Kim to come across the line, your leading lady in the Peninsula Traverse 55K. Those of you joining us, thanks so much for tuning in wherever you are. Don't forget to go across to ultratrailcapetown.com, get across to the social media channels, look at the tracking, get across to the live on YouTube as well. Send us your comments, send us your points of view. Got a birthday? Let us know. We'll give you a shout out. We're going to go into some highlights for you guys shortly and show you a little bit about what is going on. So let's get ready for that highlights reel that should be coming your way shortly. All right, so here it is, the start early this morning at Llandudno, a 7 o'clock start for the athletes. It's a point-to-point race, and the athletes getting out nice and early. From the get-go, we saw the Adidas Terex athletes getting at it. Marcy, Robbie, and Jeshren really getting at it early on as they make their way through Llandudno and onto the first section of the running. So very good to see just how they were doing out there. Remember, it's a 7 kilometer through to Rocket Road. Hout Bay comes up at 16 kilometers. You can see Rocket Road here, the checkpoint here. Both Robbie and Jeshren looking good, working together, good leg speed, and early days, just on probably about 25 past, 30 past 7. Here's the scan coming in. Each athlete has to get scanned as they go through. That obviously helps us and gives us the timing and gives us the splits. And these highlights being brought to you right here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. The PT Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometers. There's your lady. That is Lundy Kralin currently sitting in second place at the moment on track. These are early visuals, obviously, from this morning, making their way up the ravine now and towards Rocket Road, and some really good visuals here on the track. Some great sunlight coming through. It's a beautiful day, obviously in the heat of the day now, just 1:45 in the afternoon here in South Africa, and it is windy and certainly very, very hot out on the route. Getting through to Hout Bay early morning, and you can see the leg speed here of Gesturin coming through very, very nicely for that Adidas Terex team and into the aid station at Hout Bay, and there's Robbie coming into the aid station as well now in first place, and having a bit of a lead on Gesturin. Didn't look back from here, never saw his teammate again, made it all the way through to the finish line, nearly 20 minutes ahead of the scheduled finish in just over 5 hours. So great visuals. These aid stations absolutely jam-packed with goodies and sweets and all sorts of stuff that's going to give them the energy and the necessary nutrition to get them through to the finish line. So great to see the marshals working so well. This is a brutal section as well. Fast leg speed on the tar as the chasing group come in. You can see Macy there working really hard at the moment, and Nad's there as well as they make their way through to that aid station. And this is the three that we're chasing. This is where Kim started to define herself on the route, isn't it? You see her coming through now. She's just outside the top 10 in Hout Bay, and she really is looking good. Nice to see the leg speed, and again a race of truth coming in, 16 k's into the race, from 16 all the way to the finish. She's been on her own, right?
Yeah, she's been ahead, passing the guys solidly, and she's shown all her strengths. She's shown the joy of like what she's doing.
Yep.
This is her passion. This is what she loves.
Yep.
She's taken the time here to learn these trails, and now she's executing, and now she's on the way to the finish.
Yeah, we can't wait to bring her across the finish line. She's going to take her first win, hopefully one of many here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. This brand new distance, over 55 kilometers, getting welcomed into, I think this is Alphen, if I'm correct, the aid station. And here again, just getting checked in, taking out what she needs to, getting rid of any excess warm water, wants to get as much cold water in as possible, get back onto the trail as quickly as possible, working closely here with the marshals, getting those road crossings done. Thanks very much to all the volunteers, the marshals and the team that just make this all possible. But watching the trail as she takes in some fluid, as she takes in some water, you can see there, I think that's Nads coming through now, the athlete from Denmark, finishing third overall today. An incredible result for him. He'll be happy with that. We spoke about it earlier, coming out of Denmark, very cold there at the moment, and coming into these temperatures here. Macy's been great today, hasn't he? I mean, he's had a good run. We saw him early, and he can be very stoked with that fourth place here today in a very, very competitive field. Kim looking good. You can see the variation of the trail. Robbie now coming into UCT. You can see Sean there on the microphone bringing the athletes home. Robbie getting rid of that excess water. Again, very clinical in the way he executes his aid stations. Coming in, looking around. What do I need? Where can I get it? How fast can I get it? Let's get some water on. Let's try and get that core body temperature down as quickly as possible, and let's get out up the Cody Reed steps and out onto the trail up to Blockhouse. There we go. A little chip and a little fall there. Cody obviously gave him a bit of guidance on how to fall, because Cody is an expert in that. Up the steps now, you can see, not taking 2 steps at a time, keeping it simple, turning it over, not putting too much pressure on the quads, and working his way up. Now 11 kilometers to the finish. This is where it all unfolds for him, and he just continues to open up the throttle on the rest of the field, continues to open up that gap. And having a look here, Lundy has overtaken Kim. Is this what we're hearing at the moment on the course? So just heard from the course, got a WhatsApp message through that Lundy Kralin has caught up to Kim. Kim must be really battling.
Kim is having a major issue if that
in
is
the
the
later
case.
stages of the race. Back to the highlights as we bring that breaking news to you. So Lundy Kralin of South Africa has gone past Kim Schreiber, and we know that Kim had a big gap on Lundy going into this last 11 Ks. We spoke about it earlier, and that gap, looking at it now, was 17 minutes coming out of UCT.
Something huge has had to happen.
So that is a massive something that's happened there with Kim, unfortunately, on the route. We'll hopefully get some of that from you. But you can see here Robbie just ticking boxes as he runs down the tarmac, down to Dead Man's Tree. Really good energy. Here's a photograph of Kim coming coming into UCT earlier today, up the steps into that aid station, and right here is where she had the 17-minute lead over Landy with just 11 k's to go. So going up Blockhouse, wheels must have fallen off, something must have gone wrong. Let's hope she's okay, but she really has been pushing the envelope all day, open throttle all the way. Here's some visuals of your winner. What a great run. Adidas Terrex Robbie Simpson dominating today. An incredible run, almost going under 5 hours. 5 hours and 28 seconds his time. You can see he's absolutely stoked with that, and a really good result for him coming across the signature finish line here at the Gardens Tech Rugby Club. And for Scotland, a win, the number 5,000. Well done, bro. Incredible racing for Robbie. Stoked for you. Some of the visuals coming through now. You can see this is Jeshan getting up the steps, coming up the path for the final time onto the dance floor of the finish venue at Gardens Tech Rugby Club. He's just on 13 minutes behind Robbie, his teammate. And for a youngster, really coming through nicely, showing lots of experience as well, and getting through with an incredible result. You can see a little dance here, a little high five with his mates on the finish line. He's going to be absolutely stoked with that. Stu McConaughey there, UTCT race director, giving him a well done and congratulations. Those are your highlights over the past 6 hours. Let's get back to the studio, see what's going on. Exciting racing. There is drama. We're going to get it to you as soon as we can. We hear that Lundy Kroling of South Africa has gone past Kim Schreiber from Germany, who was leading by 17 minutes coming out of UCT. Let's go to an ad break. We'll come back with what we got.
You can have one or the other. It's not something that we at RMB like to say. So when faced with the conundrum of net profit or net zero, we say, why not both?
With the right people, it's possible. Commercial success or community success?
We like people who ask that question. Why not both?
Environment or investment? With our diverse talents, why not both?
In this changing business landscape, we find ourselves asking more and more how best to help our clients. Traditional values
Or innovative ideas?
And the answer always is, why not both?
Sunto Adventure starts here.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Studio. Big shout out and thank you to our incredible partners making not only this broadcast possible but also this experience of what is an incredible week of trail running, a celebration, a festival of trail running right here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. News from the route at the moment, there's some excitement going on. We know that the race leader in the women's race, Kim Schreiber out of Germany, racing for Adidas Terrex, has been passed by Lundy Kroling of South Africa. Lundy was 17 minutes behind her coming out of UCT. We also know from our side that third and fourth are also having a ding-dong battle. That is Tessa Chesa and Samay van Heerden. They were only 3 minutes behind Lundy coming out of UCT. So things are definitely going to be changing on the podium. Quite exciting stuff. We're waiting for visuals to come. We're hearing in our ears. Guys are scratching, trying to find out where those athletes are and try and bring them into some sort of picture for us so we can start telling you the story. But what do you think could have happened out there? I mean, what are the options?
Well, we got word that she's cramping. So
yeah, cramping.
I mean, once those cramps hit, it can be, just pull you right down.
Yeah.
Like, you can't move.
You can't
Like,
move.
if she's cramping to that extent, she's like sitting on the side of the trail because her legs are cramping.
Yeah.
And so that is the there are a few instances, right, where we're like, how could she lose a 17-minute lead? It's like, yeah, you get really bad cramps, or you get really, really overheated and you start to pass out. Like, those are the things. That's how you lose 17 minutes.
Absolutely right.
And so, trying to now find Landy will be part of not the hassle, but like the issue with our cameras out in the field, because it's not that she has made up 15 minutes. It's that our leading lady has now moved back about 15 minutes. Right. So now we have to find where she is in the course. But you're right, just behind her, potentially very close to her, are 2 more athletes chasing. Until they see Kimmy, they won't know Kimmy's having a problem.
Absolutely right.
As soon as Landy sees Kimmy, she'll know that she's moved into first. Like, that will be a big boost for her.
Absolutely.
And it's like, when will Tessa and Sumi find out that information, and how will they react to it? Like, the race is on, right? Like, the race is on all of a sudden for the entire podium.
Kind of just changes the whole
dynamic.
Changes the whole dynamic.
And we've seen, I mean, we've looked at the weather outside, the temperature's definitely turned up, and when that comes, so many other factors get brought into it. And we can see just how brutal that blockhouse is. You've got the wind coming from the left, so you're just dehydrating, perspiring, getting that water out of your body. If you're not putting enough electrolytes and water back into your body, you're going to cramp up. And if we look at the race that Kimmy's had, she's really been full gas all the way. Has she managed that nutrition properly? Has she burnt too many matches earlier on? Well, possibly. But it's hard to get it right, and especially racing in South Africa for the first time, what African conditions are like. They can be brutal, and they can change in a second. And I think that temperature variation for her, and maybe the heat just getting turned up to such extremes for them, going into this 1 o'clock timeline is put her in a bit of trouble. So hopefully she's okay. We know it's cramping. That is something which you can just sort of hopefully get out of, but it's something that is crippling and could potentially ruin an opportunity at a podium here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible to not finish because you're cramping. So we'll see kind of what happens with Kimmy, if she can get that back under control. But your first South African, your good friend, has finished fifth in the 55K. I think that there's been an issue with Sebastian's chip that put him into 5th place. But we do have our first South African athlete in the 55K across the finish line in 5th position, finishing in 5:51.42.
All right, so well done to Mvuyisi Nkogo of South Africa. Your first South African across the line here at the 2022 RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. It is the Peninsula Traverse 55 kilometer, one of 5 events taking place here over the weekend, also taking place at the moment, and that is, of course, the 23 kilometer experience for the athletes. So 23 kilometer going down as well, and they call it the Explorer event, and that certainly has been well received and obviously sold out as well. So getting some visuals here from Ultra-trail Cape Town at UCT, which is the University of Cape Town. She looks quite happy with herself.
Yeah, she's so happy. I was going to just put her number in, see who we got here giving us all the smiles. 501111.
I think
it was 5018.
18?
My guess is that she has no idea what Blockhouse looks like, and my guess is that she's been told, but my guess is that she does not know.
No, well, you may as well. I mean, maybe she does. She's like, okay, I got to move fast now before I got to crawl up this mountain.
Attitude is everything, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Attitude is everything.
For
Getting in the right mind space.
She's moving well. I mean, we see her now. She's eating and hydrating, fueling up, ready to go.
A great race from Lucky Mia. Lucky Mia working through the field nicely. He's moved his way up into 7th place. So Lucky really pushing through in these last closing kilometers. He's just behind Josh Chigome of South Africa, and both of those guys in 6 and 7. They're both through Dead Man's Tree at the moment, so not far for them to go now. Less than 3 kilometers until they make their way down towards the finish line. But a classy performance from South Africa's Mvuyisi Nkogo, the first South African home, 5 hours, 51 minutes and 42 seconds out of Port Elizabeth.
I couldn't find her number in there. It's giving me a male name, so I'm not sure.
So news from the studio in my ear. I've just heard the leading lady is about 2 minutes away from our next cameraman. So we hopefully, is it 6 minutes?
Yes.
6 minutes, apologies. 6 minutes away from our next cameraman. That cameraman having to come back up the trail to find her. And they'll be coming down Buffelskorp, and we'll be able to pick her up there. So what is it going to look like, and just where are Tessa Chessa and Samay van Heerden? Are they going at each other? Are they working together? Are they trying to break each other? Right. And could that prove detrimental to them, knowing how brutal this last 11 Ks is?
Yeah.
So back on trail now. Excuse me. This is the shot that we're looking at.
It also sounds like Anton Krupicka might have is moving well up into the top 10. He's
So
made good
strong.
move on that
Oh,
climb. It looks like at
exciting.
Deadman's he is currently sitting in 7th position right behind Lucky Mia. So
Amazing.
the two of those guys moving well up through the field. Yeah, he's 5 minutes back from Lucky Mia, so I don't know that there's going to be a difference there, but Anton has moved himself up into the top 10. He was sitting outside the top 10 for much of the day,
Sure.
but it looks like at Deadman's he is sitting in, I think, 7th position, but
All right,
That's
so
awesome.
great running from Anton. We're hoping to get some e-bike images now. You can see the athletes coming down. These are the 23 kilometer athletes. News as well is that obviously here in South Africa we're in load shedding, which makes everything exponentially more difficult with regards to comms transmission and getting stuff to you. It's a 2.5 hour load shedding phase for us, so obviously that puts a dampen on a lot of the signal, a lot of the repeaters, a lot of the information that we need to be getting in from out there on the field. So doing what we can to bring you these images. Please stand by. Don't forget, check out ultratrailcapetown.com for the tracking. That's going to give you a really good idea of what is going on. Josh Chigome, Lucky Mia, Anton Krupicka, Philip Bakwago and Joshua Blackshaw all through Dead Man's Tree. And let me tell you, looking at the numbers, 8, 9 and 10 are 8, 9, 10 and 11 are all within a minute and a half of each other. So really, really close for the top 10.
really tight.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got a race.
So this is obviously the start finish back at Gardens Tech Rugby Club. This is the start finish line where a lot of those 23 kilometer runners are finishing, and just waiting to see what is going on and who we've got. We're just looking to see which runners are coming across the line and where they are, and looking at the timelines, we got a pre-finish on Josh Chigome. So Josh Chigome currently in 6th place. He should be coming across the line shortly.
Sweet.
So there he is. Let's have a look and see. This is not Josh.
That looks like a lady.
Yep, that's a 23K
Yeah.
runner.
Nice job. So fun. It's kind of cool. They come right by the beer garden and get everyone out there
Little
cheering.
loop,
Yeah.
loop like kind of around
Yeah.
the finishing area there, right? You can kind of run right into lounging, basically.
Yeah.
All right, so look at that,
Easy.
6
Well done.
hours and 1 minute of racing. So just over the 6 hour mark. A very, very happy 23 kilometer athlete. Well done. Congratulations and welcome home. Good job getting herself an ice cold Jack Black as she comes across the
Yeah,
line.
she's been out for 4 hours.
Yeah.
The 6 hour
Couple,
clock is
yeah.
for
Here we go.
55K runners.
Here's your 6th place. This is Josh Chigome. So pre-finish for Josh. Josh making his way now towards the finish line. Well done, Josh. He's going to take 6th place. He's been pretty good all day, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Inside the top
He's
5
been really
coming out of
solid.
Hout Bay. Solid performance for him. He's going to be stoked with that. I saw him yesterday at registration as well. Lots of smiles, happy vibes going on. That is a great result for
And
him.
again, we are one of the ways you can tell apart kind of what races are happening, because multiple are happening at the same time. You can see that he's got a green bib on there, even if you can't make out the 55K number at the top of it, and then
Sure.
the 23K runners have that blue bib on right now. So a little bit difference in colors there is kind of how you're going to tell these runners apart as we make our way through the race weekend.
All right,
Another
so
23K runner coming in right now, looking happy.
So we should be getting close to picking up that ladies' race. We know that coming through next, Lucky Mia, Anton Krupicka, Philip Bakwago, Joshua Blackshaw, they've all passed Dead Man's Tree. Remember, 3Ks from Dead Man's Tree, you're looking at around 12 to 15 minutes. So we should be picking up those next men just around 6 hours, 10 minutes. Another one of our ladies coming through on the 23K, getting the shuffle done.
You can hear us.
Well done.
You are just
Welcome
a couple
home.
of steps away. Give her a big round of applause.
So within the next
got a
minute,
huge
we're guessing
fan club here
we're going to be able to move
today.
across
Well done,
to the ladies'
Kristen.
race. Where is Kim? What has happened? Can we find her? Is she back up running? Isn't she? Is Lundy in the lead, which we're expecting she is? How far behind are Tessa and Somay? Because we know they were running together coming out of UCT. Blockhouse absolutely brutal today. 11 Ks to go. anything could have happened there between Tessa and Simay. We know that they were both looking strong at that stage, and working together is obviously a lot easier than running your own race, your race of truth. So let's have a look and see if Tessa and Simay have managed to work together, and what does that look like. Lundy would have come across, I expect, Kim on the route and been blown away by the fact that she's just been gifted first position.
Yeah, yes, definitely. That definitely comes as a surprise. Well, all of a sudden you either hear that someone's dropped out, or you come across them on the trail, and you generally are like, are you okay? Are you good? Okay, you're good. And then you can continue on. But it is kind of a real rattling moment there for a second. I think it's one of disbelief a little bit, where it's not quite like, oh, I guess I'm in the lead now.
Yeah. All right, so here is our pickup point for the e-bikes. Those e-bikes will be waiting in earnest with the packs on, waiting for those women to come down the path and down onto the road, which we're after this, they sort of, if I'm correct, make their way down to Dead Man's Tree, right? So they come down onto the asphalt. There's the e-bike waiting there. So this is zoom out of the e-bike. There's two e-bikes, one filming the other at the moment. And if these women are close together, one of them will pick up first place, the second one will pick up second place. So waiting. What is happening here? Welcome to the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town, the 8th running of this incredible event, starting in 2014, obviously missing in 2021 with COVID, but back to racing, back to all the goodness that represents trail running and ultra trail running, not only here in South Africa, but around the world. And festival of trail running coming your way this weekend as we go this evening, 5 o'clock, into the live feed for the very first 100 miler here at the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. That's starting at 5. We'll take you through to about 8:30 this evening on the live feed. Starting the live feed for you at 4:30, we will be doing a little bit of a recap of today's action and bringing you into the afternoon session. And then, of course, tomorrow morning at 5:30 we go live again, and that live will be for the big race, the 100 kilometer. Here's a little bit of sprint action between the ladies on the 23K.
I love it.
All in. Well done, ladies. That's what it's all about. And we spoke about this earlier. It doesn't matter where you are in the field, right?
Yeah.
You're always racing the person in front of you.
Yeah. And the finish line too, like that is cause for everything you have left. You want to get it out. So you got to sprint.
100% right. 100% right. So there is the asphalt, the car park, the shade as they come off the trail, and from here it's a quick, fast, gradual downhill to Dead Man's Tree, and from there just 3 kilometers to go. So waiting to see what that looks like. Here's your start finish. 23 kilometer athletes coming through. And well done, ladies. A 9 o'clock start for them out at Elfin Hotel.
Sweet.
And just 23 Ks. But again, you say just 23 Ks. If we look at that, 1,144 meters of climbing, one aid station out on the route, obviously UCT. And their cutoff is this afternoon at 3:30. So, it's a big day.
Yeah, a big day, shorter races, but like we've seen, like the shorter the race too, the faster pace, more intense it is. So these are great athletes.
That can be really hard. Like sometimes the hardest race I run all year is a 6K cross country race. Like distance is not necessarily what makes it difficult.
No. Yeah.
So we've got about 1.5 hours left of our very first broadcast. Yeah, a great broadcast to have for the PT55, the very first running of the PT55. What it does from our side is it lets us fine-tune, do some testing, check what's working, what's not working, where those dead spots are. So going into those main broadcasts starting this evening at 5 o'clock and again tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, we're going to be able to have a really good idea of what is and what is not possible. So thanks so much for joining us. It's amazing to have you. Welcome to what is a celebration of trail running here at the RMB UTC for 2022. So e-bike action coming your way. We have a race leader. What have we got, Emily?
Landy.
Yep, in the orange top and blue shorts. That is Landy Grayling, our new race leader in the women's 55K. She's overtaken Kimi Schreiber of Germany. She's going to make her way down this gradual road descent on her way to Dead Man's Tree before she dives back onto the trail to make her way down kind of the final descent.
And she's got a spring in her step. She's gone past Kim. She's seen what's happened on the trail. Obviously, it's never nice seeing a fellow competitor who you're fiercely competitive with having a bad day or having such a great day and then just, not bringing it home. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure Lundy's been in that position herself many times.
Yeah.
But for her now, mentally, psychologically, she's in a really good space.
Right. She's excited, and she knows, you know, she obviously knew when she passed Kimmy, like, she knew how close the finish line is. I'm sure she's still kind of looking over her shoulder. I'm glad to see. I don't see her popping back and forth with her head right there. She's just focused on the finish, but I'm sure it's in the back of her mind that there's people chasing her.
Yeah.
So
and remember, we've heard very little.
She's executed well, and
yeah,
she's doing good. She's taking this opportunity now.
Yeah. We've heard very little from Tessa and Samay, and we know that they were literally 3 minutes behind coming out of UCT.
Right.
Again, by now, I'm guessing that they've got to Kim. Whether Kim is moving, limping, walking, whatever, they're also saying to themselves, okay, well, a third or fourth is now a second or a third. What does that look like? How do I re-strategize? What do I need to do in order to give my very best in these final kilometers?
Yeah, yep. And once the podium comes into play, like, that's a big motivator. Anything can happen for these ladies. It's kind of fun to look at the top 10 group and see how it's all come together. I'm excited to, like, actually get to the end and have, you know, go back and be like, oh, what changed over the course of, because like Corrine was saying earlier, we see part of the race, but we miss so much.
Absolutely right.
And we don't get to hear those stories of, like, well, I was actually back and forth with someone right beside me, you know?
100%. Right now we've got just on over 1,000 subscribers, or 1,000 athletes watching, 528 watching live at the moment. So really good to see those numbers picking up, and I'm sure they're going to continue to do that over the next 2 days. But a very good afternoon and welcome here from a very, very sunny South Africa. Corrine, what have you got?
Yep, so right now our dead man split, which is coming through via the live tracker, says that Landy Grayling is in 11th overall, leading the women's race. Came through dead man's at 6:08:36. It looks like Sumi Van Heerden, so South Africa 1-2 right now in 6:10:20, with Kimmy Schreiber just behind her in 6:10:26. So Kimmy's not down and out.
That's great news.
She's going to fight her way to the finish. So we'll see, kind of, you know, like, potentially stay on the podium. We don't have a split from Tessa Chester yet. So right now your women's race is Landy in first, Sumi in second, and Kimmy Schreiber in third position.
So that's great news. Looking down a bit there to Tessa. Tessa not yet through Dead Man's Tree. But looking at this, Sumi Van Heerden has really got a strong finish going on now. So at the moment, she's less than 1 minute and 30 seconds behind Landy.
Yeah, that's a tight
that's
90
nothing.
seconds between first and third right now.
That's nothing.
That's nothing.
And I mean, she's caught up over 2 minutes through Blockhouse. You know?
Yeah.
And whether Lundy stopped and spoke to Kim and seen if she was okay or not, or other runners were there, etc., etc.
Right.
It's going to be interesting to find that out. I think those final race interviews on the finish line will bring that information to us.
Yeah. Excited to see that Cody's there and ready to roll.
So Lundy looking to have good leg speed at the moment and balancing herself nicely, working nicely down this jeep track off the back end of Dead Man's Tree. The question is, what does that look like? You know, probably 2.5 kilometers to go. 90 seconds is not impossible if you're feeling good. And certainly if you've got that carrot where you can see her.
Yeah.
That's going to help a lot. You know, what you can see, you can chase, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. It's like you never know what people are telling you out there. You don't never know what's accurate, right? They can tell you that one person, like Emily, I might run by you, and you might say that I'm only 90 seconds down, and then I'll run by Max a second later, and he'll tell me I'm 4 minutes up.
Yeah.
You know, like, it really can be that kind of wild out there as far as, like, what splits you're getting, who missed what, who heard what, who didn't see something. And so it can be really, I mean, I think like I said, I think you just kind of default to running scared a little bit and just being like, you know what, like, I'm going to give it what I can and see what happens. But right now, Landy Grayling is doing just that, leading the women's race. But it seems that only 90 seconds back or so, we have second and third place lady.
So waiting to see what is going on. Interesting that Anton Krupicka, Philip Pakwago, and Joshua Blackshaw, 8, 9, and 10 have all gone through the pre-finish. So very shortly, we're going to find out who is 8, 9, and 10. Has Anton done enough to get through? He has. Anton has finished. Anton has finished in 9th place. Minutes. It was a sprint finish between himself and Philip, and Anton has finished in 9th. Remember, coming through from 16th after Hout Bay to a 9th place finish. That's a great finish.
Well done, Alina. An excellent race.
But so one of the ladies coming across the line in the 23K. She's across the line now using those poles. This is the what we call the pre-finish, which basically helps us identify where those runners are and just how far they are from the finish line. 10th place, Joshua Blackshaw through the pre-finish now, so he's not going to be long from that finish line. Landi Greyling is holding on to a very small 90 seconds ahead of the second place lady, Sumay van Heerden. So South Africa 1 and 2 at the moment, and not too far from the finish line.
Looks like Tessa just came through dead man, just 2 minutes behind Kimmy, so she's in the race too.
It's tight. It's a race right now. So right now, Landi Greyling is your 55K race leader in the women's 55K, but she is being chased by 2 athletes only 90 seconds back, and then it seems like maybe only 2 minutes back from third is 4th place. So we should have 1, 2, 3, and 4 within 3 minutes of each other at the finish line. That is a tight
And you
race.
see Dead Man's Tree
So
here. Kim could have latched onto Sumay because they just took 6 seconds apart.
Yep.
6 seconds, absolutely nothing. And if Kim has dragged herself to Dead Man's Tree, then I'm guessing she can do the same and get herself to the finish.
Yeah, she's got some gravity now, hopefully. That'll really help.
So the finish line ready and waiting for our first elite woman in the PT55 kilometers. Starting at 7 o'clock this morning at La Dudna, the Peninsula Traverse, 2,706 meters of elevation, 4 aid stations en route, and a cutoff this evening of 9 o'clock. It's a 14-hour cutoff. That is Chantal Nienaber. I think she's currently sitting just inside the top 10 for the women as she comes out of Cape Town University. So Chantal Nienaber, Mrs. Hot Pants, as she's more commonly known, on to the last 11 kilometers. Where are we? What is happening? What have we got at Gardens Tech Rugby Club? Where is our leading lady? Is it going to be Landi Greyling? Can she hold on to that 90-second lead coming out of Dead Man's Tree? Or is Sumay van Heerden and Kim Schreiber right at it? We can only wait and see.
Back at the university here and seeing our runners just having a great time. This is a good spot in all the races. Just an exciting point. They have 10K to go, 11K to go. Yeah, I think UTC is probably as exciting as getting to the finish. It's so cool, yeah.
It's a great point.
It's an awesome point.
There's a good vibe going on, especially for you who've run it before, arriving quite late in the day. You've got a lot of time on your legs.
Yeah.
That emotion really can bring you to life and stead you well for the last 11 kilometers.
For sure, yeah. And we can see that there, the runners really fueling up and getting ready. It's hot out there now, we know that. And so getting cold, getting water.
Just
it's really
taking a minute,
Take a moment,
yeah.
right? Like,
True.
when you leave there, you're not seeing anything again until you get to the finish line. So you might as well just take a moment,
Enjoy.
get some food in, drink a bottle, fill it back up, then
Correct.
put it in your pack. Like it's really just like it's worth taking a second.
Correct. And
Taking
the
a
last thing
second
you
before you
want
take on this
is
next
to
bit of
get
trail.
onto that contour road and should have had another donut.
Yeah. Banana or gummy candy, whatever it is, right? But it's like that stuff. It's like you make that mistake. Okay, you make that mistake more than once, generally speaking. But it's like it's take it from me. Just take a second.
Just enjoy the moment.
Eat one more piece of food before you leave the aid station.
1 minute saved will save you 10 in the long run.
Yeah. I mean, actually, I'm a big fan of taking it with you on the road. It's like I like to say that, a 0-minute mile is a lot slower than a 30-minute mile. It's like I will walk and eat out of an aid station versus like sit there and have a picnic. But it's like you still have to get that fueling in. That still is really critical.
For sure, yeah. And if you're not moving as fast or, even not really moving at all, your body is more able to take down those calories, really digest stuff.
Yeah, I think it's just important to recognize that those moments that feel like you're quote unquote wasting time are actually your way of it pays dividends down the road, right? It's like this actually saves you time in the long run. Taking that moment to fix your shoes, taking that moment to have a snack, whatever it might be, that comes back to pay off. 2, 6, 8 hours later. Don't worry, we will not miss. Max is freaking out in the studio. We will not miss the leading lady on the call. Do not worry.
So it's been 14
Em
minutes.
and I have good eyes. We got you.
You do indeed. 14 minutes from Dead Man's Tree at the moment. What is going to happen? It's not going to be far. Actually, I lie. It's been 10 minutes since Lundy got
Yeah, I
to
was about to
Deadman's.
say.
Yeah.
That went
10
like
minutes.
so quick.
It's got to be close. I know you guys are ready to cheer.
So right now we're just watching 23K runners make their way into the finish line. Remember, there are 2 races going on this morning. We had the 55K that we've been doing commentary on all day. Started at 7 a.m. We've got our top 10 men in. We're waiting for our leading ladies in the women's race to make their way to the finish line. You're also seeing runners from the 23K that started at 9 a.m. They have until, what did we say? They have until 3 p.m. To finish, so they've got about an hour 40 left on the clock to make their way in. So those that are, there's a key cutoff point coming up.
Yeah.
Or has come up at the University of Cape Town, and that, getting out of there in time to actually make it here is mission critical.
Right.
And then tonight at 5 p.m., the inaugural 100-mile event will get kicked off. They'll run through the night. We'll cover them for a little bit. We'll go to bed, thankfully.
Get a nap.
And we're going to wake up bright and early tomorrow morning to bring you 100K coverage and 100-mile coverage all the way until tomorrow evening, welcoming those athletes to the finish line at the Gardens Rugby Club. It is going to be a phenomenal race on all fronts.
So we've got, it looks like it's a 3:30 cutoff.
At the finish line.
Yeah,
Okay.
and cutoff here for the 55 at UCT at 6 o'clock this evening, and at the finish line at 9 o'clock this evening. That for the 55.
Okay.
Yeah. So 3:30 is the cutoff for that 23K. So as you say, just over 2 hours to go until that first cutoff on the 23K. Getting up onto the contour out of UCT now, some of the runners, but from our side, we are focused on what is going on, who's made it through to the pre-finish. It looks like Etienne Skuman has just made it through to the pre-finish in the men's, and Lundy was not far off him at Dead Man's Tree. So we're expecting to see a pre-finish tag come up for the likes of Rika Simon, Samay Funhead, and Lundy Crail and Kim Schreiber. And we'll let you know as soon as we see that. Remember, pre-finish, probably less than 400 meters from the finish line. So could it come down to a sprint finish in the ladies' race for second and third? Possibly, but it could be for first and second as well.
We need to go to the finish line of the women's race right now, because Kimmy Schreiber and Landy Grayling we need to go to the finish line right now.
Finish line.
Finish line
straight away, please.
Yep. Because there is a sprint finish happening.
Yeah. So here we go. That is what it looks like on the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. And looking at the
leading
pre-finish.
women, and it looks like Kimmy might be in front of Landy.
Yes.
Oh!
Kimmy is in front. She's clawed back to
We wanna
Lundy.
see this.
What is going to happen? I'm going to leave it to you to bring it home.
Oh my goodness,
Come on.
I'm literally losing it. We should be seeing the leading women come around this corner any moment now. And it could be Kimmy Schreiber 10 seconds over Landy Grayling.
Yeah, this could be unbelievable. What have we got? We don't want to miss it. We're in this final straight, literally 50 meters to the finish line.
Victoria Parr and Garrett Kwan.
Yo.
No, not yet. 23K runners.
Come on, girls.
Hold your breath.
Okay, it's all over to you. It's going to be all over to you, Corrine. Let's find out. There's Etienne. So he is ahead of them. They can stay right there with the cameras because we know that Etienne is just ahead
Etienne and
of
then
the
James
two
Miller,
ladies.
and then it should be Kimmy and
All
Landy.
right. So here we go.
Oh
What a
my
race.
goodness,
Sweet.
this is a race. Okay, so we got two 23K runners in our field, and then just behind them, we should be getting, because they came through the pre-finish checkpoint. So behind Etienne is going to be James Miller,
That's
and then
right.
Kimmy Schreiber.
There's
and
James. There comes James now.
Yep. So here's James Miller. So just behind James Miller.
Yeah.
Stu now, you can see they're trying to
There we
stop.
go,
Here's a
there's a
sprint.
sprint.
Go, Corrine.
Oh my goodness!
Go,
It is
go.
a sprint finish between Landy Grayling and Kimmy Schreiber. It looks like Landy might be able to take it over Kimmy. Kimmy, look, she's got that try-hard face on her. Brows
digging
are
so deep.
furrowed. She is working as hard as she possibly can. She clawed back 90 seconds to get herself
Unbelievable.
back into this position. That took so much fight and so much grit to get back that close to first. Landy Grayling, an amazing champion in the 55K. And there'll be a big old hug coming, I think, between her and Kimmy in a second.
Unbelievable scenes here. Unfortunately, the cameraman not getting out of the way of our camera, which means we've missed second place across the line. What a fight
And
for her
there,
today.
second place right there. Kimmy Schreiber has made her way across the line as well. A sprint finish between the two of them.
So
wow,
let's see
what
if
a
we've got the
finish!
time.
What an amazing finish!
What a day!
Oh,
wow.
It's never over until you cross the finish line.
To lose 15, to lose 17 minutes, and then to fight back to that close of a sprint finish is a massive achievement. Like, you know how hard that is, right? That is so incredibly hard.
Yeah, and for Landy to obviously work, catch Kimmy, be there, and they both.
And then have Kimmy come back.
Look at them work together right now.
Oh, man.
So
Crazy.
special.
Crazy, crazy scenes. We want to get those emotion shots on the finish line.
So we got Kim and Landy absolutely spent. Changed the lead.
So there it is.
Many times at the end, they will hear from the live interview.
Flo, the athlete manager. There's Martin having a chat to Kimmy. She's had a crazy
There's
race.
Toni
I mean,
there.
Unbelievable grit and tenacity to claw
Yeah,
back
we don't
like that.
have our third woman through pre-finish yet, and once we have the woman through our third place woman through the pre-finish, that will be kind of. And is that, you know, like, has Tessa Chesser clawed her way back up to? Oh my goodness! It could be 2 sprint finishes. We could have a. No, here she is.
There she is.
There she is. This is third.
Yep.
This is Sumi. Yep, this is your South African athlete in third position here, making her way to the finish line.
Hasn't she had a good run? She's literally slipped by under the radar, coming into UCT just on the heels of Tessa, and all of a sudden, boom, she gets a third place. I mean, absolutely incredible, and well done. I mean, that really is good going. She's absolutely exhausted. You can see she's gone full throttle. She's given absolutely everything, hasn't she?
What a battle.
What a day.
What a battle on the women's side. I mean, a battle all around, right? But that was...
Yeah.
I was
South
devastated to
Africans.
hear that our leading lady, 17 minutes up, was all of a sudden being overtaken. Devastated for her. But then to see that, that back and forth, see that fight and that grit from everyone, that's a story.
Amazing.
Right? It is cool to win by 17 minutes, but that story is really, really proud.
Yeah, she cannot, not be hurt.
Yeah,
that is like the bravest, strongest thing. Seeing that come together, I'm so excited for her, and to have Landy finish on it first on her home trails. That's so cool. What a day! That's so exciting.
Yeah, little South African first and third there.
Yeah.
Yeah, emotional. I mean, you know, it's been a day, right? 7 o'clock this morning. We're on to 1:30 in the afternoon. And
they're gonna move people away so they can try to get some of those finish line photos.
Yeah, and hopefully some interviews. You know, we're just waiting for the team to get it together.
Yeah.
Going to be important. Well done, Lundy.
There she is, our winner, Lundy.
Yeah, I mean, as a local, I'm sure that she would have had the shouts and the cheers from the local crowd, and you know, I think probably a big scare. Seeing Kimmy right on her heels, right?
Imagine turning around and Kimmy all of a sudden being there again.
Adrenaline must have been
I'm sure when
flat
that person came up on her, she assumed it was a guy or a 23K athlete kicking it in, and didn't expect Kimmy to be back there on her shoulder again.
No,
like, that is intense.
I've got
100% right.
What do you call them? Like the little nerves,
little chills, little goosebumps.
Yeah, that's so cool. Oh, what a day. Landy, that's so good, especially not knowing if she was even going to be able to step up to the start line. Now finishing in first place, such an exciting race all day. All these ladies have just made it so exciting out there, so cool to watch.
Yeah, I mean, and also, I mean, let's not pull away from the fact, looking at that, we've got our top 3 ladies all in the top 16.
Yeah,
you know, amazing, amazing.
That's so cool.
So we're going to try and get an interview with Cody Reed, I'm guessing, on the finish line. We're just going to try and bring that to you. So as soon as we've got some audio, we'll bring that in. But yeah, incredible scenes. You can see the wind blowing properly as they make their way onto the back end of the field.
It was windy there yesterday afternoon, evening too, when we were working on
Here we go, Razan and Carl Lotz.
So nearly 6.5 hours into the race, and we've got an hour left of the broadcast here this afternoon. The very first of 3 broadcasts coming your way over the weekend. Our next broadcast starting this afternoon for you, and that at 4:30. So 16:30 this afternoon. That'll be in about 3 hours' time as we load up and get dialed in for the very first RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town 100 miler.
Yeah, so exciting to get this on the go. I know.
And we're about to go live, I think, so let's take a minute. All right, I think we're live now. I'm here with Landy Grayling at the finish of the 55K. She was able to, all right, she was able to take the win, passing Kimmy Schreiber in the last few Ks of the race. Walk us through what happened and where you were able to pass her.
Yeah, Cody, I can't believe I'm standing here. I really had a tough race today. Just didn't feel in it. But I just said to myself, just keep going, you know, it ain't over till it's over. And I just ran, and I started feeling really good from UCT onwards, and I just pushed to try and keep second from coming, third from coming to pass me. And then before I knew it, I saw Kimi like 6 Ks from the finish, and I just passed her, asked her if she's okay, and I don't know what was wrong. Anyways, I passed, and then I kind of like probably took it too easy the last 3 Ks, and she came back like from the from
So you pulled ahead a little bit from her, and then she started pushing really hard and caught back up to you.
Yeah, exactly. 1.5 Ks from the finish, and then I just realized I'm not letting this go, so I just like sprinted for dear life.
Congratulations, way to fight. And here we got 4th place that just made it in, Tessa Chesser. We're gonna give her a minute to collect herself and catch her breath, but she looks like she fought really hard those last few Ks as well.
Just crying, everything came out.
Yeah. Okay. Sit. All right. All right, I'm gonna talk with Kimmy right now. Kimmy, real quick, can we talk?
He wants a photo.
Do an interview. Okay, all right, she's gonna do a photo for. All right, top 3 women are getting a photo at the start. We're gonna talk to Kimmy just in a minute.
Hey, Kelsey Gilbert. There you go. Welcome home. Chelsea, Corrine Malcolm, Guy Benson.
Sorry, Mark.
Come right now. Right now, you're going to take one by one.
I was going to say, I missed you.
No, it's the main. It's one by one. So we're going to take them one by one. They can all be there, but you're going to do them one at a time.
How you guys fighting y'all with each other?
It's the main.
Yep. All right. Ladies, great job. Kimmy, do you have a moment to talk? Walk us through what happened. You were leading almost all day, basically, and then the last few K, you came into UCT, you had pain on your face. Everyone could see that you were pushing hard.
Yeah.
But you left UCT in the lead still, and now you've got 2nd place. Please walk us through what happened in those last 10K.
I already felt that I am cramping. I cramped since the aid station after, I forgot the name, Constantia.
Okay.
So I felt like super soft cramps, and then after CT it was like there was this super steep uphill. And after that, I had my calves were like exploding. It was not possible to move anymore, so I had to sit down for 20 minutes.
Okay.
I took a salt thing, whatever, and then I had to sit there and wait. And then it got better, so I tried to
got my leading position back, but I wasn't fast enough.
So Landy passed you on the contour path after the blockhouse, and she, when I talked to her, she said she was able to pull away from you a little bit, but you fought back, and then the last 1.5K, you caught back up to her. What? How hard were you pushing there? Did you think once you saw her again that you were going to be able to pass her and take back the lead?
One of our media guys told me she's just 1 minute in front of me, which is not impossible. And at that moment, I felt good again. So I just pushed really hard, and I saw her. She was like running next to me, but one thing down.
One switch back down.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then she heard me, like I was coming there, and then she was so fast. Then we sprinted for 1 kilometer. It was like, it was horrible. It was so horrible. And then when we came here, I was like, nah, take this win, man. I'm done. I just want to get my off season. But I tried it. I gave all I had.
I'm sure she felt the same. She looked like she was giving all she had. So did you. You both collapsed after the finish line. It was a great battle. Congratulations. You have nothing to be sorry for. Second place in a very competitive race like this one is very is a great finish.
Yeah, I'm proud of myself. Thank you, Cody.
Awesome. All right, Simi, let's go find someone else to interview. You see anyone? I know Tessa went over here.
All right, so exciting scenes coming from the finish line here today. The PT55 at your RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. And what incredible scenes. Landy Krailing from South Africa, a sprint finish over Kim Schreiber. Kim leading for 95% of the day and just getting some cramping and just really battling out there. But coming back,
rallying back. I think we all were worried that she wasn't going to be able to finish,
Absolutely
given that she lost
the
17
podium possibly
minutes.
like that
Yeah.
in a heartbeat, and then all of a sudden we get Dead Man's Tree. She's 90 seconds off. She's just behind Samay, and we're thinking, okay, here comes a sprint finish for second, third, and all of a sudden we get back to the pre-finish and down to the finish line.
All of a sudden, Kimmy's seconds ahead of Landy again, and that is startling. That is really intense racing by all the women in that pack. I mean, it's intense racing for everyone, but to watch that battle play out was, 1, incredibly interesting.
Yeah, we
2,
could never
incredibly
scripted
heartbreaking. 3, incredibly inspiring. So I think if you are inspired and also heartbroken and also excited,
You've
done
okay.
it just about right. But now you're seeing medical up at Ultra-trail Cape Town. People are having some cramps. I think salt pills are going down there is what it looks like.
Yeah.
People are having some major quad cramps out there. And honestly, Blockhouse is going to do that to people too when they leave here, because you have to move your limbs through like a different range of motion than normal than running. And all of a sudden that's what gets those muscles to seize up and cramp, right? Because you're moving outside of your usual movement patterns.
So Blockhouse just absolutely brutal, and we knew it would be. So there we have it, what has been a very exciting introduction into the 2022 version of the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town. As we go into the highlights reel, 6.5 hours into the racing, what a day it's been. Who could have even expected the races to unfold the way they did? Not only the 23K, which started at 9 o'clock this morning from Alphen Hotel, but also in this event which we brought to you live through this incredible broadcasting platform right here at the Rand Merchant Bank Ultra-trail Cape Town. Here's some of the highlights from the day. Early on, we saw Team Adidas Terex on it from the get-go, looking good. Both Robbie and Jeshurun getting at it. Robbie from Scotland in the United Kingdom, Jeshurun out of the United States of America. Teammates for Adidas Terex, and they set the pace early on. We knew they were going to be good. Marcy right there in 4th place. He looked good in the early running. Mads Lauring out of Denmark was sublime. He finished incredibly strong. These early visuals of Lundy Kraling on the start line coming through, you can see she's looking fresh, but the move of the day, most certainly in the women's field, came out of Kim Schreiber. Going into Hout Bay, she literally distanced herself from the rest of the ladies, and from then on it was guns blazing. We saw her coming into UCT. She looked really good. We knew that it was only 11 Ks to go, but we did say Blockhouse can be a breaker.
And stuff can happen, and if you're struggling with the heat, if you've got stuff going on, anything can happen, right? Like, that's what we said. We run scared. That's what we said. We oftentimes don't let ourselves like soak up that win until you're across the finish line, or you're literally like the finish line is right there. You know, you can see it, you can smell it, you can taste it, etc. You know, you're 100 feet away, because anything can happen, because you can crawl, because you can sit or stop or be pulled off the course. Like, anything can happen. So Kimmy to put on the fight, to lose that time, to come back, to fight hard, to go into the finishing straight being like, I'm not going to just give this up, to finish a strong second, to have Landy win on home soil, on home trails. Really, really cool. I think both those women came into the race with a little uncertain, a little unsure what the day was going to give them, sick, tired, etc.
Yeah.
They put on an amazing show. 3rd place, another South African woman, really, really strong. Sume fought all day. Tessa Chesser rounding out that kind of that group that was in battle all day in 4th.
And
really
all women inside the top 20. 4 of them inside the top 20 overall.
4 inside the top 20, and honestly, I think it was 5 minutes from 1st to 4th. Like, that's tight racing.
Yep. Yeah.
That's really tight racing.
That's what we like.
And we like tight racing. And it set the scene for what we're going to see this weekend, right? We're going to see these tenacious, gritty, remarkable battles, showcases of human endurance and spirit, and I think that's what that's all about. I think there's you know, this is what sport does, doesn't it? It brings out emotion, and certainly a really big emotional roller coaster, especially for Kim. Imagine what she went through, knowing coming out of UCT, 17-minute lead, all of a sudden, boom, cramping, Lundy's right there.
Right.
But to get up,
to keep
and
fighting,
to come back, and to be in a sprint finish, remarkable.
Yeah, and so cool, and something to be so proud of is just like that fight. Her true heart is shown here, and just she raced strong all day. She got thrown, you know, a tough card, and she just played it. She ran with it, and she battled all the way to the finish. Like, to be that close, just crushing it, to get second and be on the podium. We're so proud of her, and I hope she's as proud of herself too.
I hope she's proud too. I hope they're all proud, right? Like, they all showed up. Getting on a start line's intimidating. It's scary. It's putting yourself out there, right? It's like, people are gonna know I do this thing. Or people are going to know that I didn't win, or I did win, or I finished dead last, or I got pulled off the course because I didn't make a time cutoff. Like, it's all of that can be intimidating, right? It can all feel like exposure or vulnerability. And so I think all the athletes, be it first, last, or getting pulled off the course due to missing a timing checkpoint, like, really, really brave performances, really, really strong performances, from the very front of the pack to the people that will be making their way into the finish lines, you know, after 3:30 p.m. for the 23K and up until 6 p.m.
9 o'clock tonight.
9 o'clock tonight for the 25K. So
remember, we've only got 21 athletes across the line. I mean, the field is how big today? I mean, we know the numbers.
300 and something.
Yeah, I mean,
something
there's
huge.
a lot of athletes out there, and there's going to be a lot of stories to be told, and I think that's what makes this sport so great. But kudos to the teams out there today, to the seconding teams out there, to the photography teams out there, to the runners out there. Robbie Simpson really having an incredible run. He really had the stars aligned for him today, out of Scotland for Adidas Terex, and he can be very, very stoked about that. Jeshurun out of the US, just showing experience beyond his years. I mean, as you say, he's a very young runner, and for him to pull off a victory for himself in that space, second overall, 13 minutes behind Robbie, 9 minutes ahead of Mads. Mads coming out of Denmark, really moving nicely through the field, consistently inside the top 10, and then really putting it to the grind. We saw how good Mads was coming out of UCT, really springing his step, really good running style, kicking those legs up nicely, showing that he was confident, and we just know how brutal Blockhouse is, and it's lived up to its reputation. Right. And I think this is one of the great things about the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town, is that everybody runs UCT to the finish.
Yeah,
For
That's cool because everyone can say, I ran that, I did that. On that day, I was there. I raced with my heroes, I raced with my friends, I beat John, I beat Peter, I beat Cindy. And I think that's what is so amazing about this race, is that those last 11 kilometers are synonymous with every single athlete. Looking at her coming out of UCT, you can see Kim here, she's not showing any signs of anything.
Yeah,
So
I think that was a shock when we heard that news, right? She left there looking really solid.
And here's the win. I mean, this is Robbie Simpson out of Scotland, you know, for Adidas Terex. You can just see he's just on point. Stars aligned for him today. He just continued to open up the throttle and put the rest of the athletes into the hurt box, and he really has had a dream race today. That is a good time. To get under 5 hours over this distance is going to be remarkable. He nearly did it. Just 28 seconds separating him from the magical 5-hour mark.
28 seconds.
Yeah, 28 seconds. Close, but no cigar. Yeah, and then, you know, Landy Grayling and Kim Schreiber finishing in 6 hours, 23 minutes and 31 seconds and 6 hours, 23 minutes and 36 seconds. 5 seconds separating first and second there.
Amazing.
That's a battle over 55K. They made it basically as close as they possibly could. No easy victory there. I think that was pretty close actually to the projected time for the women's race for that. So.
Here's that sprint finish. Take us through this, Emily.
Yeah, he has the sprint finish. Landy, you can see her gritting it out. Kimmy's given everything to keep there, stay there, go, you know, get ahead of her cramps. And Landy just digging deep, feeling that home run finish. Kimmy right behind her, and so cool. What a win.
Okay, results graphics coming up. All right, so there it is, ladies and gentlemen. 2 more big events here out of the 5 today. Remember the UT100, which is the 100 kilometer, and right now what you can see on the screen, the red graphic, that of course is the Ultra-trail 100 miler, the brand new event, the signature event here as part of the RMB Ultra-trail Cape Town portfolio. Looking at those statistics, it is absolutely brutal. 7,516 meters of climbing over 166 kilometers. We will go live at 4:30 this evening. Race start is at 5 o'clock. Make sure you're back on the live stream. Make sure you set your reminders on the YouTube channel. Make sure you tell your friends, tune in to ultratrailcapetown.com, the website. That'll give you everything that you need to know. Watch the social media channels, because we're coming back this evening. We're going to bring you a 4.5-hour broadcast from the start of the 100 miler starting at 5 o'clock this evening. Tomorrow morning we have the 100 kilometer start. That 100 kilometer, you'll see the purple coming your way at 6 o'clock. We'll be live from 5:30 tomorrow morning. This of course is going to be an epic battle. This has been the race that the Rand Bank Ultra-trail Cape Town has been known for. This is the race that the runners come for. We've got a star-studded cast. It's going to be running congruently and alongside the 100 miler, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. And remember that come Sunday, we have the cutoff for the 100 miler. That's between 1 and 2 o'clock. And this year has got the 24-hour cutoff. It's going to be very exciting. Those of you joining us today, thank you so much for checking in. We hope you're having a great Friday wherever you are in the world. A big thank you from my side, Max Kleur, to both Corrine and to Emily. Girls, thanks so much for your support here today. You guys have been amazing, and I cannot wait for the next 2 live shows coming your way. We'll catch up with you at 4 o'clock, 4:30 this evening. Tune in. We'll see you there. There it is, a 4:30 start for you. We will go live at 4:30. 5 o'clock, of course, is the start of the race. It's going to be about 4.5 hours of live streaming for you, bringing you through those early elements of the race. Corrine, crazy ladies race.
Amazing.
Are you ready for this afternoon?
We're going to go try to exhale for a second, and we'll be back here ready to talk about the 100 milers as they take off into the night. And then tomorrow is going to be absolutely insane.
Emily, from your side, obviously incredible racing. Can you believe we've only got 21 hours left of live streaming this weekend? 2 massive races coming your way. On behalf of the team here at the RMB UTCT live stream, thanks so much for joining us. We hope you have an incredible afternoon. Not long though, you've got literally 2.5 hours until you tune back in for the start of the UTCT 100 miler. See you then. Cheers.